Right, we are live and we're a little bit low with the camera. Hang on, we'll go like this. We're good to go. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for another test match. It is the third of the series between South Africa and Australia. Should be an exciting one. Australia, they won the toss. They decided that they do want to bat first. So that means we could have a long day at the office for the South Africans in day one if they don't pick up early wickets like they need to. It is going to be Khawaja on strike, Rabada the bowler, first ball down the leg side of the pink test in Sydney. And Hamish, belated Happy New Year 2023. Do you see New Zealand forcing a result in the second test, or also we are seeing a second draw in this series? It's going to be tough for either side to get a result from here unless New Zealand pick up early wickets tomorrow. I think is the only thing that might change the result. It just seems like they need, if you're going to play in Pakistan, you need 6 or 7 days, or else you're never getting a result, unless you've got England, who were the exception because of how quickly they were able to, I guess, progress a test match. And hey, morning, bro, says Kurt. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, everyone. An exciting 5 days ahead of us. I hope it goes all 5 days. We've actually had one test match between South Africa and Australia go 2 days. The other made it to the fourth, but that was pretty much just the case of when did Australia want to finish the job. This one, I'm hoping the SCG, there's a little bit more on offer for the batters for that South African lineup. Rabada currently getting a little bit of swing early on. Now it's quite overcast there, and it is supposed to rain later on in the day in Sydney. I can quickly have a look at this weather again and see exactly what time. 2 p.m. we're supposed to get thunderstorms. And then 3 p.m. it's supposed to be thunderstorms and also 60% chance of rain. I don't think we will go for 5 days, although the rain might benefit it. I see that it's supposed to be 70% today, 60% tomorrow, 90% the day after that, and then 50% on what will be day 4. Sunday, though, the last day of this test match, if they get that far, should be a very nice day. Good afternoon, Hamish. Hope you had a good break. And grandparents are resting easy, says John. Yeah, it was a good trip over to Wanaka. Me and George, I didn't actually get badly burnt, which I'm happy about, because I thought as soon as we were going over there, it's just going to be sunburn after sunburn. I got burnt across there, but other than that, it's not too bad. Khawaja gets the first run of the match now for the Australians, works it to the leg side, nicely fielded by Zondo. So there were a lot of question marks of who would Australia go with in this matchup. There were late rumours that Steve Smith might have hurt himself a little bit while facing some balls in the net. So I will read out the exact lineups for both of these sides so you guys get a fair idea of who's actually out there on the field. That one was relatively close to the glove of Usman Khawaja. The last thing you want this early on in a test is to have a throbbing finger for the other 5 days. So Australia's lineup, they are as follows. Usman Khawaja, then they've got David Warner, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, Travis Head, Matty Renshaw. He makes his way into the side. Alex Carey, Ashton Agar, Nathan Lyon, Pat Cummins, and Josh Hazlewood, which means that Morris has to wait a bit longer. Warner, very first ball, it's short, outside of off stump, cuts it away. And that will be now a strike rate of 400 for David Warner. Did not really bowl that ball to him when he's just come off scoring a double ton. It just doesn't make sense for that choice from Rabada, but it will be the end of the over. A good one for the Australians, 5 runs off it. And no wickets falling. But yeah, half only at about maybe rib height, if that, of David Warner. Do you think the Poison Dwarf will last 5 overs? I think he's got a good crack. Looking at that first shot that he's played. Came a little bit off the top of the edge, but he was always going to absolutely slash it. So even if he gets an edge, I think it's going over your slip cordon and going to France next weekend. So hopefully you do enjoy your trip to France. Are you scouting out the grounds before we get to the Rugby World Cup, Grigger? Just having a quick look at the surfaces, seeing how they're going. And were you playing against teenagers or boys team in cricket vlog video? They were really professional team, future New Zealand cricketers, says Coding. So they were, I guess I see why you're a little bit confused, because their school is called Timaru Boys High School. But yeah, they were anywhere between, I want to say 15 and 18, or maybe even 15 and 19, with it being close to the end of the year. The guys that we were playing up against. Down the leg side a little bit from Nokia once again. Khawaja able to whip it away for 1. Nokia, I think he won a lot of fans over in that last match because he just continued to drive in 150 Ks. He got cleaned up by the spider cam, got back up, kept on bowling about 145, and had a decent crack at the end of the day with the bat as well. A couple nice big shots. Soft hands from Khawaja. This is actually the ground that he was brought back into the Australian Test side not too long ago, and he was able to get back-to-back hundreds. Now finds himself as a regular mainstayer in the lineup. I should mention South Africa. Elgar, Irvia, still the starting combination. They've got Klaasen at 3. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand why they're rotating their side heavily, but it's a risky tactic to continuously be changing who you've got as that number 3, because as soon as you lose an early wicket, that's normally where it can cause you a few problems. I know normally when you change a guy down the order, they've got a bit more time to watch a few of the other players. South Africa, they've got the benefit of watching the whole of the Australian lineup bat first, but I think a lot of pressure is going to be on Klaasen. Go out there and do well when he gets the chance. Bavuma, Zondo, they're still the same. A little bit of a short ball there from Nokia. Didn't quite get as high as he needed it. Once again, just on the ribs of Warner, who works it to the leg side for 1. Perena, Janssen, Maharaj, Simon Harmer's come back into the side, so another spin option. Rabada and Nokia. So it's a bit interesting because the Australians, because they didn't have Cam Green or Mitchell Starc, they've got Pat Cummins as one pace bowler, and they've got Josh Hazlewood as the other pace bowler. Now, Hazlewood's only just come back from a side strain injury, so theoretically, South Africa want to make sure that they're batting for a long time, try and really push Josh Hazlewood's body to the limit. Good morning, Hamish. There's Ryan. Welcome in. Where did you get your GN from, Hamish, and how much did it cost? The Grain Nickels. So that one, I believe I got it from Trade Me here in New Zealand, and I got it for half price. So I believe I paid, how much did I pay for it? I think it was $175. Just because at the time it was the Grain Nickels company or a member of their company who was like, these are the old bats that we're going to try and get rid of. And it was near the end of the cricket season. So I think I got 2 bats for a relatively decent price. Was that a tractor driving past? I doubt it. It was a bit too slow to be a tractor, I think. Someone doing a slow drive-by. But yeah, that one in particular was 175. Number 3 is a critical position. Should have been played with, in my opinion, I was at 3. I was 3 in that video, Tony. And I don't think I played it to the best of the potential, possibly, for that match. And can Brisbane Heat qualify? They still have a chance, once again, Ryan, but they do need to win all their games from here, pretty much. And was that Centennial Park, Timaru, you were playing at? I know it was Old Boys Rugby Ground, so I'm not too sure of the other name. I just know it is Old Boys Rugby Ground. Not sure whether it is Centennial Park or not. But yeah, it is kind of a little bit off to the side, I guess you could say, of Timaru, and then it's kind of down a big dip, as you saw with the cinematic. Last ball of Nokia's over. Once again, tried to pull that one to the leg side, Khawaja. Into the over, not able to get the run off it. So he's sitting on 1 off 9 at the moment. Khawaja did count as a leg by. The video was great. The umpire had her eyes on you. I don't think she did. She's married with a few children, Tony. And she's also a member of our cricket team. So I don't think there's much of a shot there. Warner sitting on 5 runs off 3 deliveries as we currently sit. She didn't actually have to bat for us. She was our number 11 in the end, but yeah, she didn't have to bat. I believe we were 10 down. No, not 10 down, because that would be the whole team. We were 9 down in the end. And you know Malta, as in the country Malta. I do know Malta. A nice bat, in my opinion, better than the Poison Dwarfs. Kaboom. She costs 1,500 Aussie dollars, says John. Yeah, I guess it's like what we mentioned on the last live stream. That's a great shot from Warner, just using his $1,500 bat to whip that one with the square cut shot, or in fact, sorry, the square pull shot. Before now sits on 9 runs off 4 runs. Sorry, 9 runs off 4 balls. I think I'm dehydrated. It's been a hot couple of days in Wanaka. But yeah, nice shot from Warner. And also, I also saw a woman. Was it an intergender cricket match? It was for us because we were short of players. And also our team, I think our squad depth is about 12. So as soon as someone's unavailable, like she's a regular member of our team, like she'll bowl. I think she bowled 3 overs, almost got a wicket. Bowled better than me. And then, yeah, normally bats somewhere down the order, but she umpires as well. And her son is actually in the team as well. He was the one who was giving me the throwdowns, if you guys remember rightly. And also, we have got the married with kids, you stay away from it. That's what I was saying, Tony. That's what I was saying. Pravada trying to go. Oh, that was on the back leg of Warner. I think it might have hit him in the thigh pad, though. A little bit too much height on that one. And is Boland playing? He's not. They've taken Boland out, which I know will upset a lot of people. But when it comes down to Boland or Hazelwood, I guess because Hazelwood has cemented himself, I guess you could say, anytime he's injured, someone else will come in. But as soon as he's back, he's normally back in the side. Oh, who's Claessens? And also, who does he play for in South Africa? I'm not actually too sure of who he does have for his normal side. And also, Hamish, hope you have a good rest, bro. Couldn't find, or you had a good rest. Couldn't find any live streams covering the Black Caps, says Joshua. Yeah, so we didn't cover the first or the second day of the Black Caps. We're hoping to possibly cover some of day 5 because that will be the day that it's most likely to rain here in Australia. So it might work out quite well. And also, nice bet in my opinion. Oh, yeah, I was talking about the bats, wasn't I? I said that depending on the bat, sometimes like a player with a $50 bat who's got brilliant batting technique hits the ball further than a guy who's got a 1500 bat but has terrible technique. You know, like the professionals, they get the best bats possible, but if you gave them a knockoff like Kookaburra from the local Rebel Sport, it would still do the job for them. Mum was the best chirper. And not the youngsters, they were average sledges, in my opinion. Yeah, they weren't great. Like, I feel like they weren't really sledges that were going to hurt my feelings. It was more of the case that I just couldn't stop laughing while I was supposed to be batting, I guess. And then once I ran that double with Muzzer, did you guys enjoy listening to Muzzer? Muzzer's a good bloke. Enjoy batting with Muzzer. He managed to get himself a 50 in that game. End of the third over, 12 for none now. But yeah, once we ran that too, my lungs were just, oh, it's puffing. It's all timing, says Tony, exactly right. Timing and technique, the double T's. Just showing there, Warner, with that pull shot, only playing it at about 37 kilometres per hour. That's quite slow for a shot, but didn't really need to do too much more with it. Just hoiks it, just slowly glides it around the side. Now, I have actually been to the SCG. It was a wee while ago, but it wasn't to watch cricket. It was to watch a game of the AFL. So I haven't had the pleasure of being able to watch a test match from the Sydney Cricket Ground, but one day, hopefully we can make it happen. Normally it does end up being a day-nighter, I believe, because of the pink ball side of things, but Australia, they won the toss. They decided to have a bat. Warner, he's sitting on 10 off 8. Maybe with how long he stayed at the crease in the last match, he's like, if I'm going to get my 200, I've got to get it quickly here because or else then the body might just not quite do what I need it to. And what do you guys end up with? In the end, he gets the 246. I believe, I'll check the message from the coach because I actually asked him. That was something that I should have added in at the end of the video, like down the bottom while interviewing my uncle. We didn't end up with a huge amount. But we got 161 for 8. But I believe that would have actually been 100. No, that would have been, 161 for 8 in the end, which, I mean, it's probably not a terrible total for our side. We haven't won a game this year. But we have got quite a wide variety of, I guess, age and skill level throughout our team. So, 160 for us is actually, I'd say, a pretty good total. Once again, left alone by Warner. Nokia getting it down there, 145 Ks. I think next year, or this year now, we actually go into some T20, I believe. And also, Hamish, I got really help you with your game, weight training, aerobic work, lose the GoPro at Satira, or ET Satira. I did enjoy the clip, looked like a great crowd and time. Wait, so you want me to stop filming the games, Tony? Is that what you're saying? You don't want to see any more of them? I think it's something that we would like to do in the future still. And what was the scoreline of the match? How much runs you lost the match? We lost by about 80, somewhere around there. Are you the stone waller in the side, Amish? Not really, no. I just couldn't score runs. I have this terrible thing that I've developed. And I was talking to, who was I talking to about it the other day? Oh, it's off the edge. Warner's gone. He's gone aggressive at it, and Nokia has got the first wicket of the day. 11 balls faced for Warner, 10 runs. He thought that he was in mighty form after his 200 last week. Thought he could swing at everything, and then he got the edge, and it just flew to the man at first slip. Wacko, straight to him. Great hands from Janssen at first slip, and the early wicket goes. GoPro and the chatting was bad for your concentration, says Tony. Yeah, but it was one of those ones that, I mean, if I'm not filming those, I've been told by quite a few people that they enjoyed watching them. So I guess it's more likely that I guess you just won't watch them rather than everyone won't watch them if I was to film them. Warner, he's going to be dismissed. 10 runs off 11 balls. And now Labuschagne makes his way to the crease. And your beauty Nokia, says John Mills. And also a big wicket for South Africa. That was a massive edge from Warner. The last one, it did pop off the surface a little bit from Rabada, but he still managed to cut it away for 4. And Nokia was well and truly celebrating that one. But I guess I probably, like, don't get me wrong, it's nice to score runs, but I probably don't just play like cricket. Like, that's my second game in 10 years. I'm not really concentrated on playing it for the sake of trying to get to international level. Like, a lot of it is just for fun. I loved it, just think it affects your performance. I don't know. I probably would have still scored hardly any runs. And that, if anything, I think I was actually more in the zone, believe it or not. And I actually said that on the day as well. I feel like constantly, like, I won't have the chirping all the time, of course, but like, I kind of forgot that the GoPro was there while batting, and I actually probably played a couple shots that were better than I normally play them to an extent. The only thing I'd say that was the downside of the GoPro was probably the fact that it was falling down a little bit more. But that just means that my helmet's a bit too loose. When I was going to school in Australia, we used to practice in the nets after school. Sometimes an A-grade cricketer, I would be driving past and stop and have some batting practice against us. Awesome. Says Joshua there. See, normally for our side, if we get 6 at practice, we've done well. And I'm related to like 3 of them. And who was the old man batting with you? That was Muzzer. Muzzer's a good bloke. And his son was actually he was wicket keeping. And in the umpiring video, they have a little bit of a partnership. So his son actually came out to the middle after I had lost my wicket. Now Nokia charging in again. Marnus leaves the one outside of off stump. Getting him up to 147 Ks now, Nokia. With that early wicket, he's starting to get a little bit excited about it. I have another nickname for the Poison Dwarf. Would you mind if I shared, Hamish? Go for it, John. But if it's too offensive, I probably can't read it out. And big wicket for South Africa, said Coding there as well. David Warner, the last man to lose his wicket, 10 runs off 11. So the thing is, I think he was trying a Travis Head, but he didn't really get it completely right, David Warner, because don't get me wrong, 100 runs off 100 balls is very handy, but now that they've lost that early wicket, I think Marnus will probably go slower than we've ever seen him go before, just to try and make sure stays out there early on. But 12 for 1 off the 4 overs so far. That bird is really gone for it. I think someone's tried to steal his nest. He's calling out to Dr. Phil. You guys hear that bird? Maybe not. I think the noise cancelling on the microphone might be helping us out there. Yeah, the cut shot from Warner. Just didn't get it. Janssen's done well to take that, because if you drop that early, that sucks the soul out of South Africa. But because he's been able to take it, Davey, the Posabasha Warner, says John Mills. I think your Poison Dwarf one rolls off the tongue a little bit more, John. Possibly. Is that Daniel Vittori on the front row sculling a bivvy? I don't think it was. He should probably be with the Australians in the changing sheds rather than in the crowd drinking. Yeah, slightly more full. Like they've said, just a little bit too tight to be cutting as well for David Warner. Would have been better off leaving that one. And also we have got there, what headset is that? It's one of the cheapest ones you can find. I don't even know what brand it is. It's I think it's oh no, it's an Audio Technica. Yeah, Audio Technica. I don't know the model or anything like that, but pretty much I bought 4 of them relatively cheap so that we could have the 4 Kiwi lads listening to things at the same time. We've only ever had 2 of us listening to things at the same time. So we got a couple spears as well. Nice ball. Work to the leg side by Kawaja. Will take the single, hitting it down to mid on. Now moves to 2 runs off 14 deliveries. The thing for Australia here is this has to be probably not a huge partnership, but at least 50 runs just to take the momentum and put it back in the side of the Australians. You can see how disappointed David Warner was with that dismissal. Going after the wrong ball, looked quite, yeah, he was angry. David Warner, but he can't take it back now. He's already played the shot. Second innings is where he's going to have to now score his runs. Now Labuschagne hasn't scored a run yet in this test match. Didn't get a huge amount in the last one either. I was a bit disappointed to see that he didn't get a bowl either in that last match. Definitely with the fact that they went to Steve Smith. They didn't give Marnus a go. They didn't give Travis Head a go with the ball in hand. There's that one outside off stump. Decides to leave it late for Marnus Labuschagne. Did you bowl in the schoolboy innings, Hamish? If so, what were your figures? I think I bowled 3 overs. I didn't get a wicket. I'm not sure of my exact number of runs that I had scored off me, but I think it was around maybe 15 off the 3 overs, somewhere around there. It was going to be a little bit better, but then I did a massive full toss bowl and a bit of leg spin. They got whacked for 4, and it was a no ball as well. So that was 5 of my runs. But other than that, I didn't go for a huge amount. They were just working singles pretty much at that stage. I came into the bowling innings 25 overs in. So by then they had a set batsman on his way to 100, although we did get him out on 90, I believe, which was quite a nice touch. Not me personally, but the team. Rabada, was it relatively straight, nice, solid defence from Marnus Labuschagne. End of the over, it's going to be 1 for 13. And I'd like to think that from last test match, both of these sides would have decided to speed up their over rate just a little bit more. We saw Australia were behind. We saw South Africa were behind. I don't know the outcome of whether or not teams were getting maybe fined or if they lost some points in the World Test Championship. It was actually the losing of points last year or the year before that cost Australia their spot in the World Test Championship final. That is why it became New Zealand versus India. But this year, I think they're well and truly ahead. They haven't really lost too many of their games, Australia, and I don't believe they've drawn too many in recent history either. And Isaac dropped 2 catches. He didn't actually, no. No, that was just Andrew, I guess, trying to find an excuse. But no, he was just joking about Isaac dropping them. I don't think he dropped any catches, Isaac. In fact, I think as a team, we may have only dropped maybe 1 or 2. That was like the youngest player on our team. So you don't really, to an extent, you don't count those because like you don't really hold it against the young guys because at the end of the day, you want to make sure that they continue playing and keep on improving. So you just kind of go, oh, well, that one was unfortunate, but it happened. We just keep going. So Australia chose to bat today. They did. They decided they wanted to make their way out to the middle of the SCG. And it's supposed to be a little bit of rain later on in the day. Not sure whether or not that came into their decision. I guess it could have to an extent because day 3 is supposed to be start-stop with rain. So maybe that's the time that they think that maybe the stop-start may benefit them. I wish Australia bowled first, bro, says Kurt. It would have been interesting. See how many wickets Australia could have got throughout their first session of the day already. I've lost 1 wicket while batting. South Africa, they've been bowling a good line and length. It's probably going to be the first changeover that we start to see some more runs leaking. Nice one. Once again, left alone by Usman Khawaja. Like they've said, South Africa's batting, it's not the problem. Oh, sorry, The batting is the problem. It's not the bowling. And g'day, CSTRA Sports. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well today. Australia making a couple changes in their lineup. Okay, they're just talking about the fact that Matty Renshaw isn't feeling 100% today. So because of that, he wasn't linking arms with his teammates. Sorry, I yelled there, but I thought that was a wicket. I thought Kawadra just pulled it straight to Zondo, but it must have bounced, or else they're very disappointed. How far did this go? Oh, yeah, no, on the half volley. I thought he just hoiked it straight to Zondo, who was fielding at square leg. I thought he just lost another wicket, or the Aussies lost another wicket. And I was a good attitude mentorship for the young guys. Congrats, says John Mills. Yeah, because at the end of the day, like, no one drops catches on purpose. Definitely not at this level. Like, you want to take everything you can, but like, mistakes are going to happen. You're not going to hold it against like individual players. Definitely not in this case, how we lost by 80 runs or so. Like, yes, it would have hurt a bit more if we had only lost by a few runs, but it's still, in the exact same shoes as the person who's dropped the catch. You'd hope that your teammates just go unlucky, you'll get the next one, rather than going, oh, imagine if you had taken that, we could have won. It's like, nah, it doesn't help anyone. Well, Archer, though, he's had a couple little mistakes here in the last over. Got the edge for 4. Right. Going to be a good ball from Nokia to close out his third over. Currently sitting 1 from 5. That's 107, 17 for 1. Should say it's Smith not 100% today, bro, says Kurt. Yeah, neither's Matty Renshaw. And heck yeah, and can do more. How's that? Says Mark. It was a solid pull shot from Kawaja. Yeah, just coming off the edge. Kawaja for the 4 runs there. And, we've also got that's the Aussie attitude, says John Mills. Is it? Well, I am from New Zealand. I should clarify quickly, just in case anyone didn't know. But I feel like it's like at this age group, like we're in 3rd grade in terms of like there's 3rd grade and then 2nd grade here because we don't have enough for a senior team as well. So you're in the lowest grade in terms of that they can play in. So, you don't want to lose those players, definitely because we struggle to get to 11 each week anyway. So you don't want to lose players at this stage because they're the players who are going to feed your 2nd grade team, maybe eventually give you enough numbers to be able to have a senior team as well. Got to look at the big picture. And that's keeping everyone interested in their cricket. Quite tricky to do at times, but hopefully it does go not too bad. They're just showing here Marnus in this series. Brisbane, he got 11 and then 5 not out. Melbourne, he got 14, and then the SCG's 1 not out. So he's actually had a pretty poor series for Marnus up against the South Africans. He did extremely well up against the West Indies, though. And yep, they were medals of trophy. There's Mark. I'm not sure what that means, but we'll go with it. Okay, so they're saying that Marnus did have a couple net sessions recently and still felt he needed another one in the morning today to be able to find the middle of the bat. So he'll be looking for a big one here just because he hasn't been able to do so up against South Africa recently. And I think that's just down to the fact that the bowlers, they're reading into where Marnus is going to be playing the ball quite well. Yes, he had a run out in one of the innings as well, didn't help him out. And that's why Kane is the best player in the world right now. Here's John Mills, nicely played by Kawaja again. Rabada trying to make it an awkward angle, bowling the right arm over. Steve Smith there. They said that he wasn't feeling 100%. I believe he got a finger injury in the nets, which will be hurting him a little bit. Matty Renshaw will be hoping he doesn't have to bat today if he's not feeling too well. Now, I did see that Nathan Lyon and Ashton Agar, in that lineup, they went to the same barber who They just pretty much said, just get rid of the top and the sides and make us look shiny for the nice day. 140 Ks at the moment, Rabada's still getting them down. So I've got plenty of pace on the ball between these two. Like I mentioned, it's that next changeover that's going to decide a lot because you've got Janssen. I assume he will be one of the next changeover. But as soon as you go to spin, I think that will relieve a lot of the pressure. I brought 4Gamers C600 LED headset in Perth. Also have a Turtle Beach Recon 70 headset. Nice. I'll be honest, I haven't actually heard of that first one. Turtle Beach I've heard of. They kind of sell them here at the warehouse, don't they? They're the green and black ones. Yeah, not sure about the 4Gamers one. But it's got 100 LEDs, or is it just an LED headset? But C6 100 means something, I'm sure. Wyatt didn't get onto that pull shot the way that he wanted to. Almost got maybe hurried up a little bit there. And it right off the top of the bat, near the splice. He's not quite timing them yet, Usman Khawaja. Matt Henry, 68 not out today. 10 what a player, says John Mills. Yeah, the 100-run partnership between Ajaz Patel and Matt Henry. And that 100 runs might be the difference for New Zealand in this game because it looked like they were in a bit of trouble. It looked like they might have been getting bowled out for around that 350, but to then be able to push it towards 450, those extra 100, very handy for the Black Caps. Well batted by Matt Henry, who's looking to try and take Trent Bolt's spot, perhaps. Outside of off stump, Nokia continues into a spell. So this will be his 4th over. Then from there, they have to try and decide whether or not, that's the wrong way. They have to decide whether or not, that looks too bright. One moment, we'll go back here a little bit. I might have broken the light now. And I have not heard of 4Gamers, or I had not heard of 4Gamers as well. There's Kiwi Gamer. I forgot what I was saying now. They're showing Dean Elgar, and I thought of the conversation me and Gareth had last night on the Discord, saying that Elgar in this game more than likely will get himself a century just because now that there's no reward for South Africa, because they've lost the series, this will be the game that Elgar actually plays well. And it's just that it won't really mean as much as it could have if it had been in a match that still had the series on the line. Only 7.2 overs down at the moment. I would like to think Rabada's got one more over in him. He was still accurate enough and it was still giving Khawaja enough of a problem that you should give him one more. Either that or you change him over now and give Nokia one more just so that the spin stays away a little bit longer. Because I think Khawaja, as soon as he gets onto spin, and same with Labuschagne, they might start scoring a little bit more freely. And then that's where you have to try and be very strategic with when you bring your paceys back into the attack. They're just showing David Warner there. No foot movement with that cut shot. He was relying heavily on the hand-eye coordination, and it let him down there. Warner, a little bit of extra bounce off the surface. Could have been something else that he didn't factor in. Nokia, just a little bit too wide outside of off stump at the moment to Marnus Labuschagne. Needs to get that ball just on that off stump. See if they can lure him in. And AJ's 35 deserves player of the match, says Leo. Oh, it depends on how he bowls, but if he can continue getting wickets while being in this one, it will be similar to what we saw maybe from Ashsodi in that first match, how he was able to get himself a few wickets. In fact, he got a 5 for and also his 50 Ashsodi. So yeah, if AJ's can get quite a few wickets, and also, like, theoretically, he shouldn't have to get more runs with the bat to be able to get the man of the match, I wouldn't think. I think it's just down to how many wickets he can now pick up throughout the test match. And Harmer is a very economical bowler. He can tie up one end, pace at the other, says John Mills. I think that's actually probably what Australia want at this stage. Because at the end of the day, spin, like if they're blocking at one end, Australia will be like, this is fantastic. We don't have to think as hard about it. Harmer, though, you can pick up wickets. If you play the wrong ball, can pick you up, which I think is the difference a little bit between him and Maharaj. to an extent. Maharaj can be a little bit less, like, kind of on the money. That was very weird from Levichet, just watching the ball right onto the bat and then just chasing the ball, deciding that he was playing a bit of lawn bowls, following it on its path. 8 overs down, 1 for 18. David Warner is bad, says Leo. I guess, yeah, we've seen the double century from him last week, but other than that, he has had a little bit of rough form because the last time that he was able to get 100 before that was actually January 2020, I believe it was. Hamish, are you watching India versus Sri Lanka mouth-watering match? I am not. They're not actually showing it here in New Zealand, sadly. So I haven't been able to see any of it. And do you think David Warner will buy a new cricket bat the next test in India, bro? I don't think he'll have to buy them. He'll get sent them, but he might consider a new brand just to see, or not a new brand, but a new model, just to see how it goes. It's like Rabada's going to be continuing his bowling spell, still getting them down at 135. Kawaja being patient, sitting on 6 runs off 26. 4 of those runs actually came off an edge. And Ekia Bazball is the best in history, says Mark. And hey, I love you. I want to 1v1 you, says Sublime Official. 1v1 and what? I know that 1v1 is a term normally from COD, Call of Duty. Do you want to verse me in Call of Duty, Sublime Official? Is that what you're saying? I haven't played COD in a wee while. I don't think I've played COD since Black Ops 3 came out. And then me and Isaac played one game of Warzone, hid in a building the whole time because we were too scared to go out and get sniped. And then some people came into the building. We were that used to sitting watching walls that we didn't see them coming, and then they shot us. And then that was the end of that. Another nice ball from Rabada, getting it to go across Kawaja quite nicely here. Kawaja and Levichet partnerships in the past, they averaged 36.64. The combination of that cricket GoPro video, all the fielders said was the one, or was this one for your subscribers. Yeah, well, one of them at the start was saying do it for the 3 subscribers. Later on in the umpiring innings, they were asking me what the channel was. They were actually more concentrated on me than the game at one point for the umpiring. But yeah, they were asking what the channel was. I think a couple of them may have subscribed because they wanted to see themselves on the camera. But yeah, their umpiring innings will be coming out a little bit later on. Probably after this one. Tips for bowling leg spin. Tricky craft leg spin. Because I do not bowl it well. One thing that I would say that helps me a little bit to not bowl as many double bounces and full tosses is just stand up a little bit straighter. Make sure you're watching where you're going. And also don't pull out of your follow through too early. Those are all things that I've had to change throughout my leg spinning just to try and make it a bit more economical. I won the Alan Border medal in 2020. Why, Hamish? Says John Mills. Yeah, because if he didn't get any centuries other than that one up against the Kiwis, it's interesting, isn't it? And Hamish will get them points too. There's Mark, a little bit leg side. Kawaja once again gets that single. I think it might have been a leg by though. And thank you, says Sublime Official. And good morning, Hamish. Back in Muscat. 4 a.m. Thanks for the commentary. So you are certainly committed to your craft, Joss, being up at 4 a.m. I hope you're enjoying this summer break now. Oh, actually, no. I know it's here in New Zealand, early February, late January is when they go back to school. Is that the same in Oman, or is it different kind of terms over there, Joss? You let me know. Usman Khawaja, 6 off 29 currently. Oh, bit leg side-ish. And that time Marnus is able to whip it away for one. So that's something that Nokia has done well, is keep it outside of the off stump. That one was a bit too straight from Rabada. End of the 9th over, 1 for 20. Now you have a new subscriber. Appreciate that, mate. And also I played in that Waimeti versus Timaru boys high school game. I was the opener, says Leo. Were you? Is that right? Because that's kind of cool in a way. So if you were the opener, I believe, so you weren't the wicketkeeper, you were the other fella, Leo. Am I correct in saying that? Because if that is the case, that's quite cool. Hopefully you did enjoy being able to play us. Even though you guys made it look pretty easy. I got 24 or 26. Says Leo there. Now, am I correct in saying you were run out? Was that one that was run out? Or no, you were down the lead side. You got unlucky with that wicket, to be fair. Like that was one that if you had connected well, that was going for 4, but you just got that little feather down the leg side. Only 2 weeks off as the back of the class on Sunday, says Josh. So be sure, Leo, to let your teammates know that the one of them bowling is coming very soon, probably after this test match is finished. Just because I know quite a few of them were very excited to be able to see that. Don't pull out if you follow through. Wise sexual advice from Irish. There you go. Teaching everyone important life lessons in 2023. Welcome in, Tony. Hope you've had a good New Year's. Well, says Leo in there. But yeah, I know that I want to say there's about 5 of the wickets that are caught on the umpire cam, including a couple LBWs that I gave out. One of them I learnt wasn't actually out, sadly, but yeah, the more I know, more you learn, you know. That wasn't a sentence. Janssen now, nice drive from Marnus. Raj doing well to field that one at short cover. So Janssen's the first changeover. I assume now at the other end they will go with a different bowler, unless Rabada wants one more. And also we have got there, Leo should have asked for DRS hotspot, says John Mills. Yeah, I mean, I know that there was a little bit of talking about the DRS situation that we had, and also the Australian clean sweep, says Vernon there. Both teams going for double spin. Very odd from an Australian point of view, says Easy Ollie, I should say. I was a bit surprised that Australia went with 2 specialist spinners. And I walked off before he had his finger up, yeah. And like I said, it could have been a boundary. Like if there was a little bit more bat on that. I have to say you're solid in defence, which looked quite good from the far away camera, because my mum actually had the other camera set up. So in your first few overs, you're looking pretty solid. But yeah, I guess just keep at it. Hopefully you guys go all right in the next year or the next part of the season. I think we might end up playing you again, possibly. I'd love to have a good game with you versus Roncalli College. Timaru Colts, says the Blime official there. Should Henry Nichols maintain his place in the New Zealand Test team? It's tricky because he hasn't had the best form, and there's probably other guys could make their way in there. But we mentioned it about South Africa. You cannot afford to make too many changes at the top of your order, or else you can end up in a lot of trouble with trying to find consistency, which is where Australia, as much as people don't like Warner, he still has chemistry with the 3 other batsmen, Kawaja, Labuschagne, and Smith, which does benefit the other batsmen in most of the cases more than it actually benefits David Warner. And today, commentary New Zealand, Pakistan, not today. There will be a bit of an overlap with this game. I'm going to be meeting up with a couple of primary school friends today because one of them got married. So, yeah, I'm going to be hanging out with them. Are you streaming the Black Caps later? Not today, but possibly on day 4, I believe we get to do the Black Caps, which might actually be day 5. Did they just say that Matty Renshaw's had a positive rat test? Is that what they just said? But he's in the starting side, which means he's not allowed to sit with his friends, by the looks of it. So he has to sit a little bit further away. Depending on when he tested positive for the rat test, though, surely they could have switched him out. So Australia maybe just gambling on the fact that he won't feel too much worse over the 5 days. Now, end of the over from Janssen. 4 runs off it in the end. Chat miss, says Ryan, which one did I miss? The Delhi Capitals. Captain is David Warner because Rishabh Pant is injured. So, yeah, I can see David Warner as... I can see him as a big player in the IPL, but I don't see him so much as a captain. And the game finished in day 4. New Zealand Test, says Rail Motivation. And call for Cameron Bancroft, says John Mills. But yeah, so Renshaw returns positive rat test. Like they've just said, if he tested positive yesterday, they could have switched him out. But because they were so keen on keeping him in there, yeah, the commentators just mentioning they still could have switched him out later on, but they decided not to. Because what I would have done in the case of Manny Renshaw being unwell is I would have either gone for the option of Scotty Boland, add an extra pace attack option, or maybe you end up going with the possibility of either adding a Lance Morris or putting another batter in there. But they decided not to. They decided they might as well keep him in there. England easily have the beating of this Aussie side at home, says Easy Ollie. And Hamish will bring or will make Brisbane Heat and Sydney Sixers matches. Oh, nice drive down the ground. Waja hits it straight into the shin, I believe it was, of Rabada. That wouldn't have felt too nice. Like they've just said for Matty Renshaw, they don't know how he's going to react to having a positive test yet, whether or not he is going to be very unwell or whether he's just going to feel a little bit off. Going to be batting at 6. So there's still another 4 wickets that need to fall before Matty Renshaw makes his way out to the middle. That was almost one of them. Nice angle from Rabada, who's continuing his spell. This is now his 6th over that he's going to be bowling. Janssen at the other end. Yeah, so they're just talking rumours about Matty Renshaw, whether or not he is 100%, whether he's feeling a bit under the weather. The good news for him is it is supposed to rain quite a bit. So he might get a little bit of rest. And how much runs does Brisbane Heat need to win today? Depends, really. In T20, you just never know until you see the surface, how the surface is going to be playing. Normally, in the BBL, about 175 is a good total. But it just depends. Like some surfaces, 200 is not enough to be able to win a game. Just showing Rabada walking down the middle of the track. Just be careful with where he's putting his feet. You're not allowed to go inside of that middle third of the pitch. 1 ball left of this over. He's already bowled 5 dot balls here. For Rabada, just changing up his angle here. Usman Khawaja going a lot more around the wicket, quite wide in the crease. And Janssen. It looks like he's been bowling that angle to Khawaja also, but currently Khawaja and Labuschagne, they aren't scoring at a quick rate. Both sitting on just the 6 runs currently. We've already had approximately 50 minutes through the test match. Okay, Rabada just said he was going to go get the ball. That's why he walked in the middle of the pitch. And as Mark Moore, part of the commentary team, Hamish, says John Mills. I haven't heard him yet. I know I can hear Ian Smith, Sean Pollock, and also Kerry O'Keefe. I believe that they are the combination they've got at the moment. But I assume at some stage throughout the test match, Mark Moore will be popping his head in to let us know all about what Australia and South Africa are doing wrong. Almost already an hour, 10 minutes. They're going all right with the over rate. They might be down by about 1 or half an over now. It's a lot better than what we saw in the last test match, though, when Australia had a 22 first over, or was it 24 in the end that they managed to get to? Either way, it was about 6 overs or more behind what they needed. Here comes Marco Janssen, the left armer. Trying to talk to Labuschagne a little bit, giving him a bit of stick for not playing at that one. And pitch not green today, Hamish, says Kurt. Yeah, it is looking like quite a... Ooh. Okay, so they're actually just showing that both Rabada and Janssen have been in that kind of red zone quite a few times with their running. Also, Savas keeping it tight, which is good, says John Mills. Yeah, they haven't been leaking runs, which is very good news for South Africa. And their bowlers have always been, to the extent, the better of the batting or the bowling in this test match. but it's whether or not that batting can help back up the bowling attack. So if they lose another wicket here, Australia, sitting about 2 for 25, not an easy day to be able to build back into it. If Steve Smith's finger's hurting, that's exactly where South Africa will be aiming also. Wide ball from Janssen just to see if Labuschagne wants it. He refuses. Did you hear Renshaw has COVID? I did. Yeah, he took a rat test. He was negative, or sorry, he was positive in that one, but he was already selected for the side, and Australia decided that they wanted to leave him in the selection. So I don't know whether that was from talking to him. He said, yeah, no, I'm feeling all right, so I should be good to go. But you just hope that that's the way that it stays throughout his full 5 days, or else Australia, they'll lose that little bit of a spin option. Tries to drive that one there. Labuschagne, not able to do so. Bay 13 Bogans, what those men have got on their hats. Strategic hats as well, because they've got those ones that have the tail out the back that help you from getting sunburnt neck. I should have one of those when I was in Wanaka. So I got burnt across there and there. Unfortunately, it's a bit tender. Manny Renshaw's still smiling, which is a good sign, but you hope that he is still feeling a lot better than I guess he could be at this stage. And like they've just said, if Renshaw's condition deteriorates, then they've got to really think it through, Australia, for whether or not they're having him bowl. He probably won't anyway. Whether or not they do have him bat, whether he drops down the order. Theoretically, like, you want to make sure that he's all right. You think of Stoinis in the BBL, what he went through when he was testing positive and being unwell. Like, he was getting duck after duck. So Renshaw might go out there just for a bit of a heave, not try and run too much. And does he have to isolate from his mate Samish? In Australia, you don't actually have to anymore. So we're seeing that in the BBL. You're supposed to be a little bit away from your teammates. He's like half a meter, somewhere around there. But it's not enough of a distance to make a difference. Like, if they're going to get it, they're going to get it from him from being too close. But, like, with the way that the rules are, he's allowed to be that close. Now, as New Zealand going to beat Pakistan, they managed to get themselves 450 in their first innings, New Zealand, and then they do have Pakistan 3 down. That was at the end of day 2, including the last wicket to fall. Babar Azam was run out when he was on 20 New Stadium next Sydney Cricket Ground, Hamish. Says, was there from Kurt. To know that Australia are making quite a few renovations to a few of their stadiums soon. Just whether or not that is for the Rugby World Cup in 2027 or maybe some cricket in the future. I've recently had a World Cup, so it probably isn't so much for that side of things. Yeah, good catch from Janssen to get Warner out early on in the day. Yeah, just up to a nice height for Janssen. Everyone else would have had to catch it above the head. Janssen just here at chest height. Taking it nicely. Probably one of the tallest first slips around in the world at the moment. Marco Janssen, and Warner was disappointed. Aussie power, says Vernon. Yeah, they've been on 24 runs for the last 3 or 4 overs, I think. I've seen a huge amount of runs ticking over. Currently, Australia only scoring at 2 and over currently. Here comes Nokia again. We have switched to the other end now. A little bit leg side-ish. It's going to be whipped away by Kawaja. They should be able to get the nice easy 2 here. And those are the first runs for quite some time. So Maharaj wants a bit of a field change. I don't know how much say he has in it, as he's not bowling. And also, he's not the captain. Or the vice-captain, I don't think. And also, not a huge crowd. Why don't more people go to the cricket, says Al Mac. Normally, there's about 3 or 4 things that kind of, I guess, influence it. Cost is one, but I don't think they charge a huge amount for tickets at these test matches. In Australia, alongside that, you've also got, I guess, the time of year. Everyone's almost going back from their holidays, with it being the 4th. Still quite a few people around tourist-wise, though. You've also got, since it's a match that doesn't influence the series, like if this one was after Australia and South Africa were sitting 1-1. I can guarantee you they'd already have maybe about 35% more people at the game. And it looks like there is a decent crowd there, relatively packed in like sardines up the top. Yeah, hopefully they can consistently get that many throughout the whole of the test match. Yeah, Alawaka is one of them. Cheers, Kiwi Gamer. I like your videos, Samish. Cheers, Kurt. Appreciate that, mate. And also, in Pommyland, ticket prices are ridiculous. And good morning, Hamish. I'm baffled how Renshaw is on the boundary as a substitute. However, he has tested positive on a rat test for COVID. Shouldn't he be in the doors away from people, says Mark? He should be. But the way that they've got the Australian rules written, it's the same with the BBL. And I think they had to change a couple of these rules because they didn't think it through very well. Because what they did for the BBL, that's a pull shot from Kawaji's got hold of that 4 runs. Beautiful pull shot. And that will take him through now to 8 runs. In fact, that'll take him up to 12, I should say. 12 of 40. I see that my scoreboard has stopped updating, or has it? No, we're good. But yeah, in the BBL, it was if you tested positive, you had to sit away from your teammates. But then the coach who was sitting with your teammates can still come over and talk to you from this far away, which we saw for the Melbourne Stars being quite prominent. So the coach would go over and talk to Stoinis, then go back and sit next to the teammates that weren't testing positive. So it's a weird one. They don't really have it completely worked out. That's a ripper. It's a peach of a ball from Nokia there. Kawaja just nods and goes, yeah, that's a pretty good one. Does this mean Renshaw can't touch the ball or spit shine it? I definitely can't spit shine it because I don't think anyone's allowed to now due to the regulations. You're allowed to use sweat, but yeah, that's the thing. They're all going to be sharing the same ball while he's out there. No real spike on the bat, but man, it was close to the outside edge, and Nokia gives him a bit of a steer as well, the big quick. Charging into the crease again, 12 of 41. Nice pitched up delivery. Had to hit that one, Kawaja. Done well into the over, 1 for 30 for the Australian. So a bit more of an expensive over. We had 2 maidens before that. Bat speed, 120 kilometers per hour for Usman Khawaja. And he's the new Cam Bancroft, Renshaw, says John Mills. And South Africa, true losers, says Vernon. I mean, there have been moments in this test series that I've quite enjoyed watching the South Africans play. That last batting partnership in the last test match between Nokia and Angedi was actually probably one of the most entertaining parts that we have seen between that whole batting lineup of South Africa when they were smacking those shots around. And so he'll be made to tamper with the ball, says Sebastian. Hopefully not. Welcome in, Sebastian. I hope you are doing well. Hope you are excited for another test match. And Almac has got no hugs or high fives for Renshaw. That's the thing, though. As soon as they get a wicket, how do you instinctively not run into the middle and give everyone a high five? Like Renshaw will just have to sit out in the field way back here while his teammates are all celebrating. Just go, good job, boys. I'll watch you from way over here. I'll give you a clap. Like he might as well be sitting in the crowd at that point, being that far away from them. And with all the crap being put on us, the beginning just shows how much they went to extremes. Their rules surrounding it. But then it also still shows that there's still a lot of grey area. And I think they need to, they already changed it for the BBL. They were like, right, well, what we had in play was not working because we didn't actually think it through. So they were like, right, we need to make sure that the players who are unwell get a separate changing room. They have to be pretty much completely kept away from everyone. But then I think it got to the point how they were just like, well, maybe we should just not have the players actually playing and put them the long stop or put them at long stop, says John. There. And that's the other thing for Matty Renshaw. What do you do when you're on the boundary fielding and then there's a kid yelling out, Renshaw, you're my favourite player. Watched you since you were younger. Can I get your autograph? Oh, he'll just have to sit there going, no, I'm sick. So he's going to have a lot to think about when he's out on the field. He's going to have to remember when there's a wicket falling, he can't go see his teammates. When there's a kid asking for an autograph in the crowd, why do I say graph? I'm from New Zealand, graph, an autograph in the crowd. He won't be able to go see him. If the ball goes over the boundary rope, is he allowed to even go get that? Or does someone have to underarm throw it back to him? Imagine if Renshaw infects half the team. Crazy to select him, says Al Mac. It was. And like they've said, with current precautions, they should have been able to switch him out. And I think they just decided they didn't want to. Nice shot from Marnus, but well done from Janssen to be able to cut that ball off. They were Shane sitting on 6 of 28. And Renshaw, you're my favourite player. That'd be ridiculous. That'd be ridiculous. I wish there's people watching. There are, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's got Renshaw as their favourite. Well, a few people, surely from like Brisbane or Adelaide. Yeah, get a bit of love over there, wouldn't he? But yeah, like there's a lot that he's better off just not being out there on the field and them having a subfielder the whole game. And then if that's the case, like we've said, what was the point in selecting him? Yes, they probably had their pre-organized lineup that they might have slightly surrounded their team around. But what I would have done is just put Alex Carey batting a bit higher, put him at 6. Worst comes to worst, I would have I take that back. I would have promoted Agar to 6, then had Carey 7, Cummins 8, then gone Boland, Lyon, Hazelwood, or Hazelwood, Lyon. That's a nice drive. Gone out to the fielder, though. Like, I would have just put Scotty Boland in as an extra option. Even though, yes, it's a spinner's track, but nah. You got Nathan Lyon, you got Ashton Agar. That's enough spin. They're saying that Australia went with a little bit more of a batting positive lineup, and the Poison Dwarf's mine, says John. Currently, South Africa, they've made Australia only score at 2.17 runs per over. So not a huge amount of runs ticking over on the board currently for the Aussies. Kawaja sitting on 12 off 42. Labuschagne sitting on 6 off 30 deliveries. That'll be the end of the 14th over. That's going to be the drinks break. So they are currently 1 over behind for their over rate. I would say once we get the spin in, might be a little bit quicker. Having the Bundaberg drinks break. Advertising some ginger beer. If they were advertising the mango one, I would have been very keen. But ginger beer, I don't think I've actually had ginger beer. Brother, they stopped AFL football altogether in the beginning. I should say. To be honest, I think I have handled horrendously, says Mark. Yeah, it's one of those selections of Renshaw that can either benefit them or bite them. And I would say currently, that's the thing, whoever 12th man is, if he's in that dugout right next to Renshaw who's talking to all those guys, then what happens if he then tests positive being the 12th man? Then do you go to your 13th? He's also been sitting in that same booth. So I would have thought Renshaw, as lonely as it would have gotten, he would have been better off sitting on a seat away from everyone else. But then he was very close to a couple of the Australian members of the team during the national anthem. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens by about day 3. Aussie Pie versus Kiwi Pie. Who wins? Kiwi Pie every day of the week. I know some Australians will be annoyed hearing that, but the thing that makes it different, although it depends on the region of Australia, normally to get crispy pastry is quite tricky to do in Aussie just because of that humidity. It doesn't seem to allow the pie to be able to kind of fluff up as nicely as it would here in New Zealand. Yeah, so they're saying Renshaw's keeping his distance from his teammates. He was still only about half an inch from them. Show a Nokia celebration when he got that first wicket at David Warner. Seen a couple half chances for South Africans, but Kawaja's been playing pretty nicely, building well. And to be honest, it's probably one of the lowest amounts of runs Australia have had in the first hour of a test match in a pretty long time. Only the 30 runs on the board currently. Steak and cheese, says John. It's the one that I like. Or just plain steak sometimes goes all right as well. Does it feel like normally from a steak or a steak and cheese, you can tell what kind of quality meat they're using? What's your go-to steak and cheese, says Almac? Yeah, or steak. I'd probably go steak, to be honest. And then if they don't have steak, I'd go steak and cheese. It's a huge call, bro. And we have some outstanding pies. Think about all the pastry chefs here in Oz, says Mark. It is true, but I think in terms of like fancy pies, could go either way. And like you said, you probably got more pastry chefs over there in Australia than New Zealand. So fancy pies probably could go to Australia, but like just stock standard, like going down to the servo and getting a soggy pie doesn't sound that ideal. But like uh, something for about $3, $4 pies, I'd say goes to New Zealand. Yeah. Okay. Manus is using a lighter on his helmet, trying to burn a little bit of the fraying, maybe a little bit of something falling from the helmet because he was going like this, Manus. He was asking, I think some of them thought he was asking for a cigarette while he was out at the middle. Best ketchup, New Zealand or Australia? Haven't had a huge amount of either of them. I just have normally Waddy's tomato sauce. I think that's from New Zealand. So I'll go with that, I guess. And Scotty Boland have a cult following. He's always in good bowling form. And he is running hot at the moment, says Joshua. So, yeah, I would have thought he would have been a good one to have at the SCG, mainly because, if anything, he's just going to add more to the crowd, aren't they? Like, they're going to steam in, seeing Scotty there, getting the autographs out on the boundary because he can give those. He is asking for a joint. The dear heart, bless him, says Sebastian there. Tell you what, that would have been. Has that happened before at a professional test match? I doubt it. A player who needs to have a smoke at the drinks break. I know Muzzer for our team has a smoke in between innings. So that's something. It's going to be worked to the league side. Okay, so Nokia's going to continue his spell. At the moment, we need a pie off. Pies from around the world, says Al Mac. The trickiest part would be getting the pies all to the same location, I think, and cooking them the exact same way so that they have consistency, I guess. Warner, he was going at a decent run rate, 10 off 11 balls. Libashane sitting there, 6 runs off 31 deliveries. Anytime over New Zealand, says Vernon. We never actually learnt, Vernon. Are you from Australia? Or are you just someone who hates South Africa and New Zealand? Like, where are you actually from? I don't think you were able to tell us last time. Spy I had at Bakers Hill on the way to Calgary was not too bad. Also have one at Calgary, says Kiwi Gamer. In Geelong, Victoria, they have a pie called Vermont's Pies. Quality pie, crispy crust, and quality beef stew inside at a good price, $3 to $4, says Mark in there. Although I know a lot of people would say that the Fairley Bakehouse, one of the best pies around here in New Zealand. Cut shot from Kawaja, doesn't get it too well. Aussie Beer versus New Zealand Beer, says Al Mac. I feel like, as my dad would say, there's only good beer and better beer. Because no matter how bad a beer is, if you're thirsty enough, it seems like a good beer. Some wise words there from the old man. However, you can't be from outside Australia and love Australia, I'll tell you that much. Says Sebastian. West Indies smoking hot in the outfield, says Joshua. He needs to get high, Manus, and he's not scoring. Nokia to Kawaja outside of off. 143k, so he's still getting some decent speed down there at the moment for Nokia. And I think he's going to be the workhorse of the South African side. And in some regards, he may actually end up bowling more than some of the spin bowlers in this side. Australia, they won the toss, decided that they would have a bat. They've currently got 50 minutes left of the first session. So you'd say another wicket falling definitely makes the South Africa session. Australia still be one down at the end of it and score a few more runs. You'd say it's probably a bit 50-50. I don't see South Africa getting to the point of losing this session, though, from here because of the slow running score or the slow scoring rate of the Australians currently. Almost 15 overs down. CG once again looking very nice in the background. I believe when we watched the AFL, we were kind of tucked up inside of that part or a little bit further around, so we couldn't actually see too much. By the way, I'll get the membership sorted as soon as I can. A damn thing won't renew automatically. Have to do it myself. Says Sebastian. I was wondering why your name wasn't green, Sebastian, from just before. It's all good. I've still got your Christmas emoji. I'm feeling like some stage I might have to take it away, but I like leaving it up because it's nice and Christmassy, isn't it? It's currently still in the corner, and it's 2023. Shane Warne liked a good pie with his beer, says Alan Mac there. I feel like a pie and a beer seems to be quite a nice combination. It's like getting, what else can you have that's like a double whammy? Some wine and some cheese. People do that, don't they? Oh, there's someone leaving. Where they go? No. Janssen, 4 runs off 3 overs. That was actually just, I believe, the one boundary where he pulled it a little bit towards the leg side and Kawaja was able to hook it away. Side of off stump, Labuschagne leaves. I'm from Australia and I tend to be honest and open about our country. I didn't love Australia. I don't love Australia like I did when I was younger because I have learned things, says Mark. But I'm just saying it went that way a little bit. I wonder when we're going to get to see the first spin come into play for the for the South African bowlers. I think out of the two, it would probably be Harmer that they go with. Is beach rugby a sport? Ooh, beach rugby. I don't know if it's like a professional sport, but I saw, where was it? Was it Dubai that they were playing rugby on this floating platform out in the water, and pretty much to score a try, you just jump off the end into the water? It was somewhere fancy anyway, but they had like this massive floating platform, and to jump into the water at the end of the board meant that you had scored that try. And like fish and chips, says Mark. Yeah, to an extent, you got to have one with the other, don't you? Janssen, 1 run there off Labuschagne. Nice ball shot. Perth Scorchers versus Sydney Thunder at 9 p.m. tonight. Big Bash Hamish, are you going to Big Bash stream tonight? Says Kurt, 9 p.m. Is that New Zealand time or Australian time, Kurt, that kicks off? I assume that it would be Australian time. Not too sure. It depends on what time I do get back from seeing a couple childhood friends. One of them got married. I'm going to be meeting up with them a little bit later on today. We're working that one to the leg side, Kawaja. Straight out to the man at square leg. No run taken again. This is a very well set field for Australia, for South Africa at the moment. A lot of people in the way. Murph Hughes was notoriously abusing food and alcohol. He doesn't shy from a pie and pint either. Seb. Yeah, Murph Hughes, there was that plane ride, wasn't there, where he was able to consume a huge amount of alcohol, which is, I mean, it's quite impressive in a way to be able to get that many beverages in you. Like, that was a weird ball from Janssen. I think it was an off cutter, and then it almost went back the other way off the seam. The way I was watching that one. And Australia time says good. So yeah, will depend a little bit on what time we do end up finishing up there, but more than likely the next live stream after this one will be day 2 of this test match, and Harmer will turn it away from Usman. So it's the Savage best bet, says John there. And I'm just going to have a quick look at the rain radar again. I know that by about, so 2 p.m. at the moment for South Africa, thunderstorms are expected off the outside edge of Kawaja, but it does roll along the ground. Chasing this one hard, it will be Zondo able to cut it off. They do get back for the 2 runs. Oh, okay, but the weather's changing a little bit. So it's supposed to be 60% chance of rain at 2 p.m. with the thunderstorms, 70% chance of rain at 3 p.m. with also thunderstorms. Then it's supposed to go quite quiet for 2 hours, 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. And then it's supposed to start raining in the evening again. And also rain pretty much right through overnight. So it could be quite wet tomorrow in Sydney, But we're still sitting maybe about 3 hours, 2 hours or so away from the rain starting. Hopefully that one's come back in again. I think another cutter there from Janssen rolling over the fingers. Also, we have good there. I remember when I was younger, or when we were younger, we used to call it Tish and Phipps and Flutter Buys, butterfly due to them doing so. Says Mark. Also, wasn't that Boone, Hamish? 52 beers Sydney to Heathrow. I think it was, wasn't it? 52, one for every week of the year. You got to wonder, what I can't remember. Was it those little miniature ones, or was it like the full size beverages? Whoa! In the top 8 for Australia, they've just said that Australia actually have 6 left-handers. The only 2 who aren't left-handed is Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. Everyone else, all lefties. It's going to be Nokia looking like he's going to continue the spell. Kawaja, 14 runs, Labuschagne, 7. Slow scoring rate here for Australia, but it's been some brilliant bowling from South Africa to not allow these two to start getting away. Marnus looks like he's got quite an old bat here. Some tape across it, so maybe going back and finding one of those old ones that scored him a whole heap of runs. Hasn't scored many throughout this series. My uncle claimed he beat Booty's record. He was an alcoholic, says Almac there. Well, the thing is, 52 is a very large number, but you think about it, airplane prices are huge. So you're probably looking at a good grand worth of alcohol to be able to have all of those miniature bottles. Maybe if you're lucky, it might only be like 500 to a grand, but it's still a lot of money. And good for Harmer then. Says John Mills. A nicely bowled by Nokia. That one came back in a little bit to Leversham, but solid defence in behind it. 16.2 overs down. The Australians still hanging on. Just looking for that scoring opportunity. Australia will steamroll those losers, says Vernon there. Vernon, he obviously hasn't gained positivity for his New Year's resolution, sadly. But some people are just born like that, aren't they? But they're just showing there 9 matches, 34 wickets. And Aussie Cricket Australia paid. Oh, well, then you'd be drinking as many as you can, wouldn't you? And my favourite cricket player of all time, Matthew Wade and David Warner and Smith Hamish, says Curtin there. 3 very talented players from that bunch. Almost cutting that one back into his stumps, Marnus, but it does end up hitting its leg. Current run rate 2 for the South Africans. Their bowling has been precise, not allowing too many freebies, which is exactly what they need to continue doing. And I think Australia will be looking forward to spin. They may even consider really going after the spinner. Leg side-ish. Jinx that one a little bit. Looks like Marnus is going to be running hard. They'll just get the one, though. Well cut off by Rabada. Keep it to the single. It's going to be the leg bye, though. Nokia already in this first session, almost bowling 7 overs all. Well, in fact, every single ball, I believe, other than maybe a slow ball thrown in there, has been over 140 k's an hour. Looks like Algar wants to do a little bit of a field change, maybe. Okay, I don't think they're going to change it by the looks of it. And they've actually said there that Nokia normally prefers bowling with a slightly older ball rather than the brand new one. Nice one again. Kawaja plays well. He is coming round the wicket to Usman. So, yeah, Harmer, I would think, isn't too far off. 3 cheats. That's unbelievable, Kurt. Says Sebastian. All right, a 2.02 at the moment. And also, we have the originals. I made a YouTube video 2 weeks ago called Buzz Lightyear Sank the Titanic. Interesting. And also, we have got there, seems you're getting COVID, Kiwi. Why, because I yawned? Good one, Vernon. How long did it take you to come up with that one? Now, Nokia left alone again, outside of off stump. It was how long has it been since Kawaja has made a decent total? It's been a little while, unfortunately. It seems to be he's outlasted Warner a lot, but that doesn't really say too much because Warner, other than his double century, hasn't really got a huge amount of runs either. So I mean, he's had a couple 50s. He got 90, I think, in one of the first South African matches, or was it up against the West Indies? He was able to get his 90. And also, we have got there, I thought you said 3 cheers, says John Mills. Now, Janssen continuing his bowling, sitting on 4 overs, 7 runs off him. So, no Australian batsman has really been able to propel forward in this innings yet. And that is something that South Africa in the past have actually been ridiculed for. They've said they haven't been able to score enough runs in a hurry so that when Australia do pick up those wickets, it puts them under just that little bit more pressure. It is very overcast there at the ground currently. Janssen round the wicket there to Marnus. They were shown once again outside of off stump. Marnus not keen to play at it. He's just waiting for the ball to be straight or on his pads and he whips it away to the leg side. Goes straight down the ground. Not willing to chase the wrong ball though, and he needs to make sure that he keeps that mindset because or else then if he hesitates, goes after one, he'll find himself heading back to the changing sheds and exposing Steve Smith to the middle, which I'm sure Steve wouldn't be too happy about. Over Shane. 8 runs off 38 deliveries. We've seen one nice cover drive from Marnus. Other than that, he hasn't played anything outside of the off stump. Who's at 5 for the Aussies, Hamish? They've still got Travis Head. He's going to be there at 5. Then at number 6, it's supposed to be Matty Renshaw. So he'll be hoping that he doesn't have to bat today. Then it goes Alex Carey, Ashton Agar, and then you're into the bowlers of Cummins, Hazelwood, and Nathan Lyon. I believe that's almost the whole side. Yeah, I believe that's all of them. For the Australians, shorter ball. Marnus just whipped away. Perfect timing there. He hardly even tried to hit that one. Just managed to get the timing right. Janssen gets smacked away to the boundary. And Labuschagne picks up his first runs in quite some time. Janssen just let that one slide out of his hands. And Labuschagne just pretty much, that was as hard as he hit it. Perfect positioning. Other bat got it out of the middle. At least South Africa has bowled a great line and constant pressure. A good start. Marnus just to the boundary, says Mark. And also we have got there. Hey, Hamish, says Xavier. Welcome in. You're doing well. Almost getting another run there, Marnus, but it's well stopped by Janssen. I've just said that this bat is probably a match-only bat for Marnie. Got quite a bit of tape around it as well. And my dad just told me that Matty Renshaw got a positive rat test. He did, but he's still in the side. They decided to leave him in there. At the leg side by Marnus, well fielded and close by Bavuma. Player who had quite a bit of talking point about him from the last match for being extremely selfish. He ran out 2 of his teammates, then blamed both times on his teammate. And it will be interesting to see how he goes in this game, whether or not he does become a team player for this match or whether he's still going to be all about himself and have no care in the world for the other side or other members of his side. And why does beetroot turn a burger into a Kiwi burger? Kiwis like beetroot? Not sure. I've never actually had beetroot. I can't really comment on the beetroot status of New Zealand. I guess so. Is beetroot not like a common thing in other places, though? I would think that everywhere there's a bit of beetroot around. 18 overs down, 38 for 1 for Australia here. So a slow scoring rate, a little bit more in that over, though. We saw the 4 runs. Still 35 minutes left. I am, says Amelia. Welcome in. You are doing very well today. Currently sitting I believe in Melbourne, you guys must be almost ticking over to lunchtime. And your calling was excellent, Hamish. In my opinion, very clear and decisive, says John Mills in there as well. I just hope that my voice lasts because I feel like I've done quite a bit of talking over the last few days. And if I do end up losing my voice, it's going to be a lot harder to be able to talk as much as I normally do. But we were almost through the first session without too many problems with the voice. So fingers crossed that's the way that it stays. I'm doing good. My sleep schedule has been bad this past week, says Amelia. I would say the same about mine, except almost in reverse. I'm getting up at a decent hour of the morning, which isn't ideal. Because the test match starts at 12:30. I was actually going to be up at about 8 today. Because when we were over in Wanaka, I think both days I was up relatively early, but I decided I'd sleep in today just to get back to, I guess, catching up on a bit more sleep. So tomorrow I might be up relatively early. What were your thoughts on the Sixers versus the Heat? I actually only got to see a little bit of that game. I got to see some of Brisbane's batting while inside of a club or inside of a bar. They had quite a few TVs though, so it was quite good. You could see it from pretty much anywhere that you looked. So I only really got to see a little bit of batting. It was while Jimmy Pearson was at the middle and someone else. And then, yeah, I got to see only a little bit of it, about 3 overs or so. And you do know what they say, you can root a beat, but you can't beat a root. There you go. I haven't heard that one, Mark, but I feel like I won't forget it now. Wider on strike. 14 off 56 balls. Patient from the Australians. Nice back foot punch. It's going to be one. Maharaj does well to field it. Another single for Kawaja there. The current run rate is 2.11. So still quite slow for the Australians as of their normal standards. Normally they'll go at about 3.6. That seems very, very exact. Yeah, about 3.5. Heat got 224 for 5 off their 20 overs. Sixers got 209 all out after 20 overs. Here's Xavier there. Nice. So a high scoring one. It just shows, though, that, like, depending on the game situation, like, sometimes 200 is just not enough to win you a match. Like, the Sixers, in 80% of their other games, getting 209 runs, they should have won. But because they were chasing 224, it's just not enough. That's a great back foot punch from Marnus Labuschagne. His first boundary on the offside for quite some time. And a very nice shot from Marnus. 16 off 44. Are these Aussie test players contracted to BBL sides? They are, but they won't be playing in those BBL teams for maybe another week or two. I believe then they're able to come back in. And sometimes the teams do add them in for the finals, and then other sides decide to leave them out and allow those guys who have played throughout the whole year a chance to be able to play. Marnus Labuschagne, 16 off 44. One was a little bit straighter from Nokia, better length. So getting him playing on the front foot, 139k, so a little bit slower from the South African quick. Once this ball's bowled, we'll be sitting with 30 minutes left of the session. Theoretically, they need to try and get through 11 overs, which might be quite tricky. I'm happy Usman Khawaja is at the Heat. Here's Xavier, so yeah, he'll get a chance a bit later on. Travis Head, Alex Curry, all going back to the Adelaide Strikers. I bet Usman isn't, though. Yeah, you would have definitely liked to see them a bit higher up in the table by the time he makes it back into the BBL. That will be the end of the over, 43 for 1. Get Harmer on. I think it's about time they do try out a little bit of spin. They might go back to Rabada at one end, perhaps. Okay, it's actually, it's Maharaj. Interesting choice to go with Maharaj rather than Harmer here. Just because, like we've said, I thought Harmer probably would have been preferring bowling to the left-handers. Maybe because Marnus is at the crease, though, they've decided to give Maharaj the first crack. Good afternoon. Had an earthquake around 5:30 a.m. I didn't feel it, but my husband did. He woke up. Well, he woke me up, says Novmum. So hopefully it wasn't too heavy. What was it on the Richter scale, Novmum? Hopefully you didn't end up with any damage from it. We beat the Sixers whilst the Stars lost. However, we're still on the bottom of the table. And I'm still so happy that the Renegades won last night, meaning Melbourne is red. And I'm happy David Warner is at the Sydney Thunder, Hamish. Says Kurt there. All right, Kawaja sitting 15 off 57. Bit of a field change. Man deep on the onside, man deep on the offside. Pretty much both square of the wicket. Maharaj, what can he do with this ball in hand? Will be the first sign of spin at the SCG. Both sides stacking their sides with a bit more spin. That was a big full toss. Juicy one. And Kawaja smacks it away for 4 runs. Maharaj will definitely want to take that ball back. Now moves up to 19 off 58 balls. Yeah, real loosener from Maharaj. Big full toss, hits it out of the middle of the bat. Yeah, really smoked that one through the cover. Okay, that one at least bounced, but it's worked down the ground for the one. Already 5 runs on the first 2 balls of Maharaj's bowling. And no damage was a 5.1 near Tiaroha and Hamilton, says no. So 5.1 is just a little bit high, isn't it? By casual earthquake. Hopefully that is as high as they go. I know that we had a little patch a while ago how there were just repeatedly about 3 or 4 5s just in different regions of the North Island, which of course is not great on the Richter scale. Labuschagne 16 off 46. He'll be hoping for a big juicy full toss for his first delivery from Maharaj as well. He's bounced that one, but it's a half volley almost by the time it does end up sitting up. Another single taken. This might work in South Africa's favour because they will try to take to him. Might bring a wicket, says Mark. Yeah, at the moment, the spin, something that Australia do often enjoy playing, definitely at the SCG. Usman Khawaja played here a little bit more often than a lot of other players. And, they've got backward point on the fence. They've also got a deep square leg on the fence. And then a man down the ground. They can take the single when they want it. Maharaj needs sunny weather and a dry pitch to be effective for mine, says John Mills. Yeah, it seems interesting that they decided to give him a crack here rather than Harmer. It's a better ball from him that time, getting it to spin a little bit. Just going to check the odds for this match as it currently sits. I believe Australia was 70% likely to win this match at the start of the game. It's going to be 6 runs off the first over a spin. 49 for 1 now. Australia set. Okay, so they're actually still exactly 70%. And the draw is 21. Australia still the more majority. And then South Africa sitting on 9% for their chance to win. I reckon the wickets will come. It's the run scoring that's a concern for the Proteas. Hope they can put on a decent total, says Sebastian. I'd love to see them get over 300 in this test match because I believe that last match was actually the first time they had hit 200 runs in an innings for about 8 innings or so. John Howard, former Prime Minister in attendance, they've just said, having a bit of a yawn. Run rate 2.45 as we currently sit. It's going to be Rabada back into the attack. This is what I thought they'd go with, but I thought Harmer would be the guy at the other end. Doing a bit of bowling. Maybe they'll give him the crack before the end of the session. Apparently only 26 minutes left, though, of session number 1 in the match. I'll just have a quick look at the weather report again, see whether or not it's progressed forward. Hay fever's still a thing, unfortunately. So yeah, still 2 p.m, 60% likely to rain, 70% at 3 p.m. Currently, local time, it is 12:05. And there's some more no balls being bowled by Rabada. And Sydney seems to treat spinners okay. However, it may take a few days for the ground to wear and tear to help the turn. Yeah, I think normally day 4 and 5 are fun times for spinners. But it's just getting to that point because, of course, your pace bowlers can't bowl everything up till then. They do need that little bit of help from the spinning department. But that's why if I was in charge of Australia, shot from Marnus once again, smacking it out through that mid-wicket boundary region, 4 more runs. So now it seems like Australia's starting to accelerate near the end of the session. But yeah, for me, I would have definitely taken Renshaw out and added an extra pace option when finding out that he did test positive, whether that was Boland, whether that was Lance Morris, just so that like Nathan Lyon and Ashton Hager, I think would have been all the spin that they needed, but they wanted to stack their batting a little bit more, Australia, with losing Cam Green. Nice back foot on drive from Marnus, says Mark. And is that Clarson's the Safa selected, Hamish? The selector, I know that it was the ex-Australian Prime Minister, if we're talking about that same guy that they were just showing. And Sydney seems to treat, no, I read that one, didn't I? And why do we sit, or do we sit out Boland? Couldn't Renshaw have sat out, or Travis Head? Well, once Renshaw tested positive, I would have thought that that would have been almost, it would have been logical to put Boland back in. But because they selected their side so early, they decided not to switch it or something along those lines. And it might shoot themselves in the foot a little bit here for Australia, which is why these two need a good partnership. I mentioned it at the time that Warner went out. These two need to put on at least a 50 run, if not more. Steve Smith, he'll be next to the crease. Then it goes Travis Head and then Matty Renshaw. Labuschagne actually overtaking Kawaja now for runs. 21. Quite a few boundaries in the last few overs. Arnis, and having the spin come in and bowling over, they went for 6. And then also now having Rabada, who's currently gone for 5 runs off this over. I think it will give Australia quite a bit of confidence before they head into the final kind of 15 minutes or so. They may even look to attack just that little bit more at this rate. You sure will be, Mark. And congrats on a full year membership, bud. Kiwi lads will be happy, says Mark. And of course, I didn't mean to say it like that. And of course, you will now have that diamond button as well, the nice blue shade. I wish we could add another one for, I don't know what the next one would be, maybe 24 months. We haven't come up with a design, though, that feels special enough to be a 2-year thing. But yeah, 12 months, very long time. Stuck around as a member, Robert. We hugely appreciate it. I hope you have had some good use of those emojis. Now, end of another over. Maharaj back in. I suppose Renshaw can also bowl spin. He can, but then they've also got Travis Head, Steve Smith, and Marnus Labuschagne. So I would have thought spin-wise they'd be full enough. And sure have, says Robert. And Heinrich Klaassen doesn't play Test cricket, to my knowledge. He's a white ball specialist. And he should have given Aaron Hardy or Nessa a go at 6. 2 pace bowlers isn't enough, except in India. Glancing down the wicket there for Kawaja, whips it down the ground, goes to Nokia and does just get the 1 run from it. Labuschagne now is back on strike. They're starting to work around the spin quite nicely. And Platinum membership, Hamish, 5 years, says John. I don't know if they've got the option of 5 years. They might have the option of 24 or 36, maybe. I'll have to have another look at it, maybe. See what I can find out. And please like and subscribe, peoples, if you guys haven't yet. Cheers. There's Mark there. Yeah, it is hugely appreciated. Anyone who is new, sure to hit that subscribe button. Nicely played by Marnus. That is the best ball I think we've seen from Maharaj so far today. And it was his 8th delivery, which I think is almost what number he bats, isn't it? That kind of works out quite nicely. Again, well fielded by Maharaj. Had to cover a bit of ground. be able to cut that ball off. Partnership sitting 43 off 108 deliveries. As Australia build towards that lunch break, they want to make sure they are still only the 1 wicket down. Marnus hitting it hard down the ground. The man who was almost at a deep mid on, or sorry, a deep mid off, but he wasn't quite standing where a deep mid off would. He was a bit further back, about halfway in between the ring and the boundary. They've rested Nissa for the India series, says Robert. Maharaj, 2 singles so far and 2 dot balls. Well played by Khawaja, playing it extremely late. He's actually lost his wicket 3 times while facing Maharaj, they've just shown. Average of 34. He scores a few runs, but eventually Maharaj seems to wear him down. A bit too leg side-ish there. It's hit straight into the man and closes Ondo. End of the over. 1 for 56 now. So another 19 minutes left of this session. Partnership sitting 44 of 111. Maharaj rolls R. That takes some tongue twisting skills, man, says Nazzy Williams. And I think Maharaj is one, or is the vice captain. That's why he's bowling himself, says John Mills. We've just seen here from South Africa. They've hit the stumps 5 times in terms of their bowling line and length. They've missed the stumps 116 times. And that's been a common number we've seen. But interestingly enough, they always only show that for when South Africa's bowling. They don't show us the comparison for when Australia's bowling. Should be quite interesting to see if it is as low, where there are a few more deliveries getting close. Rabada, last over, relatively expensive for a nice back foot punch from Marnus Labuschagne. Side of off stump, just left alone again. 132 Ks currently Rabada's bowling at. This is a much needed partnership though for Australia after losing Warner early for just the 10 runs off 11 deliveries. I wonder how long he would have gone for at that high scoring rate though, had he not gone out as early as he did, Warner, because he didn't look like he had any intentions of slowing down. That's a nothing shot from Marnus, I thought, but he's actually just glided it through the slip cord and they took out the man in the middle and he just ends up popping it straight through. I think Khawaja's just saying, what was that shot, mate? Marnus just annoying the field there. Yep, just hits it straight into the gap between, I believe it was slip and gully. They ended up taking out that extra man there. Just hits it perfectly through the gap. The Aussies are more accurate, especially Hazelwood, says John Mills there. Rabada, he's annoyed because he's just taken the man out of that region, put him in close on the offside, and Marnus has seen that and gone, all right, that'll do. Nice and solid behind that one there. Only 2 runs off the 50 partnership between these two. 15 minutes left of the session. We'll have the 40-minute break and be back into the action at 3:10 New Zealand time, which will be approximately an hour from when the rain is supposed to start falling. And I've seen here 60% chance that it rains at 2 p.m. local time. It's actually gone up to 80% chance now that it rains at 3 p.m. That was only 70% about 15 to 30 minutes ago. Friday currently is supposed to be the wettest day of them all. For the test, 60% chance that it rains tomorrow, and then 50% chance that it rains on the Saturday at some point. But the final day of the test match is supposed to be sunny. I got a question for you, Amish. Why no pink ball today, says Kurt. It's actually a question I asked a bit earlier on as well. I was curious at why for the pink test that it wasn't pink ball. Maybe just the way that they had it laid out already. Maybe they're only allowed 1 pink ball test. In fact, all of the test matches for this series have been non-pink ball, haven't they? So maybe it's something to do with the overlaps that it would have with the New Zealand-Pakistan game, or just, yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, actually, no, I can tell you why. It's because of the BBL. They probably didn't want to have it overlapping with the Big Bash League, so they decided to have the early games go live when the Black Cats play. Not today. Today, I'm going to be going and hanging with a couple people who I did used to be friends with in primary school. So one of them got married just before New Year's, so I'm going to go see him Haven't seen them both for about maybe close to 10 years. It'll be good to catch up. With them and Steve Smith, Cummins, Usman. I used to be SCG. Now Gabba, Hazelwood, Lyon will fire with the SCG home ground advantage, and Warner should have fired, says Robert. And to an extent, he was, but he just ended up going out, unfortunately. Just showing the highlights so far between these two. 21 runs for Kawaja. Livershane sitting on 26. Both trying to build themselves towards a big total here. But Kawaja normally always played that extremely late. Usman Kawaja. Normally at the SCG, this is the one that he does normally do very nicely. I'm back, says Leo. Welcome back, mate. You are enjoying the test match cricket. Who do you think will win between Pakistan and New Zealand as well, Leo? Do let me know. I'm on your TV right now. Hello, everyone. And also, we have got the. I'm also back. You're on Leo's TV. Wait, so did you also play in that game, Sublime Official? I didn't catch on for that one, if that's the case. And Pink Ball calls for pink G-string, says Nazi Worms. Well, I know I certainly won't be wearing one. Be uncomfy, wouldn't it? There's only 3 pink ball games in a day night, or it's a day night test, says Mark. And I was like, yes, John. And no, I'm his friend. Okay. And he's at my place, says Leo. In there as well. Oh, nicely bowled again from Maharaj. Little bit of spin still on offer at the SCG early on. I play for Roncalli Colts, says Sublime. Oh, so what grade is that in, Sublime? Is that in, because I know we're in the 3rd grade. Which grade would that be in? No, so New Zealand will win, says Leo. Hopefully they can get over the line. It seems like currently with that first innings, as long as Pakistan lose some early wickets today, they should have a decent crack. It looks like Harmer also warming up, getting ready to maybe have a bit of a bowl before the end of the day. Is this Glenn McGrath's breast cancer test damage? It is indeed. That's why you'll see a lot of the players with the pink numbers on their back. For the Australians, you'll see the pink all around the ground, and also quite a few people in the crowd wearing the pink shirts and everything along those lines as well. Maharaj looks like he's just setting his field a little bit differently. In another catching option. He's gone for 1 run here, so he's been a lot more economical since that first over, finding his line nicely as well. It's not the same as you, says Sublime. So yeah, we'll be. I'm trying to remember what the other grades are called. It's not A grade. It might be. Are you in 4th grade, Sublime? Are you from South Canterbury, says Leo? I am indeed. So 30 minutes south of Timaru in Waimati's where I'm located. So I assume you would have been in that team, Leo, that came down to face us when it ended up raining, unfortunately, at the local park. So hopefully we can get a game going down here. It'd be quite nice. And it's very overcast, Hamish. True. It's getting darker and darker. This rain is coming soon, says Mark. Yeah, I believe it's about an hour to an hour and a half away. Hopefully it stays around as long as possible. And yet that was sad. Says Leo, it was. I was actually supposed to be opening the batting for that one. And I'm allow A grade as well. Says Sublime there. I remember playing A grade. It was always a lot of fun. I think my best in A grade was 43. But other than that, I didn't do too flash. I think we are playing on the road in Pakistan. Will you cover some sessions today for them? That boring match. I don't think we've got any New Zealand Pakistan today. But we will be hopefully doing New Zealand, Pakistan. At this stage, it's looking like day 5, unless maybe a couple of these games or a couple of these days for South Africa, Australia get rained off a bit more. And it's very overcast-ish. And also we have got the SCG test now after New Year's. It's always Glenn McGrath Day. Is Robert right? Harmer, first attack that we're going to see from him. I think he's going to go all right, which normally means he's going to get hit for a boundary first ball. No, he's on the money. Straight away, 80 kilometers an hour, so a little bit slower. And also, we there, PS below, not allow. Oh, okay, so below A grade. And there. And can you put the game on the live? Says Leo. Sadly, due to licensing and copyright, if we show any match footage or audio, they end up taking us straight off YouTube, sadly. Yeah, it's on Sky Sport 2 here in New Zealand. I've also got a few highlights that go up on cricket.com.au, their YouTube channel. What happened to Wagner, Hamish? Did he get injured, says John Mills? I think he might have, because he didn't bowl a lot in that first test. What a ball. That is from Harmer. Nice bit of spin there. Luke Peach to Usman. Is it to go away from him? Yeah, that one's pitched on middle and gone outside of off. They're just showing it again. Very nice delivery from Harmer. And that will give Usman Khawaja just a little bit more to think about. We're only 10 minutes away from lunch. Cheers, Hamish, says Sublime Official. And also, if you're in your description for this video, it says second test match between these two. It's the third, says Robert. So that'll be a typo, unfortunately. Make sure that we fix that one. Normally, no one reads the description, to be fair. So that's why I don't have a huge amount of effort sometimes going into them. At your best, or if your best was 3 for 4, if I heard correctly, that's outstanding. Average in A grade. Or my best was 43 for the bat. Best bowling, it's weird. I can never remember what my best bowling figures were. But I know that I got, it might have been about 4 wickets, 8 runs off 4 overs. I think was my best 4 for 8, I believe. But that was a long time ago. It's taken out of the game because he didn't bowl very well, I think. Plus, Henry played well with the bat, says Leo. Yeah, it's good to see Matt Henry once again getting a bit more of a crack. And then Harmer gets through his first over fast, or gets through his overs fast. Yeah, he doesn't seem like he messes around, but I guess when he's been on the money with pretty much every delivery he bowled there, Harmer, it means that there's not really a lot of time in between because the ball's always right next to the pitch. And what's New Zealand on at the moment? I believe New Zealand, they were able to get 449. Pakistan, they're 3 down. Recent wicket was Babar Azam, which is a massive one to have for New Zealand. I'll quickly get the exact amount that they're sitting on, though. We'll go like this. Nicely bowled. So they are going with spin from both ends here. Just trying to get through a few more overs quickly by the looks of it. Pakistan versus New Zealand. Currently, Pakistan are on 154 for 3. Oh, it's a nice shot. Going out through the gap, Marnus Labuschagne. It's going to be a foot race for Harmer. Managed to chase it down nicely. And they'll get back for 3 runs. And that is the 50 runs. High score 96. Best bowling is 3 for none. Is that... Oh, I see 96 not out as well there. 3 for none. Is that 3 wickets taken, no runs off you, Leo? And also we have their stupid typos, Sublime. And also we have got there, he only got 3 overs, Leo, in the first innings, or in the second innings, says John. Khawaja sitting on 22 of 73, and New Zealand made 449. They did indeed. That's still very good, Hamish. 4 for 8 runs, 4 overs in A grade. As impressive, bud, says Mark. And I hope that eventually my bowling, like, I probably need to spend a little bit more time on it, just because, like, not playing for 10 years, you don't really, like, you've got muscle memory, so you normally go all right, but I still want to get a little bit more consistent with that line and length, make it a bit trickier for the batsman to be able to hit it. Yeah, this partnership, 52, 132 deliveries. That's going to be another single. Maharaj still the more expensive of the 2 spinners. Harmer yet to go for a run. I'm interested to see how he goes facing off with Marnus Labuschagne, though. Labuschagne might consider going after him a bit. It looks pretty dark there at the test match. I know that it will be darker in person than it is on camera. Just going to have another quick look at that weather report and find out whether there's a chance that we might see rain maybe even before the lunch break. Or before the lunch break's over, I should say. Healy's just said about the darkness. So, yeah, still supposed to be 2 p.m. with a 60% chance that it does rain. You may even get called up to the New Zealand side in the future, says Robert. Me? Nah. I feel like Leo at this stage, he's got more potential than myself. What's your subscriber goal for this year? I know every time we've set a subscriber goal, we've knocked it out of the park. I mean, anything over 30,000 is absolutely massive. And also, we have got that, Hamish, you need to work on your back foot play, in my opinion. And also, front foot is all good. Yeah, see, back foot wise, I don't know if did I play any back foot shots in that 21 balls? Because normally I'm actually a back foot player, believe it or not, which might have been hard to tell from that footage. But yeah, normally like the cut shot is actually my bread and butter, which doesn't make sense why I was leaving so many of those balls outside of the off stump. But I think I worked out the reason I was leaving so many of them was because in the previous game, that's the chance. No, Kawadra, it goes down. I don't quite get that chance. It's going to be 2 runs off it. But Kawaji moves up to 25. But yeah, I normally end up playing a majority of the time off the back foot, whereas I have been trying to play a lot more on the front. And in the last match, I ended up getting bowled by an absolute ripper of a ball. I wish I was filming that one because it was a nice delivery. But I think in my brain, I was going, right, that one's not hitting the stumps. No need to play it, even though we needed about 8 runs and over at that stage. And yeah, my best was 7 wickets off 3 balls. Nice. And 798 was my best score. I'm spewing I didn't get my 1,000, says Mark there. And also we have good there. I like playing on the front foot. And you look very solid on the front foot too, Leo. In terms of, I enjoyed your covered drives, which I feel like you didn't really get to do enough of. I know that our opening bowler was being slightly annoying, not putting it wide enough. But yeah, it seemed to be the cover drive and also the flick to the leg side were quite effective for you. Partnership currently sitting 55 of 139 deliveries, 25 degrees in Sydney. So yeah, it may be quite warm, but thunderstorms from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. The shower is expected at 7 p.m. is what my news reporters got there, but it's also expected to have a little bit of rain beforehand as well, which won't be ideal. So it's looking like it's going to get quite wet, maybe relatively soon at the ground. Harmer, another good over. Just the 2 runs off it. That takes us up to 27 overs bowled. That GoPro footage of the game was good, says Robert. And also, Hamish, how do you remember that? I have a good memory, which I think I've developed from a relatively young age. And then in terms of like people who pop into the live stream that we haven't even seen for 6 months, I still remember like stuff that they've told me. And regarding Leo says Sublime. So yeah, I remember that he was going pretty well early. I believe he was also in the same side for South Canterbury as one of the other players in our team. Because I know that one of the players was trying to get under his skin a little bit. It wasn't really working, though. He was still playing very nicely. But yeah, I remember how he was dismissed. I remember few raindrops. I've just seen a few raindrops falling, which is not ideal because that's coming a little bit earlier, the rain, than it's supposed to. If that is the case. Starts raining now at the game station. It is indeed. And Graham Hick, the Zimbabwean, one of the best cover drivers back in the day, who also played for New Zealand, or played in New Zealand, says John. Maharaj, once again, nicely fielded. Yeah, they've got a man very in close on the offside. I believe that's Irvia, but the problem is he hasn't got a helmet. So the last thing you want to see is him getting smacked in the face. And I was like, the old guy got me out there. That's Muzza. Muzza had a good day with the bat as well, didn't he? Getting the 50 runs, one of the best. Well, actually, yes, the best for us. But yeah, it was unlucky, that dismissal, because if it hadn't been like that little tiny edge down the leg side, I think you would have been close to going on to get your 50. Because you look relatively good throughout the first. Do you know how many balls you faced, Leo, in the end for your 20-something? So I think it was relatively slow at the start for both you and the other opener, but that was just because our opening bowlers did pretty decently. But then from there, the pressure started getting relieved and you started scoring a little bit quicker. From there, a little bit of hesitation for the 2, but they do manage to get through for the run. And oi there, matey. Says young boy Pete. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Maharaj currently last ball of his over. Then we'll get one more. And I was over there, what, young boy Pete? Says Sublime. I'm not sure, says Leo. And was Muzza the one that was at the other end when you were betting? It was, yeah. So yeah, he was, yeah, I should say. That was Muzza. He's one of the better batsmen around for our side, I'd have to say, just with that extra bit of experience. running between the wickets. It's good when you're out there with him as well because he's very decisive. Because, like, he'll say it himself as well. He's not the quickest man in between the wickets in the world, but you get a nice, clear call straight away. So you know what you're doing type thing. And that's something I need to work on a little bit is making sure I'm calling when it's my call rather than just calling all the time like I did in that video. And also, we have got this start raining here at the game, Hamish. And hey, Hamish, I'm just reacting or released bombshell about shows. And what is your subscriber goal by the end of the year? I'd say anything over 30,000 would be massive, but I think maybe even closer to 35, 40,000 is doable possibly this year, which is absolutely crazy. Please know that, or that was a tall tale for fun. Just wanted to get a laugh. My actual best was 3 for 16 or 5 overs. That's pretty decent. Here in Victoria, A grade, the third tier division that was in the 90s on. Cheers, Mark. So that will be the end of the session as well, I should mention. They got through 28 overs. I thought they might have had time for one more. The umpires get rid of the bails. I believe they might consider putting on the covers as well during the break just to stop any chance of the pitch getting wet. And also, Crow, the best Kiwi batting or batsman of all time, Hamish, says John there. Oh, well, you entered the new subscriber thanks to Leo. So I do appreciate that, Leo, mate, for letting them know about the channel. Did you watch the GoPro batting video out of any chance, Leo? And if so, did you spot yourself at any time throughout it? And Crow, the best Kiwi batsman of all time, Hamish. And true, John. There's Leo there as well. Yeah, pretty hard to beat the batting that we saw from Martin Crowe. We just saw the one wicket falling for the Australians. David Warner early on dismissed 10 runs off 11. He tried to play the cut shot to a ball that was just a little bit too close and maybe a little bit too low to be cutting it as well. He ended up losing his wicket early. Then the 50-run partnership coming between these two, Khawaja and Labuschagne, putting Australia through to 68 for once. And also we have got there Leo. Says the blind, yeah, whether or not Leo saw himself in that video. I'm trying to remember whereabouts he was fielding. Might not be able to quite remember. I know he wasn't in the slips because that was Rusty who was fielding at first slip. In fact, Leo might have actually been fielding down the ground where you, Leo, at mid-on or mid-off. One of those two. And I was like, if the guy from the Ghost Chips ad played cricket and got run out, would he be, or would there be someone waiting for him back in the clubhouse and say, sorry, bro, Monique said, you shouldn't have run. Says Kiwi Gamer. I mean, it's an idea, isn't it? Extra cover, says Leo there. And I was very slow going by these two. Not given to say anything about the shows. And Glenn Turner says, John, geez, that's a big fire. Is that at David Warner's place? Are they frying they're chopping all the char off the pig or whatever it was that they were roasting there? I think that was David Warner's house, if I'm not wrong. But nonetheless, what we will be doing, ladies and gentlemen, now is we will be popping away for about 35 to 40 minutes. And that is why, or we'll pretty much just have the scoreboard up. You have subs to a great channel, Leo. Hamish is originally did straight shooter top value, says Mark. And I do appreciate that, Mark. But anyone who hasn't seen that GoPro batting footage, what we will do is we will put a link to it in the chat. So you guys, if you do want to see me batting out in the middle, playing at about the scoring rate that Marnus and Khawaja were for a little while, because they were not going quick at all at the start of this one. So if you want to see someone also not scoring very quickly, I highly recommend checking out that video that I'm about to link. But what we will have is about 35 minutes of the scoreboard just sitting here. I'm going to go have a bit of lunch. And then we will be back at 3:10. And that will be for session number 2. That is if the rain is staying away. But even if there's rain, we will still be back on the channel. Would you give up your channel to play for the Black Caps? Nah. Don't get me wrong. Playing for the Black Caps would be great. But if I was playing for the Black Caps at my current skill level, I would be out of the side within one series. And then I wouldn't have my channel anymore. So I would definitely say the channel every day of the week. If I had the option of doing both, it would be quite fun. But I think my batting still needs to come a long way for it to get to that stage too. Yeah, nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in. I'll see you all back in about 30 minutes' time. Live stream will continue to run. And yeah, I will see you guys all in a very short moment.
beautiful, lovely day out here. Who are you?
Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to once again another session of South Africa versus Australia. They're just showing there Verena, who's looking for his other wicket-keeping glove. It was stuffed down the back of Elgar's pants, so that's why he wasn't able to find it. So a bit unfortunate for Verena there. He's kept pretty well, though, throughout the first session, and so has South Africa's bowling attack. They've been doing very nicely to restrict the amount of runs Australia have been able to tick over, but the thing is, they've only got that one wicket. It was David Warner early in the session. 10 runs off 11 deliveries. Maharaj looking up at the sky. There were a few drops of rain just before the end of first session of the day. And I believe it's in the next kind of hour or two that we're supposed to see a little bit more rain falling. We have got there. I was happy for the Gades bowling, but our batting was bad as per usual, says Amelia, for the win over the Melbourne Stars. And also we have got there, you'd think you'd be respectful of a person with a blue wrench, says Robert, for once again another guy getting timed out. Doesn't learn, does he, Robert, this stage? But now Usman Khawaja sitting there, 25 runs off 82 deliveries. Marnus Labuschagne, 30 off 76. So ever since they brought the spin into the attack, just to get through a few more overs, test them out, see how they're going. Muted. Are we? And also, I think you did bats good, Hamish. Says Kurt, and hey, lads. Wait, can you guys hear me at the moment? Or can you not hear me? They say that Robert says, Chicken White, Hamish, it's muted. Although everyone else is still typing. So, quickly, someone in the chat, can you hear me or can you not hear me? Do let me know. I can hear you, says Amelia. Right, it might be you, Robert. You might have maybe turned your volume down a little bit. Oops, it was my end. Okay, geez, you had me worried for a second there, Robert, just before the start of the second session of the day. And yes, can hear you. And also, is Ross Taylor the best Kiwi ODI player of all time? Maybe she's John Mills. He's certainly up there, but there are a few classic players from back in the day that would definitely be in contention with them. It's just you got to look back through and kind of work out exactly how everyone was going. I know that back in the day, I used to enjoy, because that's the thing, that's the batting side of things. Who would you say is the best ODI bowler that we've had, John, in the past? And also, yes, we can hear you, brother. So here's Mark. There's a Labuschagne. He's going to be on strike here. 30 runs off 76, like I mentioned. And it looks like they are going to actually stick with the spin, maybe from both ends here. Guptill proved he can actually bat last night, says Amelia. He always takes a little bit to get going, Martin Guptill, but once he's going, he's normally pretty handy as a batting option for any side that he's a part of. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs off him with an economy of just the 1. So I know that he will be continuing, but there's a chance that from the other end, they perhaps decide to switch it up from Maharaj, maybe Dan Vittori. Yeah, in terms of all-rounder, you'd probably almost give him. See, would you go him over Ross Taylor for the best ever because he could bat and bowl, John? Maybe. And also, how about you hand that wrench over? And this is Obi. Oh, I think he's doing a pretty decent job so far with it, Obi. Harmon now, a little bit leg side. It's going to be whipped away. Just the single taken. Nicely done by Janssen. He might be back into the bowling attack relatively soon. And also, we have got the way to say that. It comes in handy for timing out Vernon. And also, JK's guy says Obi there. Yeah, do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who do we think will top run score for the Australians? Labuschagne currently sitting on 31. They've still got Steve Smith. Travis said that's plum LB for Usman Khawaja. It's got to be given. Yes, it is. Right, Khawaja, he might have made a terrible choice there to reverse sweep. He's decided to go upstairs straight away. Chris Kens. Khawaja out, says Mark. He's been given out. They will now be checking this one. I would say the only way that he's not out here is if he's hit this one. Used his review straight away, Khawaja. He was confident that he wasn't out. It's a fair delivery. So now they're going to be checking spin vision. But Khawaja, normally pretty handy with the reverse sweep, but is it the time to play it in a very first ball that you faced? Comes in nicely. And that one, oh, actually, it's hit the glove. Khawaja's going to be fine. Like they've just said, it looks like there's going to be a bit of glove in it. Already, Khawaja's going, yep, nah, we're all good. Yep, hits the glove. On the back of it, hit his glove, he's okay. Says Mark, and he went up straight away. He went straight to the tee. They're just going to be looking at the Snicko again. Kawaja's already taken guard. Keep it going. There's the glove. Even without the glove, it was probably relatively close to being backed outside of the line. I like Kyle Mills. Sorry, don't be sorry about liking Kyle Mills. Kyle Mills very handy overall. For the Kiwis, right, it's going to be given as not out. Took a little while for the umpire to give it, so maybe had that in the back of the mind that maybe there was a chance that the glove had hit it. Told you he was okay. Reverse psychology. Says Nazi Williams. Bahama. Nice ball again. Nice straight delivery. Kawaja might think twice about going to that reverse sweep here. Yeah, do let me know, everyone, who's going to get the highest score for the Australians. Will it be one of these two at the crease? Could it be someone else later on in the order? Wow. Here's Vernon. I think that wow is just a test to see whether or not his messages are coming through. Now, Harmer, 2 balls left of his over. Still looking pretty dark and dingy there. Well fielded. There's just slide along. He's hit the ground pretty hard there, Harmer. I convinced my mum to go see Phantom next week, but my brother, as being bossy boots, has made it clear that we take train to the city and not tram. Okay. So is there a big difference in like time-wise for taking both of them, or is it just he prefers going on a train rather than the tram? And Smith, Will Amish, says Kurt. The highest scorer, be Steve Smith or Kawaja, says Robert there. Be the end of the Harmer over. Went for 3 runs. Kawaja, there was a half chance almost for South Africa to get that wicket. They will remain now 71 for 1. Matty Renshaw, says John, and maybe Smith, being it's his home ground, says Mark there. They were actually talking about Steve Smith in the break, and they mentioned how he was there for Mark Waugh's century in 1998. The front row looking at the ball as it crossed the boundary, and then from there he's gone on to get a lot of big scores. And he's also probably grown a little bit since 1998. I think he likes the train, even though tram is easier because you don't have to get you don't get ticket pests on the train, well, on the tram. Sorry. Okay. Maharaj back into the bowling attack. So they've gone with 2 spinners here to start off session number 2. Just going to have a quick look and see what the rain radar says now, because I know that the thunderstorms, they're only an hour away at this stage. So theoretically, in 40 minutes' time and then onwards, thunderstorms are likely to be happening in Sydney with an 80% chance of rain in an hour and 50 minutes' time. So that's pretty high. We might see a bit of wetness around the ground. But we might actually get the final session even with that rain, because it's supposed to be fine for 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. local time, which is about when the last session will be happening, alongside a little bit of the tea break. Verena behind the stumps. They've got Irvia as the first slip. Man in close. Nicely played down the ground, but well fielded by Maharaj. I don't really care, to be honest, because at least my mum is going, even though I'm spending like $380 on tickets, says Amelia. Is that when Mark Waugh was out, hit wicket against the Savers but didn't go, says John Mills. Couldn't tell you. I know that they only showed the highlight of him getting the century. They possibly weren't going to show that part if it meant that Mark Waugh was going to get annoyed. He was actually on the commentary panel while they were showing it. And BBL was in Sydney tonight, Heat versus the Sixers, says Robert. They'll be at, where are they going to play that? Manukau Oval, is it? Where else can they play it in Sydney? Just trying to think through the grounds. Really, Mark, I'm not sharp. I am not sharp, and you are dumb. I think I lost brain cells reading that, Vernon. Grammar's not your strong suit, I guess. That's all right. We don't judge. We just laugh a little bit. Why, just sitting 27 off 88. North Sydney Oval, the ticket price or the ticket police do go on the trams. I'm not sure where you are, but here in Melbourne, the ticket inspectors love giving fines out. Glass half empty equals Mark Waugh, says Nazi Williams. Another single, end of the over, 73 for 1. This is going to be some speedy overs if the spin stays in for a while. And there's this teddy bear I'm going to get is dressed like the Phantom with his mask and everything, says Amelia. Could go on the shelf next to the Virgin River books, perhaps. Of quite a bit of memorabilia. Just showing the difference between Harmer and Maharaj. Was Maharaj the left armer, whereas Harmer is right arm for his bowling? Is Mark Waugh an Aussie selector still, Amish? I don't think so. I think with him being in the commentary side of things, he isn't a part of the selection process. Looking pretty dingy though at the SCG, I do see. Why did the trans man only eat salad? Says James. Do I want to know the punchline of this one, James? I guess put it in there. I might not read it out. And also, we were good there, Hamish. Did you see that NFL guy collapse? I did not. It was a herbivore. Now, I know some people would find it offensive, but that is quite a good play of words there, James. I'll give you credit for that. It's going to be another run for Usman Khawaja, moves up to 29, slowly gaining on Labuschagne. Geez, that one's gone through the legs of Zondo. He won't be happy with fielding in close when the bowlers are dragging them down a little bit. So just avoid the inner kneecaps there. Khawaja, just that half chance to get it out. He's still a betting man, though, Hamish, says John. Ooh, nicely bowled. My Phantom Teddy is 100% going next to my Virgin River books. Next to my Phantom souvenir program. Here's Amelia. Just showing the off spin from Harmer. Get some nice spin on that ball. Ooh, that was a good one. Came back in a little bit for him. All these spinners have huge hands. I made them at the SCG. I had spitting drops here in your commentary. I'm watching the game. Good job. Love your content. Says Rahul. Thank you very much, mate. So have they got any chance to get him through this session, do you think, without a rain stoppage? Because at the moment for us, we can't really see the drops falling through the screen, but it does look very dark. So when do you think the rain's going to really start pouring, Rahul? Do let me know. It was that century 1995 for Mark Waugh versus Pakistan 116. He scored, I believe it was up against the English. Shot from Mana, sweep shot, beautifully played, races to the mid-wicket boundary. He scored quite a few of his runs out that way so far today, and I hope so that Mark Waugh, I do hope that Mark Waugh is not an Aussie selector. He's absolutely weird, says Mark, and no chance of spinning drops already, maybe another 20 minutes top. Okay, well, thank you for that insight, Rahul. Still about 23 degrees though, isn't it? So hopefully it doesn't stick around for too long and it dries out relatively quickly. I saw on the rain radar that it's supposed to be between 4 and 5 p.m. is quite nice, but other than that, it looks... I thought it was pissing down here just then, but it was a car going past. Thought Mark Waugh and Shane Warne got into trouble for betting, says John. Sydney Sixers versus Brisbane Heat, North Sydney Oval tonight. I can send you a picture on Discord of what the program looks like. There's Amelia. You could send it through to the Kiwi Lads Discord server if you like. Or the individual one, up to you, really. I've never seen Phantom of the Opera. In fact, I've never seen... Oh, what was the last thing? I think it was a school trip that we went and watched live. Was the last thing I've seen at like a theatre or something. And that was actually like when I was 6. I remember I had my Bart Simpson comic on the way up there, which wasn't the best idea because like car sickness and reading, normally a good combination. But they actually had a Bart Simpson in that show and a whole heap of other random characters. I don't know what it was called. Like they had SpongeBob and all sorts. I have no idea what it was, but we went to it as a school. Seemed like a good idea. Maharaj still bowling. Good whip on that one. Just a bit full. Sixers are getting better every game they play, says Mark. Yeah, the chances of it being Perth Scorchers versus Sydney Sixers in the final again this year still seems relatively high, which I think wouldn't be the best for the competition. Like we want to see some sides starting to make their way up there. You should watch the movie with Gerard Butler, Emmy Rossum. And I still find it creepy that Emmy was 16 and Gerard was like 30 when the movie was filmed, says Amelia. Quite an age gap there. Oh, nicely worked by Marnus again. Leg side is his friend Bavuma chasing this one hard, and he does manage to stop it. Great work from the Oh, has he hurt his back in the process there, Bavuma? Or has he just not quite planted his feet properly? Holy weird, says Obi. And does Mark War own a BBL franchise at all, Hamish? I don't believe so. He does heavily support one. Like a lot of the commentators that do have the sides that they either played for or the region of Australia, but I don't believe he owns one. You know, it was good work from Bavuma. Elgar gives him a bit of a nod. And I'll say they lost to Heat last time, says Robert. Mark. Raj 4 runs off this over so far. Big sweep shot from Kawaja. Straight out to the man in the deep round mid wicket way. And rain is full on now, says Rahul. Okay, so we might be only an over or two away, perhaps, from the rain stop and play. In fact, I think I can slightly hear it. Maybe a little bit. Also, these days, I think the performers on stage have a closer age gap, which feels less creepy. But I use the term the Phantom is only a few years older than Christine, so it doesn't sound weird. Says Amelia, and also Bugger says Nazi Williams and Liberchain is finding his feet out there. The Moe is looking comfortable. Another nice shot. Okay, that's going to be the end of the 30-second over. They haven't actually mentioned the rain yet, I believe. So I guess how wet can it be before they actually go off? Because we haven't had a single comment from the commentators saying that it's wet. And Mark War was a selector. He's retired from selecting. He's a commentator, says Robert. Also, we have got there. He owns plenty of racehorses, though, says John. And you can quite clearly see the rain. Oh, yes, from this angle, from Stump Cam, you can see it. It's a bit wet now. Are they going to continue or are they going to get taken off? Looks like they want to continue. South Africa won't be enjoying this. This means that their ball's going to get all wet and maybe get all soft as well. Nice shot from Kawaj out through cover. Looks like it's going to be another 4 runs for him. They won't be able to stop that one. Nice work. Partnership now is 75 between these two. Yeah, you can see Kawaja. I think he's keeping his bat under his butt so that it stays dry. Thinks he might have found a bit of a winner here, Usman. A good bat. Doesn't want to give it up. Bit of drizzle out there, I think they've just said. So I think it's a bit more than a bit of drizzle. I think it's a bit heavier. Is it looking like stopping anytime soon, Rahul, or is it still raining at the moment? Kawaja's looking up. He's asking, are we continuing? It's going to be the 4,000 runs, though, for Usman Khawaja in test matches. So very well batted by him. Did have a patch where he wasn't actually in this Australian side, but then fought back into it. And hasn't really looked like going anywhere ever since. Harmer outside of off stump, pushing for that one a little bit, Usman Khawaja, but he's done nicely. To take away that spin. And who's his bat sponsor? He has got a DSC. So I can't remember what that stands for. Deluxe Sports Cricket or something like that, I believe. And drizzles and it stopped. Remains cloudy though. Says roll. Okay, so hopefully it does. Let us get a little bit more in. I see now that 4 p.m. has become 30% chance of rain, so that's something that they didn't have earlier. Not looking good for maybe some of the rest of the day. They'll be due to Vernon. Says Robert there. Nicely played again. Matches at the SCG. Khawaja averages over 100, 104. 7 matches, 625 runs. Pretty impressive average. Nicely played again. Just the single, same as Poison Dwarf. DMC, is it? Or DSC, I believe it is. If I'm not wrong. And then Khawaja, he's got that. Labuschagne's got the Kookaburra. And then Steve Smith, I want to say, is a... What is Steve Smith? He's New Balance, actually, now that I think about it. So they've just said as well about Warner signing a commentary deal with Fox Cricket for the next 8 years, I believe it was. So once he gives up the cricketing side of things, he's going to be straight into the commentary box. And anyone who doesn't like David Warner, you're going to have to hear a lot more of him in the future. And last ball, nicely smacked down the ground, a little bit slippy. Labuschagne gets the single. That will close out the over. 89 for 1 now off 33 overs. So the Australian run rate starting to progress quite nicely. 2.7 now per over. Mark Schlesinger, says John Mills. I'm just thinking through the whole of the side. So Warner's a DSC. Khawaja's DSC. Labuschagne's Kookaburra. Steve Smith's New Balance. Travis Head, I believe, is a Gray Nichols. Matty Renshaw, I think he's also Gray Nichols, unless he's changed recently. Alex Carey is a Kookaburra. Agar, I don't know. And then a few of the other guys further down the order, we don't really see enough of it. Thank God I don't have a TV, says John Mills. David Warner's commentary. And rain's slowing a bit, which is good, says Amelia. It is. Hopefully we don't lose too much time in this test match due to rain. And Steve Smith is New Balance, says Mark there. I think Pat Cummins might also be New Balance, if I'm not wrong. Or he's at least New Balance shoes anyway. Raj dragged down a little bit. Got a well-set field at the moment for their offside, so not too many runs coming for Labuschagne out on that side, but league side's definitely where he's scoring more of them. It's read that mid-wicket boundary seems to be the pick of them for Marnus. Every over of this session so far, I believe, has gone for at least 4 runs. Means Australia maybe feel they were a bit too slow in that first innings, trying to progress it now. Welcome to Australia, where the weather is effed up, says Amelia. Yeah, I believe we're 30 minutes away from when it's supposed to be raining, but it's still raining. Great shot from Marnus. Brilliant sweep shot. Timed it brilliantly, and that meant that Rabada had no show of being able to get over to that one on the boundary. 4 more runs, so that trend continues. Rain is not going to save them, says Vernon there. Labuschagne, middle of the bat. So whichever bat this is, we can see it's got the tape on it. I think it's one of his favourites from the past, and he's decided that this is the game that he wants to bring it out and get a big total with it. It was Davey having a braai at home then, Hamish? If it was David Warner, it looked like he was trying to cook a whole pig, and the pig pretty much lit on fire. So they burnt it to a crisp almost. But luckily, they didn't burn the house because it was extremely close. The side of the building, the big barbecue. 1 for 93 at the moment for Australia. 1 ball left, and Maharaj is over. Don't know how long they'll be sticking with spin from both ends. Marnus going to retain the strike again. Moves up to 45 runs. Just shy of the half century. 34 overs down, 1 for 94. I think South Africa may be looking at the over rate and going, we're a bit behind. We need to bowl a few more spin overs. Trying to decide whether I can go to the Phantom 25th anniversary DVD or can get it. Or I can get the movie on DVD. And Agar's a Kookaburra too. See, that's the thing. There was a patch a while ago in the Big Bash how everyone had a Gray Nichols. Whether that was Aaron Finch, Chris Lynn, Glenn Maxwell. And pretty much everyone was following suit from those 3. But now it seems to be, I guess everyone's just trying out new options. I'm going to be trying out an MRF at some stage soon. See how it goes. Stop raining now, says Rahul. So yeah, fingers crossed that it stays dry. Are you undercover where you are, Rahul, or are you sitting down where you haven't actually got protection above you? Hopefully your phone's waterproof if it is the second one. And Graham Nichols, in my opinion, the most reliable bat on the market. Well, they were when I played, and that's over 10 years, so I might be wrong. I remember when I was a younger kid, I used to have a Schlesinger. And like everyone had the Gray Nichols, and I don't know what it was. For a while, I was like, I don't want a Gray Nichols bat. And I don't know whether that's because everyone had them or whether I just thought that little stripe that they have on the top looked weird for a start. But now it's like I use a Gray Nichols all the time. Nicely pulled away by Labuschagne. Rabada back into the bowling attack now. He didn't since his tash. He didn't since Or cinch his tash then, Hamish. No, not quite. He was too far away. He had to run over with a glass of water trying to fix it. Sitting down, no protection. It's been so hot these days in Sydney. Didn't even get like the jackets. Yeah, so hopefully it doesn't absolutely bucket. That's high in the air. Half a chance, but I believe it's going to fall safely. It doesn't. It goes to the boundary for 4 more. Labuschagne now moves up to 49 runs. And we're just shy of the Australian century for the team combined as well. And also, what's the pitch look like when you look at it from the stand, says Raul. Yeah, the top edge for Labuschagne definitely didn't have complete control over that one. How many half chances? And what's pitch? So the pitch looks like it is a spinner's surface, but it just isn't playing like one yet. You say that the pace bowlers for the first 2 or 3 days will get them more of the wickets. But yeah, in terms of half chances, they've probably had, I'd say it's harsh to say they've had more than one half chance. Like that was probably their best chance with Labuschagne not really controlling the pull shot. And then there was one that could have been like a screamer of a slip catch, but I think it fell just short of him anyway. Labuschagne at the SCG averages 83 runs. Khawaja at the other end averages over 100 at the SCG. This is the partnership to break for the South Africans. Rabada wants to be the man to do so. Nice and straight, well played by Labuschagne. Barry Richards, the great South African batsman. Gray Nichols, man. Any hot chicks around where you sit in Rahul, says Nazi Williams. My first bat was a Gunner Moore diamond, and to be honest, I loved it. I loved it. See, that's the thing. Ross Taylor, I think, throughout his whole career, stuck with GM. That's probably one of the rarer bats around currently, isn't it? A GM rather than, like, it seems to be Kookaburra, or a while ago, it was Kookaburra, Gray Nichols. They were the two that you saw the most of here in New Zealand. Then, you'd see the occasional GM. Back in the day, GM seemed to have a lot more on the market than they do now. And then now you've also got DSC, MRF, and those type ones coming through the ranks. If you're the more lesser known from back in the day, now sneaking in. The Chapel, says John. And it's on 49. Pull shot. That's going to be the half century, and he's going to bring it up in a very similar fashion to how he brought up 20 runs on the board. Marnus Labuschagne, 53 of 102 with the pull shot. And the Rhino, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, there's some pretty classic bats around. I think my dad, he had a GM, if I'm not wrong. My mum, I want to say she also had a GM, but I think someone had a Schlesinger back in the day as well. I'm not actually sure what drew me to Schlesinger out of all the options, because I used to have a Schlesinger V8. That was the first bat. And then I had a Schlesinger V800, which was a little bit more of an upgrade. And then I went on to the Gray Nichols. Marnus with his Kookaburra, able to bring up another half century at the SCG. The run rate's actually really progressed here for the Australians, sitting on 2.91 now per over. I've just realised I still have that thing saying we'll be back for the next session. We'll take that away. Here we go. And it's Gray Nichols, not my silly try at the correct name. There's Mark. Nicely worked by Khawaja. Gets another single. So Maharaj continues the bowling, whereas they've taken Harmer out for this little period. And Dennis Lilly had an aluminium bat. Is that the brand, or actually like it was made of aluminium? Because I don't know whether you're allowed that nowadays. I remember, who was it? Was it Andre Russell or Chris Gale in one of the competitions who came out with a black-faced bat? That's a great pull shot from Marnus, or in fact, sorry, the sweep shot. It's another boundary. He's enjoying the spin here. But yeah, he came out with the bat that was fully black. And because they were playing white ball cricket, it wasn't allowed, because it would pretty much put a black smear on the ball, I think, was actually what the reasoning behind it was. But yeah, that bat didn't last long. It was a proper aluminium bat. And if Brisbane Heat win by 30 runs, can they be above Melbourne Stars, says Ryan? I haven't actually seen how the table's sitting currently, but a win's a win at this point for the Brisbane Heat, and they just need a lot of them, because their net run rate, probably the thing that struggled for them a bit just because of how many losses they have had. And yes, Dennis, sorry, threw the bat at someone, didn't he? There's Mark, another sweep shot from Manus, another 4 runs. He now moves up to 61. Maharaj, I don't know why they kept him in rather than Harmer because he's gone for 9 runs here. He's been the more expensive of the 2 spinners. And he's just dishing up pies that Manus is absolutely smashing to the boundary. By the end of this over, he's going to be closer to his century than his half century the way that it's going. Scored 4 boundaries in the last 3 minutes, they've just said, for Manus Labuschagne. So he's enjoying Rabada's bowling. He's enjoying Maharaj here. It's straight down the ground. No run taken there. And how many matches have for Brisbane Heat? Here's Ryan. In terms of how many matches they've got left, Ryan, they've still got a few. Goes through to about the 25th of January, I believe, the competition. And a solid block for Manus to close out the 36th over. 1 for 111. A lot of ones on the board at the moment. Kawaja currently 1 ball away from facing 100 deliveries. They are just showing that Kookaburra. He's got it held together with some tape. Certainly has been looking like a very handy bat. That was one of my favourite shots from Manus. The one that he didn't really try to overhit, just ended up playing the line of the ball and just gliding it out to the boundary. Manus will do 200, says Ryan. And if he keeps on going at the speed that he is here, he's got a very good chance of being able to do so. The rain will hopefully stay away long enough that Australia are able to relatively fully use their innings. And also 4th of February, the BBL ends, says Robert. And also we have got their typical Aussies throwing their toys out of the cot when things don't go their way. Oh, sorry, guys, says Nuzzy Williams. Is Manus poor, Hamish? Manus poor as in like money-wise, John, or as in form-wise? It's going to be 3 runs off Rabada. Waja, that was his 100th ball that he's faced as well. So his strike rate currently is 40. Not a huge amount of runs for Khawaja off the first 100 balls, but it looks like both him and Manus starting to speed up there. With the old bet, I mean, no, I think it's just one of his favourites. Some of these guys, they have about 50 bats, but one of them's the one that stands out just a little bit more. Manus, he hasn't been in the best form, so I think he's decided that this is the game that he needs to whip that old bat out and give it a crack, and it's working relatively well at the moment. Well fielded on the ring by Rabada. Stops the single. And also, that's it. Thank you, Robert. It was so exciting back then. Here's Mark. They're just showing Manus's wagon wheel. He's had 4s many times on the offside and then, on the onside. Couple out the offside and then few more in behind the wicket. From Manus there for his 61 of 107. This session so far, we've had 46 runs. It only started 30 minutes ago. Shot from Manus straight out to the fielder, Elgar. The captain's got to work out how to stop this momentum because that 3 from Khawaja brought up the 100-run partnership. 102, 198. I believe they're going to keep on speeding up now. While the Australians get it closer to about maybe 4 and over by the end of the session would be pretty impressive. Got the wicketkeeper, first slip, and then also a gully. The moment, the way that it's sitting. Oh, Manus didn't quite get onto that one. Tried to play it with soft hands, but instead hit it into his leg. And just watch your match vlog, says Siddhartha. Yeah, it wasn't my best innings that I've ever had. I was scoring at about the same rate as Khawaja and Manus at the start of their innings. But yeah, it was a bit of a confusing innings, I guess you could say, because normally I score a majority of my runs on the offside, but I did leave a lot more balls on that offside than I would have liked to. Looking back at it, Rabada now a little bit leg side-ish. Manus catches up to it, and that will be 4 more runs. But Labuschagne, who now moves up to 65. David Warner owns 60 cricket bats. Don't know Smith, Hamish. So Warner, I know that he had a garage clean out about a year ago, and he gave away about 15 bats. People, just because he had way too many of them sitting around. Yeah, Manus just using the hands catching up with the ball nicely in Hamish Road, Bangladesh Test Series or next series versus England ODI and T20 and Ireland versus 3 ODIs, 3 T20s and 1 Test. There's Ryan left alone outside of our stump. That's the first leave we've seen from Marnus in quite some time. At lunch, they were sitting on 68. So in the last 9 overs, they have scored 50 runs, going at more than 5 and over the Australians just in this last little patch. That is massive. They need to find a way of slowing down that momentum, South Africa, because with how slow that first session was, Australia in this next session have already made up for that. Now scoring at about a 3.4, somewhere around there. The first session, they were going at 2.43. Second session, they were scoring at 5.56. I believe that now they're going to be having a change. It looks like Marco Janssen getting added back into the bowling attack. As rather than Maharaj, it's a good choice. Maharaj, he's been very expensive throughout the last little bit. Australia, by the end of this session, I'd say they want to have 200 on the board, work towards maybe closer to 300 by the end of the day. That is weather permitting, of course. I'll check the rain radar again for Sydney, see if it's changed. It says we're going to get our high of 24 relatively soon in Sydney, but yeah, thunderstorms from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. with showers expected at 7 p.m., but it's supposed to start raining at 2 p.m. or a little bit later, which is actually only approximately maybe 20 minutes away from when the rain's supposed to start up. Chris Lynn owns 60 bats too. And also, what is the next cricket bat Amish you buy, says Kurt. My most recent one was an MRF. Decided I'd give it a go. I think it was anyway. Yeah, I think it was an MRF that I decided that I'd give a go. But I still got my grey nickels. I might try a DSC one day, but I've got plenty of bats at the moment. Like, worst comes to worst, I've got like a $30 Kookaburra Kahuna that I could take out to the middle if I need to, if I run out of other options. I don't know how well it would go. Oh, off the edge. Osman. No sign of rain here just yet. Says Rahul. I like this. It's kind of like Rahul is our weather radar from the ground. Our co-reporter. And let us know exactly when the rain's fallen. And 45 was the highest score in Sydney when I was there. Cheers, Kiwi Gamer. And send the bats to associate cricket countries in Africa to promote game there. Not to Aussie kids, says John. And yes, John, Marnus is number 1. Still Smith's in 3rd on 107 or 870. Hits in 4th on 826. So I believe the only player missing there would have been number 2, and that's Babar Azam, isn't it? I think. Janssen outside of our stump. And the heaviest bat I owned was a Duncan family. Says Mark. I did own pump cricket bats, Hamish. Says Kurt. That's the thing, like backyard cricket bats. We've got a video idea relatively soon that we're going to give a go to, but we haven't got it all planned out just yet. But we've got a few things that we're thinking about doing in terms of with lower quality bats, see how they go against a new ball. And where's Kane then? Says John. I think Kane Williamson's, I want to say he's 5th at the moment. Maybe 6th in the rankings. Now the single work. Kawaja getting close to his half century now. On 45 of 104. Janssen gone for 4 runs earlier on. That was off the edge, so a bit unlucky there. And then also the 1. It's gone for 5 again. Gray Nichols scoop back in the day, says John. Yeah, it's quite incredible how many new Gray Nichols bats that they have coming out each year. Like, I remember when the Gray Nichols Max was like the next big thing. And now, like, they've got, what do they got? They've got I can't even think of all the names of them. But there's like the new Gray Nichols. They've still got the Legend. They've got like 3 or 4 that are like a Vapor. Is it a Vapor or a Venus or something? Venom, maybe. See, there's that many you can't even keep up. An old bout. How about Lance Ken's Excalibur bat? It must have been the heaviest bat ever, says Nazi Williams. And yeah, with some of those heavier bats, you do need good wrists to be able to get that ball moving off the face of the bat. Looks like Nokia might not be too far away. That's close, but it's going down leg. Going to get one leg by from it. That will be the end of the over. 124 for one now. I'm going to look up the ICC men's batting rankings and find out where Williamson finds himself ranked. We'll go ICC test player rankings. What do we got? Here we go. Test player rankings. So for test, Marnus is number 1, Babar Azam 2, Steve Smith 3, Travis Head 4, Joe Root 5, Rishabh Pant 6, and then Kane Williamson is ranked number 7. And 7th, John on 686, Usman's 10th on 719. Yeah, at the moment, sneaking up there. The bowling rankings, Pat Cummins at the top, and he's got a rating of 880. Anderson's second. Rabada's third. Bumrah, Ashwin, Robinson, Afridi, Jamison's 8th. Stark 9th. Wagner 10. And then do they have fielding? Oh, no, all-rounder. And that's Jadeja at the top. And in YouTube highlights, Lance smashed a 6. And Oz, with one hand, basically says Nazzy Williams. Freddie Flintoff's bat, says John there. They are just showing how Marnus has been playing off his back foot and also just accelerating the innings when he needed to. Marnus Levershane, some very nice shots. Kane's just coming off a double, not out, says John there. So, yeah, hopefully it does end up working well. Kane Williamson in the near future. All-time men's rankings, though. You've got Don Bradman 1, Steve Smith 2. Then there's not really any other players in the top 10 that are actually still playing. I wonder, actually, I'm going to have a look at the full table and see where Marnus slots in for the all-time best at the moment. Virat Kohli, number 11. Marnus, number 12. Shot from Marnus, straight out through cover. There'll be another 4 runs there. And then also you've got Joe Root in 19th, the other player who is still going. It's getting very, very, very dark now, but still no rain yet. Have you had any thunderstorms yet, Rahul? Have you heard any lightning or seen any thunder? Other way around. Seen any thunder? No. Seen any lightning, heard any thunder is what I meant. Pollock. Says John, oh yes, the Grey Nichols scoop. The ad for it. It's at the bat said the bat every kid wants. I had a Slazenger V12 still have it, says Kiwi Gamer. Short ball. Oh, that's ugly. Hit Marnus straight in the head. Rabada thinks that it's a wicket. I don't know what they think that this is hit. They think it's hit his shoulder. That was a hard shot to Marnus's head. Okay. Elgar, 3, 2, 1. They don't go up for it. That Grey Nichols scoop was awesome. Looked beautiful. There's Nazzy Williams. Looked ugly for Marnus Labuschagne either way. Rabada right on the money with this bouncer. Came in. What does it hit? It looked like it hit him in the head. Oh. It's almost hit him in this region. In the chin. Oh. Okay, it's hit him in the chest about here in the collarbone. So I remember Lance Genn, sorry if I spelled it incorrectly, but he was famous as one-handed sixes. And last week I watched this guy trying to put this brand new bike in the back of his SUV and he ended up getting mad with it. Ended up running it over in his SUV in front of everyone in the car park. Interesting. I guess some bikes can be quite annoying. It might have fit in the trailer or in the ute maybe once it did. And, yeah, it didn't hit anything other than Marnus's head. And the guy is the town whack job. So it says Ashtonshire. Ashton. Oh, that's a hard name. Atran, is she here? I'm from India. And I'm in Australia as an international student. Hope India can reach the World Test Championship finals and top it with a World Cup back home. Being very optimistic. The thing is, optimism's good, though. And everything that you've said there isn't completely out of chance of happening, really. It's going to be a home World Cup for the Indians, so they'll end up going all right in that one, I think, unless they do have too much pressure on them. Might struggle. Oh, nice ball from Janssen, came back in quite nicely. And then to be in the World Test Championship final, as results are currently going, it's looking pretty good for them as well. And also, we have got the arm back. I'll watch a couple minutes. Says Sublime, welcome back, mate. You are doing very well indeed. Abada just getting some hydration going. It's looking dark at the cricket. It's looking like the rain. If I was a betting man, I'd say 25 minutes time we're going to have covers on. So that would make it 4:20. But I think Aussies will go all the way, says Shannon. Yeah, the Aussies at this stage, unless their overrate costs them like it did last World Test Championship, they should be in the final. And that game's in England Amish for the ICC Championship. Says Robert, it is indeed. England get in the final for it. Waja 5 runs away from his half century. Labuschagne actually only 30 away from his century now. Nicely played again. And also, I have had a chance to watch both Virat Kohli and Smith play. Can't ask for more. Are two legends of the game. Exactly right. And if they're playing head to head, like that's going to be an awesome match when it does take place. And Kohli is the key to India doing well at the World Cup, says Mark. Yeah, it's going to be definitely that top order. Like for me, their bowlers can get the job done. It's just how many runs they can score for their bowlers to defend. Aussie's going to struggle in India, says John Mills. Nicely worked to the league side from Khawaja. Himself up to now 46, working it down to fine leg. And Kohli is the key. He uses an MRF, doesn't he? Virat Kohli, if I'm not wrong. I think it's almost actually his, or slightly his brand, or he's an ambassador for them. Jeez, those clouds look dark. Hopefully it stays away for a little bit longer. Kohli's finished now, in my opinion, says John Mills. I think they've just said 40 or 50 Ks away in Penrith. It's now raining. Oh, a bit of a rough one from Janssen. That ball's taken off. It's going to be called as a wide by the umpire. Run rate for the Australians, 3.28 currently. So to go from only scoring at about 2.6 in that first innings to come out, score 50 runs in your first 9 overs of the second, does that hit something on the pitch? The last ball was wide. It was 2.1 meters tall. Off the edge. Does it carry? It does indeed. And Janssen gets the wicket of Labuschagne. Just a thick outside edge. Well taken by Harmer. And Verena, he's celebrating there. It looks like the umpires are just having a bit of an ask whether or not it's carried. And I was to look up 5 most controversial bats in cricket history on Google. Says Kiwi Game, and they might call the game off. It gets worse if it rains, says Shannon. I think they might call the day off if it starts absolutely bucketing down, but not the game. They'll just keep on going tomorrow, see how the weather goes. And also got him, says Nazi Williams. Right, it's a fair delivery. That's a good start. If it was Rabada, that might have been taken away straight away with a no ball. But he bowls it. Labuschagne with the edge. It stayed relatively low. Oh, I think that's touched the ground. I think that's going to be almost not out, unfortunately. I don't know if he's got the fingers under it enough to stop it from being considered as put down. That's bounced. That looks like it's bounced into his hand. I think Labuschagne's going to be all right. Possibly. On-field was out, though, so they need clear, conclusive evidence. Oh, see, that angle looks good, though. South Africa celebrate. So for the last angle, Labuschagne was celebrating. For this angle, South Africa are celebrating. And now it's still a bit of a 50-50. See, that looks like the ball's touching the ground there. This is going to be a tough one to call. Either way, one side's going to be very disappointed. Is it going to be Labuschagne that's disappointed, or is it going to be South Africa who are the disappointed side? And also, I'll be complacent about Coley. Hello, all you beautiful people, says Jab. Welcome in. Is that a result of the chin music? Maybe a little bit. He was pushing at it a bit harder there, Marnus. See, that frame makes it look like he wasn't able to stop it from hitting the ground. Okay. He wants it zoomed out to the first original picture. Again, this has taken a long time to decide on. Rock and roll that. Has it carried though? That looks close, but it also looks like the ball's sitting on the ground. I have to say, I'm so glad I'm not the third umpire. It will be out, so I don't think they can overturn it. Says Mark there. Yeah, they need clear, conclusive evidence. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. I don't know. Marnus looks like he's about to start walking, is he? No. Oh, he said it's on the floor there. It's going to be not out. South Africa are going to be very disappointed with that. All they needed was Harmer up half an inch, and Labuschagne would have been gone. And doubt should go to the batter. Given it's not out, South Africa are disappointed as they would be in that scenario. And sorry, that was out. Bad decision, says Mark, and I'm calling it not out because it hit the ground, says Shannon. And yeah, my reverse psychology worked again. I know I spelt that wrong, says Nuzzy Williams. Like they've said, from that angle, it looks good for South Africa. From the other angle, like I mentioned, while it was happening, one angle, Labuschagne went, yep, I'm sweet. The other angle, South Africa were all high-fiving. So they're saying that, unfortunately, for Harmer, they're still saying that even though he was able to catch it, the ball still touched the ground while taking the catch. And it clearly hit the even ground. I get what they're celebrating about, says Amelia. And like Mark Wars just said, it could have gone either way for the decision. Like I mentioned, someone was going to be disappointed. And in this case, it is going to be South Africa. It isn't one and one bounce, says El Mac. And who's the third umpire, Hamish, and the match referee? Not sure about the third umpire. I know he's got an English accent. And yeah, not too sure about the referee, the match either. It seems like a gold watch was given to the third umpire, if you ask me, says Chad. It's going to be the end of the Marnus Labuschagne over 130 for 1. Labuschagne will be counting his lucky stars. Some would call him, not for this instance, but in his past 12 to 24 months, a lot of people have called him one of the luckiest batsmen in cricket because of how many times he has been dropped. The thing is, though, when you've batted for so long out at the middle, you can understand why there's some drops, but in most of his innings, he gets dropped at least once, Marnus Labuschagne. David Warner is bum, says Leo there. And he's now signed a deal for the commentary with Fox Cricket. So we're going to hear him talking on the commentary for about 8 years, I believe they've signed him up for. Labuschagne's talking to some of the South Africans. He wasn't too sure if he was out or not there. Waja, 46 of 109 deliveries. He needs to get to his 5-star hotel in Sydney safely after the play. Says John Mills. So Elgar just going over talking to the third umpire. And I think what Elgar would have been saying is because it was given as out on field, they needed clear, conclusive evidence to overrule it. But then I think maybe the umpire was trying to say he didn't actually give it as out. And David Warner and Henry Nickers are really lucky as well, says Leo there. Yeah, it just seems to be some players, they end up just taking those opportunities. It's like when you see someone like a Babar Azam up against New Zealand. New Zealand drop him on 12. He goes on to get about 170 runs. You got to make sure you're taking those catches. I know in my innings, unfortunately, Timaru boys did not drop that catch. And I didn't get to keep batting, which was a bit of a shame for me, but it was a nice catch on the leg side. 46 runs off 111 deliveries at the moment for Kawaja. Labuschagne faced an extra 11. He has got an extra 24 runs in the process. Healy clearly has to be overwhelming for the umpire to overrule an already given out terrible decision, says Mark. Side of off stump, nicely played by Labuschagne again. Oh, sorry, by Kawaja, I should say. Rabada. It's almost gone for 4 runs per over here, just like quite a few of the South African bowlers. Maharaj has won, gone for massive numbers. I mentioned 9 overs, 50 runs for Australia. I'm looking through now. Chance of rain. That's a nice shot from Kawaja. It will race for the boundary. And that will be his half century. Usman Kawaja, 50 of 113. It's taken him a little bit more time than he would have liked, but he's got there in the end. And he absolutely loves batting at the SCG with 100 and some for his average here. Pretty massive indeed. So currently has 70% chance at 3 p.m. local time. So that is 5 p.m. New Zealand time for us. 4 p.m. they've got 30% chance. There's supposed to be thunderstorms. Chance of rain at the moment. I don't think they've actually got it here for me. But it does look like it's about maybe a 60% chance. I wouldn't have walked. Says Mac and Kawaja just got his 50. In the old days, Manus would have been asked, or would have asked Mana, or Harmer, sorry, if he caught it. And he said, yes, he would have walked. Says John Mills. 4 runs for Kawaja. Cut away through that backward point gully region. Maharaj, not quite. I would have catch up to it. The spirit of cricket, says John Mills there. Kawaja, he looked pretty angry with Manas there. I don't know what happened there. I think it was just actually, it might have been the ball that he wasn't happy with. I think he said that it popped up a little bit, but he said it in an angry way. Or Maharaj, I think he might have taken one on the finger there. Got it in close. The pinky was the culprit for that one. Now, Manas and Kawaja both have pretty good chances of going on to get themselves their full centuries. Labuschagne, the way that he's striking it, may even look towards a double. And Spirit of Cricket, I like an underarm bowl, says Nuzzy Williams. Now, it's a nice ball, though. Labuschagne leaves it alone. Nice little bit of a waist swing from Janssen. I think we're in a troubling patch for South Africa. Their chance of getting that wicket was just before. But unfortunately for them, with not taking that wicket, it's now going to be that case of maybe a long session, the rest of it. And also we have got there still no signs of rain, just cloudy. So says Rahul, so that is good news. Hopefully it does stay away a bit longer. Manus getting that one in close. Gives it to Bavuma. And for sure, mate, says John. And also Mankad is against the Spirit of Cricket, says Al Mac. And there were a little bit of, I guess, talks of that because of the Adam Zampa scenario from the BBL not too long ago. Trevor and Greg, says John. I wonder with Harmer not quite getting to that slip catch. Maybe they'll bring him forward a metre or two just in case. Or probably, in fact, they'll probably bring him forward a foot. Just enough. Yes, you won't have a lot of time to react to that ball, but it's still one of those ones that you definitely want to be able to get your hands on rather than having it fall short. Manus's average now at the SCG moves up to 86 and closer to the 100 for Manus in that average, and also in this matchup sitting on 70. Now Janssen, a little bit leg sideish, whipped away by Manus. And you see is striking it straight into the slip fielder's fingers. See here's Mark. Moves up to 71. Janssen, be one of the more economical bowlers. I think they'll go Nokia at some stage throughout this session. Actually, already had an hour of this session as well. It's absolutely flying by. And yeah, I know I read the strike in it one, didn't I? All right, a 3.23. Anyone who is new to the channel, though, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for day 2. Even when there's rain delays, we are still going to be here on the channel, whether it is playing random cricket games or doing cricket quizzes, all sorts for the day of Test match cricket. Johnson, final ball of the over. Usman Khawaja came back quite nicely, blocks it well. End of the over, 135 for 1. Yeah, I was just talking about the bad light on the commentary. They're saying that some umpires would consider going off with the bad light that they've got currently, but see, that angle makes it look like it's caught. So I think we're going to be looking at this catch for a lot of time. Yeah, that looks like it's hit him on the index finger. But then that also looks like it could be on the ground. You watch the IPL? If yes, which team do you support? I'm with the RCB. See, it's a tricky one for us here in New Zealand watching the IPL because it normally starts at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m., I believe, are the two times. But normally, I would say my team normally changes depending on who signs for who. I do like supporting the sides that have the Kiwis in there, but yeah, I just enjoy watching teams in general as well. Is always quite nice. I think Khawaja got looking David Warner cricket bats, Hamish. What do you think, Hamish? Yeah, he's got the same brand, the DSC. Got the green, whereas David Warner, I believe, has the orange. Nicely worked to the leg side by Marnus again. And yeah, I know, I still read that one. I tried to read your comment a third time, Mark. Every time, just still considering giving it another crack. Marnus moves up to 72. And Nokia is back in the bowling attack. I feel like he's probably the most threatening bowler at the moment to the Australians, just with the amount of pace that he's got. Plus, with it being slightly dark and dingy, it means that there is that option of maybe a bit of vision not quite being what it normally would be. Richard Kittleborough, TV umpire Sir Richie Richardson, match referee Hamish. And they're from John, side of off stump. Nokia getting it down at 142. Starting to warm into a spell. Okay. Khawaja and Lewisham, I think they're trying to discuss what every ball's doing, but I think Khawaja, the last comment he made there was just, I can't hear you. But I don't think they wanted to stall in the middle too much. He wanted to get on with it there. Nicely played again. Nicely in behind it, Khawaja. Nokia, he'll probably bowl 5 overs here if he has to. Still be getting about 140 or so down there. Still 70% chance of rain in about 50 minutes' time. So the tea break may be a slightly extended one. Light's not quite in full effect at the SCG yet. There's still a few that haven't been turned on completely. But if it stays this overcast and dark, the chances of getting through all of the match might be a little bit tricky for today. Avuma well fielded there. Keeps it to just 1. Khawaja now moves up to 51. And Lewisham gets the strike back. Have 2 balls to face of Nokia. Evening from 6 p.m. So that means there's 50% chance of rain for 6 p.m. That will be just as the final half an hour, if they need to get through overs, would be starting to come into effect. And the Saffers are being juked with that catch. Looks like, says John, yeah, if they don't pick up that wicket of Labuschagne soon, it could certainly be a costly one to not have that wicket of Labuschagne. He scored 2 runs since it's happened. Been a little bit slower. It seems like he's maybe been a bit more cautious, but leg side worked away to the man at deep square leg. Just playing that one so nicely, Marnus. Timing it well. Okay, so the umpires haven't come together yet to discuss the light. They've said Mana seems to be relatively happy with it. Same with Osman Khawaja. So as long as those two are willing to bat in it, I think is the main thing. And yeah, it doesn't seem like there's too many troubles as of yet. Nokia now. Good ball once again. Played well by Osman Khawaja. Block that one. He looks unhappy at the moment, Khawaja. I'll be honest. He's normally quite a chilled out looking guy, but something about the way that he's playing that. Or in fact, he's taking his helmet off. Oh, okay, never mind. It's the drinks break. I'll just calm down. But yeah, he didn't look happy about something like the way that he's playing that forward defensive. He kind of plays it and then looks like he's just dropping his hands, going, "Yay!" Like, he doesn't look like I don't know whether it's the bad light, whether they're not coming off the bat the way that he wants it to, whether he can't hear Marnus at the other end and that's annoying him. Something getting on Kawaja's nerves though at the moment. I think it'll be a long day at the office for South Africa, says Coding. It might be a bit of a start-stop one throughout the last session as well, perhaps. Currently 55 minutes left of this session. Then we've got a 20-minute break, and then we are straight back into the action for the final session of day 3, which we will hopefully be able to get all the way through. And tomorrow, there's still a chance of rain, I believe about a 40% chance. While we're at it, we might as well check the rain radar for tomorrow. Thunderstorm, they've just said, is a real factor for today. So tomorrow, supposed to be raining in the morning at the game, about 40% chance of rain, and then it gets windy in the afternoon. So that should clear up a little bit of rain. You got me excited. I thought it might have been a sneaky push and shove, says Chad there. And you mean day 1? What did I end up saying? Shannon, rather than day 1. They are going to be talking to Usman Khawaja here. As I read somewhere that Marnus was a committed Christian, says John Mills there. Okay. So Usman Khawaja, he said that it is dark, and with a fast bowler bowling as quickly as Nokia is, it's annoying him. He said day 3. Well, I apologise for that, Shannon. Didn't mean to misspeak. Probably say quite a few words that are wrong throughout these live streams. Okay, Marnus is saying it's not out in the background. Lance Morris next to him. It was a shame not to see him in action for this one, because like a pace bowler option rather than Matty Renshaw, probably a very good idea. They're just showing the best averages at the ECG. Hammond up the top with 161, Tendulkar in second with 157, and then Khawaja with 106. Then it goes Hussey, and then it actually goes to Labuschagne. Both men batting here have the best at the SCG, or they're in the top 5 in that regard. They are just showing what Usman Khawaja has been able to do. Got 200s against England at the SCG as well. I think South Africa, if they don't break the partnership in this next hour, they're going to be in a lot of trouble, because Australia already have a total of 138. You add another 100 to that. That is something that South Africa have not been able to reach in their last about 8 innings or so. Trying to hit that 200. They did get it most recently in their last innings up against the Aussies. Anything higher than that, certainly a tough day. Oh, okay. They've actually said that bad light's going to stop us here for a little bit. That it's got a bit too dark to be able to continue. So they're going to have to wait a little bit longer to return out to the middle. And this is a bit of a weird stoppage, because unlike the rain, where you know when it's going to be too dark, or you know it's going to be wet, you see the rain falling, they go, okay, we won't continue play. But with light, it's a bit of a tricky one, because you just have to pretty much just keep on checking it. Crowd have just realized what is happening, and that is that the players have been taken off the field. And now we have to wait a little bit longer till the light, I guess, progresses. Okay, so they'll be working on what it is going to be in terms of the bad light meter. They can choose what number they're looking at, and anytime it gets worse than that, they do have to come back off the field again. Well, that's a bit odd, says Chad. It is. Like, I would have liked to think that South Africa maybe got asked, are you willing to bowl your spinners? And maybe they said, no, we'd rather have Nokia bowling. So then they said, right, well, we're coming off the field then. That's normally how it would happen. I don't know if that is actually the case of what happened here, why Australia don't consider Travis Head as opener. The TC is an impact player, says Cody. I think I can understand why they go with him at 5, just because Travis Head normally that's just after Labuschagne or Smith have gone out. So you've got a huge amount of momentum in your favour. And Travis Head likes to ride off that. Whereas if he was batting number 1 or 2, he would have to create his own momentum. Can be a lot more tricky to do. And we've seen what Warner did when he tried to go a bit aggressive. He did decide to go at about a run a ball and ended up going out 10 runs off 11. And if Travis Head did that same thing, I don't think Australia would be too happy with the way their innings starts. Still no sign of rain, says Rahul. So I guess just very dark at the ground, is it, Rahul, as we currently sit. So like they've said, it looks light on the screens, but it is darker. Scotty Boland looks like he's going out to the middle with a bat in his hand. Crowd would have been loving to see him there. Yeah, it's weird because you look at Lance Morris and whatnot. He's going over. He gave the drink to Marnus Labuschagne. He was only half a metre away from Matty Renshaw, who's tested positive. So, yeah, so they've actually just said Elgar declined to bring out the spinners. So they had to say, nah, the light's too bad. Nathan Lyon just having a look at this pitch, trying to work out what his options are. And it's because Nokia bowling too fast for them Aussies, says John Mills. And also very dark, says Rahul. But yeah, I think the thing that needs to be, I guess, repeated here is they were given the option of continuing this match. But South Africa declined because they wanted to continue bowling their pace attack. So due to that, they've come off the field. They could have gone with Harmer. I mean, Harmer was bowling pretty well. But it would have meant that they had to go with Maharaj at the other end. And I think that's where Algar was like, no, thank you. It's going to be all right. They could call the day off if it gets worse, says Shannon. Yeah, I think they'll hang around a little while, though. There's Matty Renshaw going over to have a look at the pitch. Got a bit of a smile on his face at the moment. Renshaw, it's just kind of a lone wolf. He's not allowed to go over to any of the players. Or theoretically, he's not allowed to, but he probably, he's talking to the umpire within half a metre of the umpire, who's now going to be within half a metre of a few of the other players. It's such a weird rule that just doesn't make sense. And also, we have got there, sorry to move off the topic of cricket, but are you doing any Super Rugby games? We are doing every single Super Rugby game that we can, Chad, which will be probably 99% of them. In fact, now thinking through, I don't think there's any Super Rugby games that we won't be able to do, unless, of course, any emergency scenario comes up. But for now, 99% of Super Rugby we are going to be covering on the channel. Also with their lineups and everything along those lines. We have already lost a lot of cricket. Well, we have already lost a lot of cricket because of rain last year in Australia. There's coding. And yeah, at this stage, it's not even the rain that's the problem. It's just the bad light. 70% chance that it is going to rain at 3 p.m. 4 p.m. has a 30% chance. Currently, local time, it is 2:23. I think it's unfair to tell South Africa they can continue, only if they bowl their spinners. Sorry, I'll go off as well, says Mark. Yeah, it makes sense because Maharaj has not been good. It's about the best way of summarising it. He has not been bowling flash at all. So you can understand why Elgar decided that he wanted to go off, but yeah, I think it needs to be said that they were offered that chance just so that people know that, like, I guess spin. See, that for me causes problems for South Africa just a little bit because if you're Maharaj and you're sitting there and your captain is going, no, we're not going to bowl you because you're not going that flash. Like, that would make me a little bit concerned if I was Maharaj, but I think more than likely it's probably more of the case of, I forgot what I was going to say there. My sentence dragged on for about 5 years, and I'm currently in 2028 and can't remember what the end of that sentence was going to be. But bad light, it's a bit of a tough one, isn't it? Because, like I mentioned, with rain, when the rain stops, you go, okay, we got this much time till we return. But for this one, it's like the light's bad. So we've got to wait until either a cloud moves so that we can see a little bit more light shining through, or, it's going to remain dark for a bit longer. It can only get worse, I would think, throughout the evening if it is going to be overcast. But it's not too bad. Hopefully, we get back out there before the end of this first session. Is the Aussie PM at the ECG talking to Renshaw, Hamish? Says John Mills. Not sure. I know they had an ex-prime minister at the ground. I'm not sure about the current one. A light meter, they've got it back out there. So they have to make sure that it is safely a good light that the pretty much the pace of Nokia can bowl. So we've got to remember he's bowling 150 or 145-ish. So it's going to be relatively quick bowling from him. So they do need to have the sufficient light for him to then not take someone's head off. I think it's the best way of describing it. And Hamish, how are you, mate? Doing very well, chucking down under. Hope you are doing well also. Have you, by any chance, had a chance, that was chances too many times, to see the cricketing video? Because I was scoring at about as slowly as Khawaja and Labuschagne at the start of their innings. And then I blew it by playing a bad shot, sadly. Yeah, Olga, we're having a bit of a chat there. And Labuschagne, he was almost dismissed, but just not quite due to the ball. It was pretty much the argument of, was it a finger that was under the ball or was it the ball hitting the grass? It's a bit 50-50. From this angle, you'd have to say South Africa a little bit hard done by because the on-field decision was out. To be fair, I think that the offer only favours Australia, definitely knowing that their spinners have been average and fairly expensive run-wise. And also we have good there, mate. Should do more of them, says Truckin. So we will have an umpire one coming out in the near future. I'd like to think that in the future, eventually, I've faced that many balls that I have to do the highlights of them rather than showing all of them. Although I think some of you guys would probably prefer getting to see every ball rather than just the highlights of the innings, wouldn't you? See how it builds in. Bad light. It's the lowest of the entire innings, I've just heard all rifles say. So that's not ideal. That means that it's getting a little bit darker at the ground as we continue going. Bad light. Looks like the ECG up top's relatively empty. Players will be waiting very patiently for the chance. But the light meter, they're pretty much just staring at it at the moment. As I remember correctly, you said to yourself, what was that? Says Mark in there as well. Yeah, my dismissal was appalling, really, because I'm normally not great on the leg side, just because I've been trained, or my whole cricketing when I was younger was play the offside, cover drive, cut shot, and also that straight drive that you guys saw a few times. But leg side wise, the worst thing is I didn't even hit that one that hard. Little half one straight to the man at mid wicket. I should have actually put some effort into that shot, and I could have hit it a lot further, which would have been quite nice. The sledge, hit your GoPro says trucking down under. Yeah, they were a chatty side. We have one of their team members actually on the stream a bit earlier on, watching in the chat, but yeah, they wanted to hit the GoPro straight away. I think my favorite ball was the one that went just across here that I had to lean back for because the GoPro, you could just see the ball going straight across. And you didn't roll your wrist, Hamish. It was a good shot, but it wasn't in. But if it wasn't straight in the air to mid wicket, says John. Yeah, but I think I was playing a bit too defensive to an extent, and then that one, I probably only hit it like this, rather than if I knew I was getting the full toss and I had another chance at it. Got to actually try and smack it rather than just a little flick. Right, the bad lights still stop and play at the moment, but some of those shots, I enjoyed the cover drive. I'm getting bad at hitting it straight to fielders though, and I've learned that the reason behind it is I think I'm too nice. Not in a, like, actual match situation, but it's kind of gone over to that a little bit. But anytime we're in the nets and someone bowls an absolute rank ball, I don't smack it away. I just kind of play a nice shot and give them the ball back. And I feel like that's costing my batting just a little bit because, like, someone will bowl a half tracker that sits up and I wind up for it and then I'll just tap it. And, like, rather than making them have to go get the ball, and I've gotten used to hitting it straight to people. Like, when I do the straight drive, I try and give it straight back to the bowler, and that's not smart to do in a cricketing scenario. And I was like, how was the sledging by Timaru boys? It was good or bad? No, it was fine. I was laughing the whole time, probably a bit too much laughing taking place. But, like, it was nothing too, like, bad overall. Like, nothing hurt me feelings, if that's what you mean. Just showing Usman Khawaja's 51 off 119 deliveries. Marnus has been doing very nicely for himself as well, slowly ticking over. But this bad light, we've got another 40 minutes left of this session. And then from there, we will be going with a 20-minute break. And then session number 3 will be the next one of the day. I just hope we get a little bit more play in, though, because to lose 2 sessions worth of cricket almost in this test match. I mean, for one thing, it will mean that South Africa definitely make it past day 2. And as your parents are great people. And for your mum to help with the filming is awesome. What a sport says, Mark. Yeah, she's pretty good overall. Me mumsy, she's been on a few live streams. Now the next step is trying to convince my dad that he should become an umpire. Because then he could have a camera on his chest while I'm batting. You see, he can umpire the full innings. I haven't told him that yet. He probably has just heard it through the wall and is wondering what I'm on about. And I was like, did you give any back to the boys? Not really. Like what you saw on the live stream or on the video, pretty much everything that I said. But then how do you give it back when you're sitting 3 runs off 21 balls? You can't exactly say that, like, you can't exactly go, well, look at me, though. I'm scoring a whole heap of runs. And where Isaac and George playing against or in the other team, nah, neither of them play cricket. They hardly watch it, let alone play it. And oh, yes, you said sorry when you hit it back to the bowler the one time. Yeah, I feel like that kind of summarizes, like, yeah. Anyone who thinks that on live stream I'm nice and then off live stream, like, I'm just not nice. I feel like that little clip of me apologizing when I hit a ball at a bowler, like, yeah, too nice to an extent, I think. But also, I should mention that did bounce. I did hit it into the ground before it. It wasn't a catching chance because it may have looked like one. I was going to show a slow motion replay, but I had to like slow it down and it would have been like 10 seconds. So you could see the bounce first. Yeah. I feel like I probably, to an extent, need to work on getting in the zone when I'm out there in the middle. My fielding, you guys got to see me fall over, which was unfortunate. And you should give him the opportunity be part of the winning team and the channel. And you were too nice, says Coding and Morning All. Says Gareth. Welcome in, Gareth. Hope you are doing well, mate. Apparently, bad light has stopped us a little bit here. Showing Travis here next to Marcus Harris. Other Australian staff in the background as well. I think Alex Carey's to his left. And next time you go and stream, or you're going stream at you cricket bats, Hamish. Or next time you're going steam at you cricket bats, Hamish. Steam at them. I've also learned it's very hard to get a thumbnail because that one that you saw as the thumbnail of that video was actually me doing a practice shot. Because other than that, like anytime you're playing a shot, your head's down. So you don't actually get to see too much type thing. So I either need to plan ahead and try and do like a fake shot before I've batted just so that people can see. And you don't need to explain yourself, Hamish. We all know you have a big heart. Says Mark there. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I feel like GoPro cricket-wise, if I gave back any sledging, I feel like everyone would be sitting there watching and be like, hang on, where'd that come from? But, yeah, our team needs to start winning games first. We haven't won a game yet, so I always think of it as Well, I think back to when I was in the South Canterbury cricket team about 12 years ago, and our team would do sledging. Not myself, because I knew that it wasn't a need for it, but all of the teams would sledge in the competition. Our team would sledge and then get bowled out for 25. And then they'd go on to sledge the next game. And it's like, you can't really sledge if you're not backing up your sledging. You know, like the ones like swinging like a rusty gate and whatnot's all right. But like, oh, we're going to get you out for less than 50, and then your team goes out for less than 50. It's just kind of a prediction for your own batting rather than the opposition. Be like Baz and Stokes, Amish, and your umpiring was fun. Says coding there. Yeah, so we have got some umpiring video coming out at the end of this test match. We've always had it at this stage that it's going to be the day after these test matches finished. It's the day or the day after that the video does end up coming out. So the next one, you'll get to see me umpire for about 20 overs or so. You'll get to see some shots. You'll get to see me give out some LBWs. So you'll be able to pick for yourself whether or not you guys think it's out. I feel bad though, because I gave one of our teammates out and he did hit it just a little inside edge for his LB, but I gave it out. And he's now become a sponsor of the team. So I need to make sure I don't do that again. And goodness me, I've fallen asleep due to the lack of wickets. It's still these 2-8. It is. And currently bad light has stopped the game, Sebastian. So you could probably get in another snooze if you want one. Because, yeah, not a lot happening out on the field. At the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to clear out anytime soon, the bad lights here as well, which is disappointing because, you know, you always think with the ground with lights that it should be all right to be able to, I guess, to be able to keep a game going. I wonder if there's any point that Elgar can go to the umpire and say, we'd like to continue now, please, with spin. I don't think he will, but I assume that they would still have that option to be able to do so. And kill me with kindness, Amish. It's the best way to do anything, my good friend. Yeah. I feel like I just can't be negative, which is, I mean, it's a very good thing. Yeah, they're just showing Manus earlier on how he was going like this because he wanted to get a lighter to be able to burn some thread off of his helmet. It's meant to be kill him with kindness. There's Mark there. Yeah, Australia currently 138. Kawaja did end up going and getting himself the half century. So he's got a brilliant average at the SCG, currently sitting 106. Whereas Manus, he has got an average sitting at about 86 currently to get 70. Then was, I don't even, that's the thing. You can't, do you call it a drop? The one that was taken, but they say that it bounced slightly. It's not really a drop, is it? Because he held on to it. So I guess Manus, he had his, I don't even know what you call it. It happened. It was, could be out, could be not out. They did go not out in the end. The two groundsmen were out there with the umpires. Says Mark, yeah. So currently, the umpires have made their way off the ground. Sounds like they might be going for an early tea break. There's a chance that that may be what they go with, but they are just showing that David Warner wicket. 10 runs off 11 deliveries, so he was going relatively speedy. Maybe trying to play a bit of baseball. Yeah, David Warner, but did get it wrong. And are you like Rudy Kurtzen, the slow finger of death, Hamish? Says John. I mean, I'm an indecisive person. You guys know this already. So when I gave an out, I think I'd sit there for about a second or two, and then I slowly, yeah, I guess it's relatively slow. I don't want to get in the way of the umpire, but you do see me put my finger up in front of it. Also, if I left everything in from my umpiring, you would see me really struggle to get that. You know how you get a little tracker or your counter? As an umpire, I was struggling to get that thing to wheel over. So you see me just fighting with it at one stage. I also stole a lot of players' hats accidentally. Like I go back to swear leg and then still have their hat in my hand and then have to run it back over to them as well. Nokia, you got a big hug from Rabada and he was able to get that wicket. Hello, Mumsy. All right, bad light stopping play at the moment. Yeah. It's not raining, it's just dark. It's currently over there 2:40. and it's dark. Yeah, the lights are on, but not enough. And also, the umpires just went up and told the players when they will continue. So hopefully they let us know as well when there is going to be the final session of the day. So it will be quite a long one, about 3 hours or so. Oh, I thought she just said how long it was. I'm actually going to put on the second ear as well so that I can hear a little bit better when they do say they will be making their way back out onto the field. They're going to have a quick break, but I don't think that counts as tea. Yeah, I don't think that's tea yet. They're just taking a break. Unless it is tea. I'm going to have a quick look on Google, see what I can find out. Go like this. We will go Australia versus South Africa. And we will find out that currently it says, oh, okay, well, it says suspended, but that's not correct. Time to be determined. Suspended's the wrong wording, I think. The suspended makes it sound like the whole day's off, which it's not yet. The lights are on, but who knows? Or but no one's home, says Mark. That's the first thing that came to my head, but I managed to not say it. I can't remember what I said instead. But yeah, a little bit dark at the ground. It's a shame, really, because it seemed like it was really heating up. Oh, summer's about to get stormy here in New Zealand by the sounds of it. So that's nice. It's just interrupted, isn't it? Yeah. So what would it be? What's a good way of wording it? Delayed. Delayed's a good word. Just delayed. Going to be back soon, hopefully. So you can see there the win percentage. Still Australia find themselves 70% chance. South Africa 4%. And the draw is 26% likely to happen. And that is due to all the rain that's in the radar, due to all the little, I guess, delays that we might find ourselves having. Currently, there is actually no time now in the evening that doesn't have at least 30% chance that it's going to be raining. So if they do get back out onto the field in these dark conditions, it's looking like it's going to be start, stop, start, stop, start, stop for the rain and also for the bad lights. So still a little bit too early, I would say, to suspend play because they'll still want a few more overs in. Definitely with Nokia. I want to see what he can do. But the problem is for him to bowl, they need purely perfect conditions. Light meters are not part of cricket, in my opinion, Hamish. Says John Mills. Yeah, it's the thing that I always get annoyed about. Believe it or not, I can get annoyed. But the thing that annoys me is that they pick grounds that have big lights, yet those big lights still don't provide enough light to be able to continue the match. So it's like, yes, they help a little bit, but you'd love to be able to see like the lights actually light enough to be able to continue play. Is there another Despicable Me movie coming out? It looks like it. Minions The Rise of Gru comes out 14th of January. Nice one. I'm just watching ads for movies at the moment. Tom Hanks, is he still doing more? He is. You ever find that when you listen to Tom Hanks talk and you close your eyes, you just can't stop thinking of Toy Story? As I do. LED bales are not butter cricket, as far as I'm concerned, says Sebastian. Yeah, I guess they're just for show, aren't they? Test match cricket wise, I always found it weird that they had the LED stump ones. I guess it helps a little bit in terms of like seeing when the bales have been dislodged. But other than that, it's just more for just the spectacle in it. See some zinger bales. I've always wanted zinger bales, but there's never been a time to buy zinger bales, which is understandable because I don't actually have regular stumps that zinger bales could sit on. The Australian Open soon, or is it now? The Australian, I think it might be now. Played tennis the other week. Me and Mum versus my uncle and his daughter. We managed to win just in the end. It took a lot of effort to get there. I just said the last time that South Africa won a match on on Australian soil was 2005. That's a long time. It's when I was about 6, just a young whippersnapper myself. I'll come back when the game is back on, Amish. See you soon. Oh, cheers, says Mark. Yeah. So even if it doesn't end up playing out for any more of today, we will be back for day 2. And are there LED balls now, Sebastian? I'm a fossil, says John. There aren't yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes a thing in the future that the ball is also able to light up or something along those lines. I'm wondering what the next thing will be that they add. No signs of improvement. That's not what we like to hear, Rahul. Have they taken an early tee, or is it still just a delay? Rahul, do let us know. And they're twice as heavy as normal bales, hence why so many occasions when the ball clips the stump, bale doesn't dislodge. That is one side of it that is relatively unfortunate. And also hearing thunder now. Okay, so the thunderstorms are about to hit. This is not looking good for play, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got what's supposed to be another session left today, but not great. T has been taken, can confirm. Says Roll, and not yet, thank goodness, but I wouldn't put it past the ICC. Oh, I wonder whether or not I've still got your thingy, Sebastian, from way back in the day. It had rain delay on it, which even though it's not really a rain delay, have I got it? Yeah, I do. I still have the drinks break one and the rain delay. There it is. Look at that. Isn't that nice? But it's not really a rain delay, is it? So what we'll do is we'll put up that it's tea, and we'll be back, I guess, a little bit later on after the tea break. Hopefully we get to see a little bit of play. Oopsies. That's a bit wonky now, isn't it? I have to tighten this. Sorry for showing my hand. It's super close. There we go. Not too bad. So we'll be back for session 3 we'll go 5, I guess, 5 p.m. Somewhere around there. We'll go like that and that. There we go. And I was in my rain delay wallpaper. You do care, boss, says Sebastian. Yeah, it's not going anywhere. Sebastian Wicket is covered now, says Rahul. I'm so tired. Seeing the Proteas struggle everywhere, it really leaves me broken, thinking how worse it's becoming every day passing, says Anarchy. Yeah, it is disappointing. I think they know that the rain is coming, which is why they're covering it now. But yeah, we will be back in about, I'd say 15 minutes time, somewhere around there. Even if it's a rain delay, we'll still be hanging about on the stream. Nonetheless, I will see you all in a little bit. Right, we are back again, ladies and gentlemen, from when I bumped the camera before. It's a little bit low. There we go. Too high now. Now that's too low. We'll get the right spot soon. There we go. That'll do. Right. So we're in the scenario. I've had tea. I've had about, I'd say, a 30-minute delay at the moment due to bad light. Also, the rain that is around. The rain is easing, but it still seems like it's going to be maybe another 30 minutes or so before we have a chance of seeing another ball, which is a bit of a shame. This one was just starting to heat up. We saw that half chance for the South Africans of Marnus Labuschagne, where it's still being debated whether or not that was a catch for the South African Harmer. They did have the option of bowling a bit of spin near the end of that session. South Africa, they declined the offer. They wanted to keep Nokia in the bowling attack, so due to that and the bad light, they did end up going off the field. So the rain delay currently, it looks like the full covers are still on, which is a little bit concerning. Mark Waugh seems to think it will be 30 minutes. As we know, Mark Waugh, he seems to think he is never wrong. So 30 minutes or so, a little bit more of a delay, and then we will be hopefully back into some cricket. The thing for me, though, is I'm not concerned about the rain. I'm concerned about what happens after it finishes raining, because if we've already had a little bit of a light problem at 2:30 in the afternoon in Sydney, I would think the further into the night that we get, the more light that we will be lacking. So looking through at the way that the rain sits currently, says currently in Sydney there are showers, 4 p.m., which is 6 p.m. New Zealand time, which is taking place in about 50 minutes time, 50% chance. Then it is a 30% chance at 7 p.m. and then 50% for them at 6 p.m. Looking through the night, it's supposed to be 100% chance of rain. In fact, 90% from 11 p.m. local time all the way through. Supposed to be raining till the afternoon tomorrow, where we do start to see a little bit of clearing, and that will be the wind. It does come up, so that might dry everything out quite nicely as well. Currently at the SCG, does sit relatively dark. Kiwi, your score ladder's blur. That is because your internet is bad. Once again, Vernon, we've talked you through this about 15 times. We've tried to help you through it, but your incompetence still seems to stop you from being able to fix it, which is a shame, really, isn't it, Vernon? Currently in the commentary box, Mark Waugh, he said 30 minutes, so we'll trust him for now, but there's a chance that it may be a little bit longer. Could be shorter if they're lucky, but by the time they get all of those covers off, I would say we're at least another 25, 30 minutes away, and then it's just the lighting, whether or not we get to see some more cricket. But the good news is we're going to have some more cricket playing very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be having that video of me GoPro batting actually going up on this live stream very, very soon. So you guys get about 10 minutes worth of batting out at the middle. It may not be the best batting you've ever seen. It's test match cricket style, relatively slow scoring. So we'll tell people that when they ask what type of format it is. It's test match rather than the 40 over bash that it was supposed to be. But yeah, we'll have that play for 10 minutes. Then we'll give you another update whether or not the covers look like they're going to be coming off, or whether we are waiting just a little bit longer before we do get to see some more cricket coming up. So nonetheless, we'll stand up. I will get that all fired up, ready to go for you guys to be able to see the scorecard. I believe for that video, it will be in the bottom corner, so you might not be able to see it too well, but we'll put up this one down the bottom, and I will see you guys all in about 10 minutes time for the next bit of cricketing action. And a little bit different on the Kiwi Lads channel. In this video, I am going to be showing a cricket match that I took part in not too long ago. It was Waimate taking on Timaru Boys High School, but Timaru Boys, they were batting first. They managed to set a total of 256 for 7 off their 40 overs. It was always going to be a tough chase, but if you do enjoy and you want to see more of this, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I do hope you all enjoy.
Shot. That's nice.
Come field, Zach. No, I'm fielding. I just said that. Fielding.
Oh, that's good. You need the odd one. They're not going to put them all nicely on me. Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
That means I'm now going out there. Oh no. Hello, boys. Thank you.
Okay, here's the Kiwi lads going out to bat at number 3.
Hello there. Thanks, bud. Where's mother? Hello.
Hey, he's just moving away from you. That's about it.
Yeah.
Just wait for a dead ball.
Okay.
Have fun.
Alrighty. Cheers. Centre.
One for the GoPro here, lad. One for the GoPro.
At centre. Well.
Chin music here, James. Chin music. Come on, lad. Oh, he's playing.
This is new.
One for the GoPro here, James. One for the GoPro.
I didn't expect this.
Come on, James. Come on, lad. One for the chest guard. See if it works here, lad.
No run.
Don't want to get a duck here, lads. Don't want to get a duck. Come on.
Well left.
Okay. Okay. They'll look quite cool. No run. Ooh.
Oh, he survived the first over. Phew.
Good man. The score's the same. Swinging away from you.
Okay.
Apparently he's got an unswing.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Okay. No run. What number are you betting, Andrew?
10.
10. Oh, why so low?
So you guys have a go. Oh no.
No run. Yes.
Get there, get there.
Go there.
That'll do, mate. That'll do. Oh, please. There he is now.
Oh.
Yeah, Rusty. Yeah, lock one.
Well bowled. Yes. Just one.
Up and down.
Okay. Oh, I start shaking when Hamish is on strike. It is nerve-wracking watching your boy.
Centre.
Yep, that's him there.
Nice.
Video away.
No run.
Hasn't middle one yet, lads. Come on.
You're right about that. No run. Ooh. Sorry. Wait, why am I apologising?
I didn't think I was to
I
start.
don't think I'm supposed to apologise to the bowler when I hit it hard, is it?
No, it was nice. Nice shot.
So entertaining listening.
I'm enjoying it, it's good.
Is your shoelace undone?
Yes.
God, you both. This is the second one I've had to do up.
You only get a single knot, it's not quite long enough for the double.
It's alright, that's all I was going to do.
Thank you. Yes! Yes!
Shot!
2 runs there. Yeah. Just 2. I know, it just keeps on going over. Good call. it's going to hear for audio is just me puffing after a single.
You want to know how unfit you are.
No run. Oh.
Over the bar.
Good call for that leg side one. I had no idea where that went.
That's my fault, so it's all good.
You hope it turned on.
Oh, it'd be a shame if it wasn't. I've actually scored a run. No run.
Down. Fielding.
Ooh,
Reverse swing there, Lowe's. Bit of reverse swing.
bit of seam there too.
Hard for the subscribers here, Lowe's. Come on, boy.
Waiting. No run. Oh, okay. Oops. That was good. How much did that miss the stunts by, Murray? Half an inch. Waiting. No run.
Gotta hold the post here, lads. Gotta hold the post. Come on, boys.
No run. Same bowler, yeah. Okay.
Big spill.
Well played, no run.
Right there, mate. Down, please.
No run. Ooh. No run. Yes. Look for two. Yes. Great shot. Waiting. No run. Nice shot. Looks like it's going to be maybe another one. Got the endurance, these boys.
Young.
Yeah.
Young, mate.
I'm supposed to be
Well,
young.
well, well.
I run a single and I'm puffed. Oh.
Bit of seam there, boys. Bit of seam.
Taking his time, the Kiwi lad. Getting his eye in.
That bat might have been quite close, was
I'm still good. Coaches away. Subscribers are falling asleep here, lads. Come on. They want some shots here. Come on, boys. Make them play.
it? No run. Oh, waiting. Nah, still no.
Boring here, lads. Pretty bored. Right rate's looking pretty sad here, lads. Come on.
Yes. Oh no.
Why'd you put that in the air?
Huh?
Why'd you put that one in the air?
Just glided it,
I
didn't I?
know, you did. Straight to
hit
the
it.
fielder. Yeah, like,
Coach, you alright? Falling over. Where you going? We gotta get a post-match analysis.
Really?
Yep,
Oh god.
I'm here with the coach on his knees.
What do you want me to stand?
No, we could stand.
Oh yeah.
We might not be able to get back up afterwards.
yeah.
So, how'd we go?
It was an interesting game. It was a game of two halves.
Most cricket is.
No, it was good. Yeah, we learnt some lessons. We struggled a wee bit in the field. Isaac missed a couple of easy catches that sort of hurt things
Bit brutal.
a wee bit.
I recall the coach running away from a ball.
Yeah, what happened there when you went the wrong way?
Well, you
Well-
should get some insight into that too, because I think you did the same thing.
It's a booth thing, isn't it?
It's not a booth thing.
No, he took a couple catches.
Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, no. And then batting wise, we were We struggled a wee bit, but we looked good for a while, and then just fell off a wee bit in the end. But very good, very good Timaru boys side.
Very good. Line and length, words of the day.
Yes, definitely line and length. Yep. Yeah, outside off stump. All right.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You were probably plum LB, but it's all right.
Right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Still waiting, although they did show that the covers are coming off. So there's something benefiting the chance of us seeing some sort of cricket being played today. It still looks relatively dark, though, so I'm a bit concerned of whether or not we're going to be able to have pace bowling with Nokia, Rabada, and also you've got Janssen, who's able to get them down there at about 140. We should see a bit of spin later on tonight, I would think, but they've still got plenty of time. Theoretically, this is when the final session would be beginning, 5:30 p.m. New Zealand time or so, and they should be able to go right through to about 8 p.m. But the chances of the rain staying away, relatively slim. But we'll see how we go. Currently, the weather report has it actually mostly cloudy at the moment. 50% chance that we see a little bit of rain in about half an hour's time. 30% chance that we see some in an hour and a half's time. As long as it stays relatively dry, relatively light, we should get to see some sort of action for the final session of day one. But they are currently interviewing David Warner. He's going to be joining the Fox cricket side very soon. He's actually locked in a contract, I believe, for 8 years. And also we have got there Kiwi, or knock yourself out, Rob. He's a knobhead, that's for sure. Almost certain, certainly Hamish Spencer behind another account, spewing the venom like the old days, says Sebastian. I've just realized that I stared at that light for too long, because now like I have a whole heap of, you know, when you get those little like light specks when you're looking, like I can hardly see half of those words, Sebastian, so I had to kind of move my head a little bit. I didn't even realize I was staring at the light. I think that's the worst part of it. I think I was just doing it instinctively while watching that little montage of me batting. For anyone who hadn't seen that one, hopefully I'll be able to get a bit more longer footage for you guys for future ones. And also we have got there, was that coach your cousin? And did the lady that tied your shoes, does she play on your side? She is in our team, yep. And also that's not my cousin, it's my uncle. So my dad's brother, which might be why he looked a little bit familiar for you guys. So yeah, he's the coach / he plays in the team as well. And then also my cousin's also in the team. He was the one who I mentioned had taken a few catches, and also was actually the one that was opening that I gave the fist bump to on my way out to the middle. Just showing Steve Smith versus India at the SCG in 2021, 131 runs he was able to get for himself off 226 balls, I should say. As you can see by the win probability, Australia still 70% chance of winning this one. The draw is 26%, and South Africa to be able to win this game is only sitting at the 4. Are you related to the lass? I am not. She's no relation to me. But her son is also in the team. He was the one who was giving me the throwdowns near the start. So I believe in one of our games, about, I want to say 8 or 9 of the team were related, but just in different ways. So we had like a father-son and me as the cousin. And then also the mother and son as the other combination. I think that's all the group. How did Muzzer go scoring-wise? He managed to get himself, I believe, 58 runs or somewhere around there in the end. Muzzer was the leading run scorer out of the team. And yeah, managed to get himself a half century and then a few extra on top of it. I believe the second highest scorer was actually his son. That's the other father-son combo we've got in the side. I think he managed to get himself maybe about 20-something. In the end, he had a big 6 that you guys haven't seen yet, but you'll get to see in the umpiring video when it does come out a bit later on. Still the rain delay. They're talking about Matty Renshaw, the fact that he has been delayed, or Yeah, they're saying that he had to move away from the side. He wasn't able to lock arms with Josh Hazelwood due to him having COVID, but he's literally only this far away from Hazelwood. So he's going to get it. He's going to get it. The amount of nepotism in your team is ridiculous. Jeez, Sebastian. And there. But yeah, I think father, son, mother, son, father, son, mother, or not mother, father, son, and me. We had 9 out of 11 of our players in one of the games that were related in some way. Like to someone else in the team, I should say. Not actually all related, though. I've just said there's no rain. They're taking the covers off. I would say if we're going to see light come into play, we should get a few overs in. Hopefully before it starts raining again. Or else we might be close to the end of the day, which would be a shame to only have 138 runs scored in the session. I must have stared at that light for a long time because my eyes are still doing that thing. How you're like, you have the blurriness. Should be all right, though. Hopefully, I can tell that that's David Warner and Ishigua doing a bit of an interview there. We go like this and like this as well. But yeah, it would be quite cool to have a lot more batting footage. But for me to have a lot more batting footage, I need to bat for longer. But also, more runs being scored would be a benefit rather than just batting long. I'd rather go out in the first 10 balls after playing some big shots than bat for 30 balls and only get like 4 or 5 runs. I feel like I need to push a little bit harder in that regard, but who knows? Maybe next game when we do play it, I think it's going to be a T20. So with T20, you're going to make sure that you're on the money early on, or else you're just going to be struggling. I think as a side, you always want to make sure any level that you're getting up to about 130 or so just to be defendable. They are just interviewing David Warner while he sits in one of the stands at the moment. And also, is your vision blurry? That's how it started to me as well. All those years ago, it took me no time to accept that I needed glasses, says Sebastian. Yeah, so I know that I'm probably close to the stage of needing glasses just because, like, in terms of longer distance, do struggle a little bit. But I think it must have been the angle that I was watching the cricket from or watching that montage from. It had the light in the corner because I think that that's actually affected it a little bit as well for some reason. Like it's normally, I know it's not too great, but something from that angle, whether it was accidentally looking at that light for too long when I was getting my phone charger or something, it's kind of gone all funny. And next time, are you going to stream next time you go and stream your games, please, Hamish? I can't actually stream them, mainly because the games, like in terms of data wise, would be very costly to be able to stream from the actual match. Plus, you never know what's going to happen in a game, so you're much better off recording it and then being able to edit it down. Plus, battery wise is the problem. GoPros for batteries, they last for about 2 hours. So you'd only actually get to see half of an innings and then it would randomly cut out for the stream. Too difficult streaming. The GoPro footage is perfect, mate, says Sebastian there. And also, bro, why is life so unfair to the Proteas, says Annika. Although they were offered the chance to go back out there and continue playing, but they declined it because they wanted to continue bowling pace. Which you can understand why they decided to do that. At the end of the day, when you've got Nokia firing them down there at 145, you want to have them as your main bowler. And yep, says Kurt there. But yeah, I've learned that each battery lasts about 20 overs. So yeah, it's more of the case of trying to work out how to get more footage, I guess. Because when I'm batting, it's all right because we're getting footage. When I'm umpiring, it's all right. But then it's that whole side of things of you want to make sure that you're not like slowing down the game by having to replace batteries and whatnot as well. But yeah, while we're fielding, we haven't really got any way of getting footage other than if I was to ask the opposition umpire to possibly do it. But then that's a bit tricky to do as well. And I don't think Sky lets you stream the live games. Cheers, Kiwi Gamer. Oh, Okay. They've just said that today they've still got another 45 overs. They're going to be able to play through to 9 p.m. New Zealand time. And that's apparently going to be the case. So a 45 over session is about to hit us now, ladies and gentlemen. I doubt we're getting 45 overs in. I think even 20 overs might be a bit of a stretch at the moment for them. What do we got? We got 50% chance of rain around that time, 40% beforehand. So the restart is going to be in 9 minutes' time. Once it comes back out onto the field, they are going to be able to play for an extra 3.5 hours, 45 overs. The day of cricket has just started, says Sebastian. Yeah, it seems really weird to be able to go that far. He plays actual cricket that Sky don't show. Says Robert. Right. This is going to be a big session for these players. That is for sure, because we've only had 138 from about, I want to say 40-something overs. I don't think they're going to get all of them through. So we've got 45 overs left. Stumps is going to be at 8:30 p.m. New Zealand time, plus an extra 30 minutes. That's slightly unfortunate in terms of what I was going to be doing. Hello, Mumsy. Got a 45 over session coming up. 45. No. Stumps is now 8:30 p.m. New Zealand time. You might have to cover the last 45 minutes or so. I have a meeting with some people at 8:30. Yeah, 30 minutes extra they can use if light allows. Although I would think if they've been already called off at 2:30 p.m, light-wise might still go out a bit earlier. Yeah, the updated playing conditions. One good thing is we are going to get cricket in 7 minutes' time. Okay, so they've said theoretically if they play through to 9 o'clock our time, but 7 p.m. local time, that would mean that they'd actually only lose 2 overs for the whole day due to all of the rain. And what time in New Zealand now? It is currently sitting 5:38 p.m. So, yeah, we've got another 7 minutes till it's going to be starting for the final session. Rabada just warming up alongside Nokia. Rabada will certainly be able to pick up a wicket relatively soon. Same with Janssen. They've currently got the rope going around the boundary, trying to dry out the outfield. Now, there is still rain expected, but we'll see how it ends up going. And so a match not started, says Talak. Or we've currently had around 43 overs, I believe, so far of this test match. There's now rain delay, but 6 minutes time, they're going to be back out on the field ready to go for some more test match cricket. Yeah, 45 over session. That's something that you don't really get to see too often. Even a session that goes 35 overs, we normally don't get to see. But I would say that South Africa, of these 45 overs, you want to have at least 30 overs apace, to be honest. But Rabada, Nokia, and Janssen, that would mean they all have to bowl 10 for themselves. And her and her dad might do the last, her and your dad might do the last 45 minutes. Since they're good at cricket, says Robert. Could be an option. I think I'll have to do quite a bit of convincing. I don't know English. Please talk to me in Hindi. I do not know Hindi. So I can't do that, unfortunately, to luck, sorry. And so Ngidi was dropped, Hamish. I don't know if he was dropped because I would have thought he'd be a very good option for them. But I guess maybe they got rid of Ngidi to add in the extra spin. So, yeah, I think they might have gone Ngidi out and Harmer in. Maybe not due to injury. Although Ngidi actually did pretty decent with the bat. I think you know English. You just typed in English. Says Robert there. I just showing the Warner dismissal again. Side of off stump. He did decide to have a bit of a slash at it, and Nokia picked up the wicket. No way to get through that many overs. Yeah, I think they're optimistic to even get through 25 at this stage, let alone 45. The rain's still expected to come in. It's going to start getting darker as the day goes on more. And if we're stopping for bad light at 2:30 in the afternoon, you're definitely going to be stopping for bad light at 5:30 in the afternoon. Well, we'll see how it goes. Still 4 minutes away. I just hope that the rain stays away. I've said Usman Khawaja just cruising to his 50 runs. He's had a few little blunders along the way in terms of trying to pull one that was a bit too close to him and whatnot, but been able to adjust pretty well. He's currently got an average of 108 at the SCG. That's not very easy to get. Got a very nice full toss from Maharaj, though, for the very first delivery of spin in the test match. Able to work it away. What we'll quickly do is we will jump up to the side and we will go like this and like this and then like this as well. And also we have got there how much money it's the Poison Dwarf on when he joins Channel 7, Hamish. How many years did you say? He's locked in for 8 years, which is a very long time to lock him in for. I would have thought you'd go with like 3 years and then see how he's going. But then maybe that's due to not wanting to pay him more money later or something along those lines. But I'm not sure how much money he's actually on. They can't use lights, can they? Or they have used the lights, but apparently the lights aren't sufficient enough to be able to play in, which makes me wonder what's the point of the lights in the first place. If you haven't got lights that are strong enough to play in the afternoon, then it's a bit rough. They're just saying they can play through to 7 o'clock local time. How long will it take for me to start, says Talak? The stage 3 minutes away from the players getting back out onto the field. Australia still batting, 138 for 1. And they will show the scores very soon, but Marnus is in on about 73. Like I've said, bad light and a bit of rain. The rain actually came after the bad light. They will now be back out onto the field extremely soon. South Africa, they'll be fired up. They need early wickets. If they can get through Marnus and Khawaja, take out Steve Smith as well, maybe there's a chance that they can bowl out the Australians for under that 300 mark. I think would certainly still keep South Africa in the game. There's a long way to go, though, in that batting lineup. You got Matty Renshaw. You get him the opportunity. Ashton Agar, Alex Carey. And like and subscribe and share, everyone, says Kurt. Yeah, the man, if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Africa currently looking pretty calm. You'd have to say, in 8 years is a lifetime. A yes for Tony and Kerry. I can understand because Kerry made a promise to Tony and kept it, says John. And Trevor said Nathan Lyon as well, says Shannon. That is true, alongside Josh Hazelwood. And also another player that we didn't really mention too much of was Travis Head, which you have got there. So that's all right. You're just missing Josh Hazelwood. Okay, they've said that there's some good news and bad news for South Africa in this situation. It's interesting, overtime, how names and surnames of ethnicity have slowly crept into the Oz team. That's everywhere, though, I guess, says Nazi Williams. What's up, man? Says Bajoy, welcome in to the live stream once again, mate. It is good to see you. Currently, South Africa about to start a mammoth session of cricket. This is going to be a tough one. Oh, the umpires have now just said, hang on, the light might not be to the standard that we need it to be, which I think it's probably understandable that they're going to be checking it. I think that they should have checked this before telling the players that they were ready to get them back out there on the field. Right. Take the bail off. Get the light meter on the stumps. Is it going to be higher or lower than the one earlier on? Because if it's worse, they can't actually come back on. This doesn't look good. This is rubbish, Hamish, says John Mills. They should have done this 5 minutes ago. They shouldn't have waited until the players have warmed up and then The light meter reading is worse than it was earlier on. Everyone could have told you that. Why did they need to check it when the players were just about to make their way back out? Bloody ump, says Nuzzy Williams. If anything, it looks even darker than before. It is at this stage. Sebastian, well, once again, another member on the channel. Do appreciate you a lot, mate. So click on that button. We will go like this, and we will go like this. They've set a precedent for the whole match now, says Gareth. And Algar now has said, if I bowl spinners, can we play? Because he didn't want to earlier on in the day, Dean Algar. But now it seems like he wants to play. The players are now making their way back into the dressing room by the looks of it. It's a shame because they were just about to make their way back out there. So what did it say, Sebastian? Well, the membership, and also we have got there, then they might have to call the day off. See, Shannon, and they've set the precedent for the whole test match now. But the reading is worse. It was always going to be. They've had some rain. It's going to be very dark. I think the South African commentator now is saying if they stuck a heap of people around the light meter, would it make it darker than if it wasn't? But in complete shambles, ICC, says John Mills. Yeah. Like Algar at this point has said, if I bowl spin, can we actually play? Because he had that option earlier on. He chose to decline it. And now it seems like they might actually want to try that out again, like New Zealand, Pakistan last week, says Nuzzy Williams. Yeah, the finish of that match was very unfortunate with the way that it was heading. Right, they've got the third umpire down there. I'm waiting. Yeah. Bad light at the moment, once again. Seems like it is going to be possibly a bit of a delay here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully the thunder and lightning doesn't come, says Shannon. 40 overs, be lucky to get 4, says John. Yeah, like I said, they're hoping to get through 45 overs of the session. I said 25 is about as many as I think they can get. The big boys, India, Aussie, and Poms, responsible for this fiasco, says John Mills. Yeah, Matty Renshaw, he'd been kicked out of the changing room because he had tested positive. Now he's got to put his mask on if he wants to go past anyone. He's got the mask on. Going down the changing shed again. It's a weird test match already. From positive testing players to bad light readings to rain delays. We've had a bit of everything, but I don't think the umpires will be too far off actually making a decision for the day. And unfortunately, I think that decision may not be what the players want to hear or the viewers want to hear. And that will be more than likely, unless we see some sort of real improvement in the light, I think play might end up being suspended for today. Because if that light reading is worse than it was earlier when they decided to call off the game when they were going to have the chance at continuing the game, don't finish yet. We need to get our money's worth out of our mate Hamish today, says Nuzzy Williams. And who cares about the coof anymore, says John, and also get a Kiwi to be the boss at ICC, says John Mills. But I don't know whose idea it was later on or earlier on to say we'll add an extra hour of play even though it's already dark here now in the afternoon. We'll extend play. So it got everyone excited. Everyone was like, sweet, we're getting 45 overs. But we're not. We're not getting anywhere near that, unfortunately, due to delays. Missed my member chat earlier, Hamish says, right, I do apologise for that. Like I mentioned, doesn't actually come through the live streaming software, so I have to go through my phone or the PC to be able to see it. Go like this. Go like this. One moment. Go like this. I got to scroll back through. Sebastian, welcome to Kiwi Lad is the one that I've got there. Okay, it hasn't come through on my phone either, Robert, by the looks of it. Unless it was way ago, and in that case, I'd have to look at the chat replay after to be able to see. Hopefully, Marnus Levershane will hit 100 soon. Right, the bad light reading, they've gone back out to the middle and they're checking the light again. Is it going to be better or worse? It looks relatively light, but that's because we're looking through a screen. They're checking this. Are they going to be ready to play? Both sides actually did all their warm-ups. They were ready. Also, your scorecard, don't show play. There's a Robert there. It will end up coming up as soon as they kind of update it. And if the players do make their way back out onto the field, it will adjust again. For now, it's got that winning probability down the bottom instead. Amana should be out, according to the majority of people, says John Mills. Yeah, the fact that it was overruled as not out, even though it was on-field decision out, the best case scenario theoretically in that situation would have been it was given out, so they stuck without because they didn't have clear, conclusive evidence. Because either way, people were going to complain about the decision. When Rodney Dangerfield was alive, if he played cricket as a bowler, does he run up? Does a would have gone? No respect from the bowler, nothing at all, says ZR1. Right. Once again, the umpires are coming off the field. I had another quick look at the watch. One of the umps there. Right. We'll listen to the commentators here because we'll get to find out exactly what they're planning. I hope it is something to do with actually playing, but I don't think it will be. I think it will be more than likely another delay here for a little bit longer. Yeah, they've come back off the field again. Any word from the umps? No, it doesn't seem like they've said anything. They're actually walking right back up to their shed. So this is going to be another delay. And also they have their almost at a COVID test, says John. Well, I know that they're definitely going to have to keep on checking in on the players throughout this test match to make sure that they don't have too many players running around, and they decided to overturn the decision and make it not out for Marnus Labuschagne, says Shannon. And also it came through. Just Warner got out. I said, go Australia, happy 12 months, says Robert in there. I see. Okay. It's weird that it didn't come through either my phone or the other one. But we do appreciate you being here for 12 months, Robert. The first I've ever heard that a possible option, use slower bowlers due to lighting bizarre, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, so pretty much, I think at this stage, Elgar may have wished he'd continue bowling, just because if they had cleaned up one or two extra wickets of the Aussies due to that bad light, using it to their advantage, could have been quite a successful session for the South Africans. But now we're back to bad light. Okay, so they've just said that even if there's no live cricket here, they're still going to show Pakistan versus New Zealand on Fox until the cricket comes back. So I think we're going to get a few more delays. It's a shame, but it's kind of to be expected due to the current situation of the weather. It's always going to be dark after it rains or before it rains. And it's all about player safety and insurance, Amish, says John Mills there. Yeah, so looking at the lights, they look like they're in pretty much full effect. They still haven't been able to create enough light for them to be able to play. I wonder if this is going to become a regular thing of this test match, because looking at the weather radar, they've got rain tomorrow. They've got rain the next day. They've got rain the day after. Okay. They've just said that tomorrow they're going to make up extra time. They can't start too early, though, because it's supposed to be raining tomorrow morning. And then they'll be making up time on the third day as well for the time that they've missed out on this one. So I believe we're just going to have a couple longer days by the sounds of it for the next couple, if it is called off, which they have not made that decision yet. And that was when Mark said to you, 12 months, that you're happy, says Robert in there. I see. I knew that happened. I just didn't realize there was a membership comment It was thrown in there alongside it. Bad light. The SCG, they've got a stadium right next door. It's got a bit more of a roof. What if you fire up the lights in there and just shift the pitch? Take a bit of an effort, but at least the game would still be able to continue. Just that little bit more. But anyone who is new, sure to leave a like and subscribe. As soon as there is cricketing action, we will be covering it on the Kiwi Lads channel, of course. And it is just a case of waiting it out, seeing if there's any chance of a bad light call, meaning that the whole day is off, or whether there's a bad light that gets slightly better. And we do get to see a little bit more. Doesn't look like play can resume anytime soon, says Rahul. Well, be sure if they do end up calling it at the ground, let us know, Rahul, that we are well and truly aware. And also with what time they're going to start tomorrow. Because are you going to all of the games, Rahul, or just the first day? Do let me know. Some more beers, Rahul, says Nazi Williams. So for me, I hope Cricket Australia lose a lot of revenue to this BS. Okay, sure, says Rahul. Just talking about Devon Conway, the way that he was able to play. It's pretty impressive. And just day one, says Rahul. So this will be disappointing for you, only getting to see about 43 overs, and they might be calling it off, says Shannon. There is a chance at the end of the day, like, as it gets later in the evening, there's less likely going to be any cricket being played. Now, Elgar, I believe, may have said that they're willing to bowl spinners now if they are able to play any cricket, but I don't believe that that is actually an option at the moment due to how dark it is. And the reading's worse than it was earlier on, where they kind of got their first initial, I guess, leveler. They got this, and then now it's sitting about here. So it does make it a little bit trickier. Okay. So they've just said that by the time we get to 5:30, which is actually in an hour and 30 minutes time, they can get to there an hour and 30 minutes time, and then they can actually play for an hour and 30. I can tell you right now that ain't happening. Like, if they somehow get any more cricket in today due to the light, I would actually be pretty impressed. It also looks like a day is over, Rahul, says John there, and also just close the roof. Let the game go on, says Robert. They are just going to be chatting with Alan Border on this one. But yeah, by the sounds of it, Smithy said they can wait around for another hour and a half if they want to. And then there's still a chance that that could be the start of the next kind of session. Okay. Alan Border's just saying he'd be playing in this light and wouldn't mind it. And also we have got there the other ICC full members, Japan, India, Australia, and the Poms, says John. Yeah, with the lights on, if they're using a pink ball, they'll be playing, Alan Border said, but because it's the red ball, that's where the difference lies. Okay, they're just going to have a quick look at how it looks out there in the middle. Gilly and Border. And also, we'll move next door, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, just everyone pop across. Okay, Gilly's just said it's a lot brighter than he thought it would be out in the middle. So I think a whole heap of ex-players are just saying play the game. Get out there and do it. But because of the light readings and the way that it has to be, I guess, policed now, it means that they aren't allowed to play currently in these conditions. Okay, Gilchrist making a good argument there, saying that Australia, they were batting while South Africa were fielding in 38-degree heat. Is this the flip side of it, that Australia have a slight disadvantage due to the light, and should they just be playing anyway? Because, 4 p.m.'s a little bit too early for a game to be getting called off for bad light, I would think. But they haven't quite called it yet. And also, it is also like drizzling, just a tad bit. 1 or 2 drops here, says Toraho. Okay, so a little bit of drizzle around makes it a bit more tricky. Drop and pitch next door. Would like World Series cricket. And also, hi mate, how you doing? Says Chinese Rose. I'm doing very well, other than the fact that currently we haven't got any cricket being played at this very moment. But they are now heading over to Pakistan versus New Zealand. We could do a little bit of that cricket, perhaps. Guys are all right. Just not safe when police are around, says Shannon. Or not literal police, just policing of the rules. Going over to New Zealand versus Pakistan for a little bit here while we are waiting. In fact, they are showing a little bit of Brisbane Heat versus Sydney Sixers. So I wonder what we do now. Do we go over and do a little bit of New Zealand versus Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, or do we wait around a bit longer, see if there's a chance of the bad light getting a bit better? Maybe belated New Year, says Chinese Rose. You too, mate. Hopefully you do enjoy your 2023. Started off with a bit of rain in the cricket, but hopefully that's going to be the only rain we have of the whole year that affects the game of cricket. That's too optimistic. There's definitely going to be some more. In fact, there's supposed to be even some more tomorrow on it as well. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going for them in the end. Like this. We will go like this as well. Here we go. So there's still rain in the radar for later on tonight. Currently, there are thunderstorms, 5 p.m., which is 7 p.m. New Zealand time. In about an hour's time, it's 30% with thunder. Then it gets a little bit higher and then a little bit higher after that, which is where they can actually play through till 7 p.m. Yes, going Pakistan versus New Zealand. Live stream, Hamish, says Kurt there. And also, where's Richie Beno when you need him, or Chappell and Lowry. So what we're going to do, if I can get it to work, hopefully it will. We'll go like this and that. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Oops, that wasn't supposed to happen. Where'd that move to? It kind of jolted you guys to the side. I apologize for throwing yous round. We'll go here. We'll go. This is NZ. We'll get that scoreboard up. And we'll go like this and like this. And then I'll quickly change my channel. My channel's the other cricket on. Not that one. Is it on Sky Sport 3? It is not. That is a swimming pool. Sky Sport 4. No, that's a man wearing a mask. Sky 5? What channel is New Zealand playing on? I wonder. I do not see it at the moment as any of the options. We have got there. Will Australia be qualified for the World Test Championship final? Australia beat South Africa. They should make their way through. It might be a bit tricky for them, but they should get there in the end, as long as they don't get too heavily smacked by slow over rate. I think that's the one thing that will stop the Australians from actually being able to qualify, similar to what we saw last year, or the year before, sorry. Right, we'll go from live. There we go. Turn that down a little bit. And then what we'll do is we'll go like this. We'll go present. With this one like that. And then we'll go like this, that. And then we'll put this message down the bottom of the screen. There we go. And that should almost work. Fingers crossed. Maybe. If we're lucky, there we go. Oh, what happened there? First ball, Shaquille just stepped away from playing. I think 13 off 76 for him. And then Imam Haq, once again, a very good innings from him, 79 of 129. We did get to see him batting last night with Babar Azam, but then that run out of Babar did cause a little bit of tension between the two Pakistan batsmen. They weren't happy with each other. Put that up a little bit more. There we go. And we will go this way as well. So anyone wondering why we are doing Pakistan, New Zealand, currently, the way that it sits, it looks very unlikely that we're going to see any more of Australia versus South Africa, but we are still going to be doing a little bit of cricket on the channel. So we felt that this was the best way of doing it. Matt Henry finishes his over, sitting 1 for 40 off 13. Into the over, 159 for 3 here for the Kiwis. So for Pakistan, up against the Kiwis. There are question marks of what will New Zealand do here up against Pakistan in terms of if Pakistan do chase down their total, do New Zealand go aggressive? Do they go slightly lighter? Look for the draw. I hope that that's not the case. And come on, Sydney, sort your weather out, mate. Get it together, eh? And well, please tell me, Amish, am I dreaming or is this real? You covering Pakistan batting on a road pitch? Yeah, it was either watch the rain fall or it was cover Pakistan versus New Zealand. So we decided to go Pakistan, New Zealand. Michael Bracewell, though, his bowling's been a bit I guess you could say, throughout the series. So, I think there's going to be a decent chance that we see some runs being scored on this day. Here we go, Bracewell sitting 0 from 45 of 14 deliveries. Day 3, session 1. Place that's known for a bit of bad light, of course, is Pakistan near the end of a test match day, so they'll know a thing or two. Be able to pass on that information to the Australians. And it's real, my guy, says Nate. Yeah, I hope you are doing well today, Nate. Hope you're enjoying your new year. And also, we have got there, don't say this pitch worse than last week's one. It's actually, believe it or not, I believe it's pretty much the same because they're at the same ground. Every game of the series up against New Zealand and Pakistan is coming live from this exact ground in Karachi. So it looks like Pakistan were able to pick up all the wickets of New Zealand, I guess. So that is beneficial. And why isn't Ish bowling? It's probably just giving him a bit of a spell for a start of the day. And then when he comes back in, it'll be pretty handy. Yeah, Ish Sodhi, certainly my man of the match from the last game. Did very well indeed. Go like this. Go like that. There we go. So played by Imam Al-Haq. And now that he and Babar Azam have had a run-out debate, he's got to go on to get the century, or else Baba's going to probably stab him when he comes off the field, or at least smack him around a little bit. Babar Azam does sometimes do. It's like when that fella in close dropped the catch and he just gave him a smack on the back of the head. I think should have scored 600 on this one. They faltered after the good start by Conway and Latham. Yeah, it was a very good last wicket partnership, though. That is for sure. I think I'll go home now. Play looks incredibly impossible. Thanks so much for today. Subscribed to your channel. Cheers. Cheers, Rahul. And we really do appreciate all the updates you were given from the ground, Rahul. Gave us that kind of inside knowledge. Yeah, hopefully we do get to see you on the live streams in the future as well. Apparently, Pakistan, they trailed by 289 runs. Not too bad. And thank you, boss. All the best to you and families and friends for 2023. Blundell behind the stumps. Daryl Mitchell first slip. He needs to take the catches if they go to him. And Bubba looks like quite serious guy. He is. He's kind of like, if he does something wrong, you're not allowed to tell him that he's done something wrong. But if you do something wrong, he has a right go at you. So you just don't want to be the guy who he thinks has done something wrong. It's a nice 4 there for Shaquille, just gliding it down through third man. Bracewell, I'll be honest, he's probably getting dropped after the series. Hasn't really impressed with the bat or the ball in hand. He's got a few wickets, though, which is always a bonus, but still has been struggling more times than not. So then I guess it's that question of who else do you have as spinners? Although New Zealand, they're playing in New Zealand, so they probably won't end up getting them. And they'll probably have Ajaz Patel or Ish Sodhi maximum. I remember Ish. In fact, it was Ajaz. He got 10 wickets in a single innings, and then New Zealand were like, nah, we'll drop him. Don't need him no more. And then it would have been a very perfect time to unleash him. New Zealand conditions. Thoughts on Sia Khaleesi to France? Money talks. At the end of the day, if he can get himself more money and get himself some more experience in a different competition, he hasn't really lit the world on fire for the Sharks. So I'm hoping that the new challenge does have its benefits in the way that he plays. But yeah, a little bit similar to Richie Mo'unga. They've got the World Cup underway before they go overseas, and then you're just pretty much in the money. See how you go while you're over there and hope that you can have the longevity of making it to the next World Cup. And if you can't, then at least you've been able to collect a decent payday before. So Bracewell in there because of his old man, says John Mills, leg side-ish again from Matt Henry. That's going to be another 4 runs for Pakistan. I think I'm probably going to make Pakistan bat pretty well by the looks of it. And Bubba English is very good. Speaks the dominant word too much in post-match presentations, or dominate word too much. And also we have got there Ara Hanui, RTU and Farnows for 2023, Nazi Williams. Says Nate there as well. So they've just said it's a leg bye. Quite get that one right, unfortunately. There we go. Nice pitched up delivery from Henry. Once again, well defended. So we'll look for updates on New Zealand versus Pakistan throughout, or sorry, for Australia versus South Africa throughout this one. Hopefully we get to see some sport for that matchup, some head-to-head, but I don't know. The chances are relatively slim at the moment with how the light was looking. Henry, nice and swinger again. I'm just going to have a very quick look to see if there's any more updates. What are they showing at the moment? They're showing highlights of the BBL, so yeah, they haven't got any updates as of yet for that matchup. Imam Haq only 20 runs away from being able to bring up another century for him. He's a very impressive batsman at the top of the order. He helps Pakistan themselves nicely set. They've got a good bowling attack for this game as well, Pakistan. But you got Abra, who has been picking up quite a few wickets. That was close to an LB for Matt Henry. Hamish enjoyed the GoPro cricket match. Solid game, says Nate. And we have hopefully got plenty more coming in the near future. I've got the umpiring cam that we will be having coming out in the next week or so. Has Ish Sodhi bowled in this innings or not? Not a huge amount if he has bowled. Trying to remember if I saw him bowling last night. He might have had a few overs last night, but he hasn't bowled today yet. And I would think he's probably either the first change for Matt Henry, or they might consider going with Tim Southee at this end. And then when Bracewell goes out, I think they'll give Ish Sodhi a bit of a crack. Pakistan, they currently trail by 281 runs. Still quite a bit for New Zealand to work with up their sleeve, but they need Imam Haq out. And the only time he seems to go out is when he ends up either getting stumped while facing a spinner, or he does advance down the wicket while facing a spinner and ends up getting it slightly wrong. And also, why isn't the cricket version of the Harlem Globetrotters? Well, that's pretty much the English cricket team at the moment. Bazball's probably the Harlem Globetrotters of the cricketing world. Isn't there another good leggy in the BZ first class comp, the Plunkett Shield? Who we got? It's a few guys that name game can't remember them, unfortunately. Oh, nicely done. Have you purchased GoPro using YouTube money? What was the price, says coding? So in terms of the GoPro, it cost a fair bit. Like, it was slightly on special, but it was still quite a few $100s, closer to the 1,000. I used a little bit of what we had left of YouTube savings or YouTube revenue, and then the rest I just paid out of pocket, which is kind of the case with a lot of purchases for the YouTube channel. It's pretty much just I pay for it, and then that's it. Pretty much. Now, currently on strike, Shaquille. Very decent man with the bat in hand. I think we'll go through to 7 p.m. and then we'll see how South Africa, Australia is sitting, and we'll go from there. See what we do decide on. Now, Bracewell, 50 runs he's gone for. It's a better ball, a little bit straighter. I don't think Kane would be bowling Bracewell now. He would be bowling Patel or Sodhi, says John. And yeah, it just comes down to that new captaincy, doesn't it? Tim Southee will have to learn when to use his bowlers. And you'd like to think that Kane Williamson would be giving him a few pointers as well while he is not captaining. You know, he's still, I think he's the co-captain, isn't he? Or is Latham the co-captain? Either way, I know Williamson still gets a little bit of chatter when it comes to what the plans are for the New Zealanders. Just talking about if Harris Ralph was able to play. And he would have been a very handy aspect to have. New Zealand are still lacking that bowler can go down 150. Seems to be that, there's guys out there, but they just don't have that longevity. Unfortunately, like you see Ferguson, he ends up getting injured quite often. You've got, who's the other quick at the moment? Adam Milne. Doesn't really play test match cricket, but full from Bracewell. Down the ground, unable to get the single there. Yeah, it's finding that right squad for the Kiwis at the moment. They don't seem like they've quite got that yet. Sodi, though, I want to see him bowl again. He's got a mean wronging on him. I'm trying to currently convince my cousin to bowl leg spin because he doesn't mean to, but he can actually bowl a very good wronging when he's bowling pace. And it kind of comes out as a mistake while bowling fast, but when he slows it down, it actually spins a mile in the way that it shouldn't. Like, it looks like he's bowling a leggy, but it will turn probably about that much as an off spinner. So I'm trying to convince him that that would be a good idea to go down that route of doing a little bit of the wronging, but then also get a leg spin delivery as another option, and it could be effective. Just showing there, Harris Ralph stretching out the legs. Anyone wondering about the match between Australia and South Africa? Currently, it is sitting 138 for 1 for the Australians with the bat in hand. They've also got Sheehan Afridi on the sideline. Unfortunately, wasn't quite up to the match fitness that he wanted. Yeah, rain delay and also some bad light has meant that we haven't been able to see too much play today. The best bowler for Pakistan, Sheehan Afridi, is injured at the moment, but back for the ODIs, I believe, says John. And Milner's out from India ODI and T20 series due to injury, and Tickner has replaced him. Says coding there. 280 runs, New Zealand. Currently have ahead of Pakistan. Kelly was able to get the 50 in the last match in the final innings, and his innings with the bat, I would say to an extent, probably saved Pakistan. Because New Zealand were right on the verge of being able to break their way through. It was his resilience and his efforts at the crease that meant that they batted just long enough and just enough runs on the board as well to take New Zealand out of that contest. And even though it went down to quite a thrilling finish, a few big shots from the Kiwis, it was still that extra bit of work from Shakil that helped them get those few extra runs on the board. Similar partnership to what we saw from Matt Henry and Ajaz Patel for New Zealand. They were looking to be bowled out for around that 350 mark. Then Henry and Patel managing to build up a 100-run partnership between them and really get the Kiwis still in the contest. If New Zealand can bowl Pakistan out here with some sort of lead, it would be absolutely massive for their confidence. That was another ICC fiasco for mine, Hamish. Yeah, it was. It was such a shame with the way that it ended because, not just because I'm from New Zealand and I would have loved to see New Zealand have a crack right at the end of the day, but the way that it was set up, I said it at the time as well. I said, if New Zealand get close, they're calling bad light no matter what. No matter how dark it is, bad light's getting called. They'll look at the radar and they'll go, yes, close enough. Because for me, the SCG is another example here. If you've got lights at a ground, they should be able to put out enough light that you can play in 90% of conditions. The fact that you're losing overs at nighttime for bad light on pitches that have very good lighting systems and you're still losing because of bad light, I feel like that's something that they need to look at. And I think this SCG test is an example where they'll use it in the future and go, yeah, this probably has gone a bit funny with the way that the ruling is. Because Alan Border was like, if this was us back in the day, we'd be playing in this. It's not even that dark. But because of the light meter, that's what's caused it. Yeah, nice. No pressure, Hamish. I do what you can do. Much appreciated you sharing with us. Says Nate. And there as well. But yeah, I think we'll go through to about that 7 p.m. New Zealand time, maybe a bit earlier. See how it is progressing in terms of the light, whether the rain is going to come back into play, because that's another factor in Sydney. I think play might end up being affected by that bad light. And then you get into another scenario of like you're losing plenty of overs. We are expecting Australia to be the last country to be losing cricket due to bad light, says Coding. And yeah, like Border said, he didn't think that it should have been off for bad light. He thought that they should have been able to keep on going. Yes, it gives the bowling side a bit of an advantage, but Australia chose to bat first, knowing full well that it could have been dark, could have been raining. Have the patrons not sue the ICC for their money back? There's John Mills, or can they? Don't know, but they'll be disappointed to only get in about 43 overs of the test match so far in day one. But yeah, it's showers at the moment. 50% likely to be showers at 5 p.m., 6 p.m. 50%, 7 p.m. 50%. I think it's very unlikely that we're going to get to see some more cricket between the two sides, unfortunately. I'll just have a quick look and see what I can find. Currently, they are just showing BBL highlights on Sky, so that normally tells you that they're a wee way off. Currently, it's been a bit weird. It's actually in fast motion. I wish I could show it, but of course, I'll get copyrighted if I was to show any match footage. But it was trying to catch up with where I was up to on the camera or on the live stream. So it went and pretty much jolted forward about 50. Yeah, it's still doing it. It's in fast motion. Weird. Since the comeback for Imam Al-Haq, averaging over 60. It's incredibly impressive. 9 centuries in ODIs for it as well. But yeah, they're just showing highlights of the BBL. So after those highlights for the BBL are finished, I hope that they'll give us another update of what the plan is for the day. But I think play will be abandoned for that match. Just because if they're not getting on for bad light at 2:30 in the afternoon, they're not getting on for bad light at like 5:30 in the afternoon. Imam Al-Haq currently 19 runs away from his century. On 81 off 144 balls. Shaquille at the non-strikers end. He's not really going at a hugely fast scoring rate. Sitting on 19 off 91 deliveries. You think Australia government will get new lighting at Sydney Cricket Ground soon, Hamish? Well, the thing is, they normally play day-night test matches at the SCG. The only thing that's stopping them from playing today is the fact that the ball is red and not pink. That's it. Like, bad light doesn't really exist in a day-night test match because since the ball's pink, it illuminates enough that they are able to see it in all conditions. It's what it's kind of designed for. But, yeah, because it's a red ball and they say it's a bit too dark to be able to see it with the pace that they do bowl, we cover all 3 sessions of this match. Cover this session only, says Cody. We are only going to be going through to about 7 p.m. New Zealand time for this one. See another update on Australia, South Africa, but then we'll probably be ending at about 7 for tonight. Mainly because I am going to be meeting up with a couple people I went to primary school with a little bit later on. One of them got married, so thought I'd better catch up with him now that he's a married man. And was there an earthquake in Oz earlier today? Says nay. Or Auks. I think Novmum was mentioning about a 5.1 near Hamilton, she said. Relatively close to her. Almost chopping that one onto his stumps. Pakistan batsman Shakil. But not quite. And I was at 5.1. And Hamish, for me, the big thing, the big 3 India, Australia, and England cricket associations are run by bean countries, not cricket people. Here's John. Trying to slice that one away. Imam Al-Haq. Not able to. 81 runs. Very impressive from Al-Haq. And they just need to try and get him out as soon as possible. If you're looking at it for a New Zealand standpoint. Because as soon as you get rid of him, start getting a little bit further down the order. We know that Pakistan have got a tail that really just hangs on, though. So you need to get a few quick wickets in a row. Oh, nicely played, but nicely bowled by Matt Henry. Tucking it up a little bit there. Currently, Pakistan, they trail by that 277. And for a pitch that doesn't have a lot doing, still relatively slow run rate for the two sides. Like Pakistan, they're looking at about 3.2 New Zealand, I think we're only scoring at maybe 3.4 or somewhere around there. Nice in swing and delivery. In fact, it might have been a little bit slower. We'll have a quick math session. In fact, we're going to ask Siri because Siri's smarter than me. 449 divided by 131. 3.4. There you go, hey? I was right, but I didn't back myself. It's unfortunate, really. Advertised live cricket between Australia and South Africa is currently in a weather delay due to bad light. They've just put down the bottom of the Sky screen. And that is why. Showed the BBL. 172 runs for Pakistan. Matt Henry, he's bowling well from one end. I would think that Bracewell's the first to go from the other. Maybe you go with Ish Sodhi. Could go with Tim Southey as well. I know he was warming up a little bit earlier on. Well, Huck just looking around the field, seeing the changes that New Zealand are making. Last ball of the over. Nicely solid and behind it again. Into the over. 3 for 172. And also Super Rugby 2023. Yes, it certainly is. Coming just around the corner of the Super Rugby comp. And we will be covering a lot of it on the channel. I mentioned earlier on 99%. The reason I say 99 is because, of course, you can never guarantee what's going to happen in terms of any type of emergency or anything like that. But 99% we're going to be covering. And also, when do you tie the knot, Amish, this year or next, says John? I would first need to have a girlfriend to be able to tie the knot with someone, John. So that's probably the first step. But I think I'm still quite a wee way away. To be honest, still very young, still learning a lot. You don't want to jump into it just because you think you should. You know, you want to make sure that you're actually ready and you're with the right person. Pakistan versus New Zealand called off games for last year. Bad lighting, Amish, says Kurt. Yeah, I'm glad that we've seen relatively full days of test match cricket between these two sides already. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're still a little bit slow. But they're not a mile off what they should be on. Will you marry in 2030? Well, that once again depends on who I've got with me, I guess, is the big factor. And good job, Sod. You're a batsman and you're batting at a strike rate of less than 20. It's the start of day 3 and you're already eyeing up a draw. The dozy twats, says Sebastian. Yeah, it's not really, like, it's such an opposite of what we saw for England versus Pakistan. Like, you want to, I found this throughout that first session that we covered on the channel, how you want to get behind both sides and you want to see some stuff starting, you want to see stuff happening, see some boundaries and whatnot, but there's just a negative mindset behind their batting at the moment, Pakistan. And I don't know why, because they've already shot themselves in the foot enough to not have any chance at the World Test Championship because they blew every single game up against the English and just got outplayed. And now they're still playing in Pakistan, still being negative, going, we'll take 2 draws against New Zealand because at least we don't lose. But it's not the mindset. You got to try and attack. You got to try and win test matches because or else then not only are you going to lose interest from the people at the ground, you're going to lose interest from the people watching on their TVs at home. It's a nice shot from Shaquille, sweep shot. Goes for the 4 runs. Nice. Good stuff. And also, I made that mistake, but you've got to be at the races, Hamish, says John Mills. And New Zealand even played too slowly on this road pitch. Yeah, I agree. New Zealand also slowing this one down for no good reason other than, like what? I don't know what their good reason is because we saw what they did on that last day of the last test. They went out there, they scored, 70 runs or so off 8 or 9 overs. So they showed that if you just play the ball in the line, you're getting runs, but everyone's too scared to attack the ball on the surface because a lot of the wickets have been from batsman mistakes. But, you've got to make sure you're not going, okay, I'm happy enough to just tap this one around and If I score runs, I score runs. If I draw, oh well. At least I've upped my average. Like Imam Huck, 81 off 150. I think that's pretty decent. Probably still on the slightly slower side for the type of surface that it is, but still pretty decent. Strike rate, about maybe 60, somewhere around there. He's been going down the wicket, having a bit of an attack every once in a while. It's exactly what you need. But yeah, then you look at some of these other guys who are just batting for their averages. And half the time, that's actually what gets them out because they go too defensive and then they either attack the wrong ball while pretty much batting yourself into a hole, or you just pick the wrong one to decide to finally go after. Nice bit of in swing there for Henry. South Africa slowly dropping out of the equation as well. It's going to be between India and Sri Lanka as to whom are the Aussies going to face in the final. It's New Zealand's job. Stop Sri Lanka. Wink, wink. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want Sri Lanka in there. No offense to Sri Lanka. I'm sure they're a great side, but nah. Oh, but tell you what, though. India might also be a little bit of a risk. It's a tricky one. I hope we're able to cover that match, but I bet you someone's going to slap a big old copyright strike right on our foreheads. When does the Test Championship take place, Sebastian? That might be the deciding factor, because if it's around the time of a World Cup for the rugby, she might be a bit risky. And don't forget the betting or the betting agencies over there. That's true. Yeah, we need Australia to whitewash India to have a chance, and India versus Australia as a proper final at least. That is true, yeah. You want a game that is going to go the 5 days with both sides wanting to win it. Because the thing is, if Pakistan made it through to the World Test Championship, theoretically, what's to stop them from getting to that World Test Championship and just batting out a draw for the sake of saying, look at us, we can bat for 5 days up against like the toughest side in the world because we're in the final with them. Like that would be nothing worse, I would think, than watching that from an outside perspective. Hey, Mum. Nah, I'm not playing.
Not playing tonight.
Not yet. They're going to have a reassess later on, but it's dark. There we go. I hope you guys heard that. If it's dark now, it's not getting any light. It's something that they haven't been able to work out at the ground. They went, it's 2:30 and it's dark, but surely it's going to get lighter later in the day. No, it's raining.
Oh, here we go. Well, if it's raining.
No. Do you want to come have a seat for 5 minutes, Mum? We're watching New Zealand, Pakistan. No? Okay.
You know, those hot jobs.
All right. Say bye. She not joining me yet. And the Aussies got no chance in India against India's current team, says John. And so if the final is drawn, the trophy is shared. I know that there's like they can add an extra day, I think, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, it's probably a shared trophy. So they go, look, we've won half a trophy because we are great at batting out test matches. Because they've got all the talent. Like that's the thing. Their bowling attack is strong. They've got talent in the batting. Like their batting is one of the best in the world, I think, for like the top 4 or 5. But they just don't use them. They go bat it 30 strike rate, and we'll get a draw. What's the worst that can happen? At least it's not a loss. Henry, the most economical bowler, almost. Ish Sodhi, just a little bit better. He's bowled 4 overs for 9 runs. We haven't seen him bowl yet today, but I don't think he'll be a mile off bowling once they do make the change of Bracewell. There we go. Ish Sodhi right here. They've made the change of Bracewell. Did we pick it or did we pick it? We picked it. Right, Ish coming into the attack. Did bowl very well in the last test match. Managed to get himself a fifer. Himself a man of the match performance with the 50 as well. Apparently Pakistan 273 runs. And you're not winning anything. Your dogs learn out how Test cricket works. Maybe you'll have a chance at becoming, or the upcoming World Test Championship season. Nicely bowled by Sodhi, getting some spin early for him. But yeah, it's such a weird way of playing. I don't know whether it's the players or the coaches or the people higher up than that. I don't know who's telling them to play the way they do, but unfortunately it's not entertaining. And that's coming from me, someone who normally like holds my tongue, sits on the fence all day. it's just not. It's not good for their cricket and the development of cricket in Pakistan. Because you look at this test side and you go, like, I might just watch their T20. And don't get me wrong, T20 and ODI, they're very good. But something to do with test match, they just all hit the fan. I mean, how many runs is the Poison Dwarf going to score in India against Bumrah and co? Says John, yeah, he's going to struggle a bit. He might just attack, though, similar to what he did in this game and get a bit lucky. Keep on going. I think Kawaj is going to have more success on those wickets. That's a good ball from Sodhi. He put his arm up as if he had got the wicket. Unfortunately, though, it hit the bat of the other player. So it did not get through. Yeah, still showing highlights of the Big Bash, Melbourne Stars versus Melbourne Renegades. Now, I didn't actually get to see this game in action. But the Stars, they look like they got bowled out relatively early at about 85 runs for 8. Trent Bolt hit a 6, which is always fun to watch. Trent Bolt. Oh, but then Larkin decided he'd hit one and he ended up getting dropped. Okay. See, already my eyes have started going away from that cricket and gone to the BBL that I've got on my phone. I think Warner will be selected for that series. I would drop him. He's had his fun. And that's a decent point because now that he's signed a deal with Fox Cricket for the commentary booth, maybe that could be the first series that they try him out in. Or they might just keep him here for now. Get him in some commentary training. So 4 dot balls in a row here currently. 5 dot balls, in fact. And India have got a new spinner, I believe, a youngster, says John Mills. So, yeah, hopefully he does end up going well. Very good at bringing up new talent into their side, India. The problem is sometimes they kick them out a bit too early, I feel. I see bowled. That will be the end of the East Sodhi over. Very good first over of the day for him. That'll be 176 for 3. We went to Mitre 10 the other day, me and George, which is quite fun. I know that sounds random, but there's currently a super cheap auto ad here on the telly. But the thing is, we were getting served by a nice lady. Well, she wasn't that nice. She did her job, I guess. She told us where she thought that the stuff was, but we wanted to use the big flash machine that they had. It was like a touch screen, and it was pretty much like you can put any item in the shop into it, and it will tell you exactly where it is in the shop. So we wanted to use that like we did for the paint, but then we weren't allowed to because she was standing in front of it, and she wanted to tell us where it was. So while she wasn't there, because she was serving someone, getting them a barbecue, me and George raced over and we put the thingy into the machine, but it wasn't actually in the thing, sadly. But he managed to find it, managed to get it in the end. That was a useless story, but I was waiting for Tim Southey to start bowling. Oh, it's West Indies. I got all excited. I thought that they were about to play. I was like, oh, the sun's out. We're ready to go. But nah, it's the West Indies series. There's showing highlights of. All right, so the Poison Dwarf captain and ODI side. He can't play for his country. I smell a rat. Yes, says John Mills. What a party pooper, says Nuzzy Williams. Yeah, we just want to use the big machine, We found the stuff pretty easy that we did put into it because you just pretty much, you type something in, click on the item, and then it's like, this is the exact item or the exact aisle that you'll find in. Quite a bit of fun. I hardly vlogged, though, while we were over there. I think I got maybe like 10 minutes of footage in total just because, like, we were in the house with their parents and a couple other guests were staying there as well. Then when we were out and about, like if we went to the beach, you don't really want to be that guy who films at the beach because normally they end up on a list that you don't want to be on. So I didn't do any filming while we were at the beach. And that was what we did a majority of the time. So, yeah, not a lot of footage, but we'll find something. It might be a vlog that takes a little bit longer to put out. But we've still got one of when we went round scouting out Christmas lights. So that will be coming out hopefully sooner rather than later. Nice cut from Al Huck. And biggest what if in cricket, I like what if this didn't happen? What if this happened? Something like that, says Xavier. So the biggest what ifs. Ooh. I've got to try and think of scenarios. I would say, what if Pakistan actually tried to win test matches? That's one that would be great to see. Watch out for that George, bro. Get you into more mischief and lead you down the wrong path, says Nuzzy Williams. Yeah, he can be a bit of a trouble to society, George, but he means well. I don't know how many people that we drove past while he was driving and he just looked out the window and went, whoa. I think he would have done it 100 times. The sort of bloke who talks you into a bad idea skillfully. Yep. Pretty much. That's our George. Shaquille in Pakistan, he averages 63.86. And all of the matches, he's actually been able to bring up a 50, which is pretty impressive. Well, Shaquille. And also, we have got that you get noticed much when out and about. Nah, not at all. I don't get recognized once on the trip. So that was pretty handy. Like a place like Wanaka, I don't think I'm even on most people's radars. I guess you could say, what if they played in bad light and drizzle? Says John. Yeah, I guess what if the light laws were slightly different and they were still playing? For Australia, South Africa, that would be handy, wouldn't it? Nice shot. Once again, hit to short cover. There are a lot of what ifs in cricket, I guess you could say, but currently Pakistan trailing by 272 runs. And most of the time that we've been talking, ladies and gentlemen, they've scored 5 runs of about 3 or 4 overs. That ain't good. Definitely not when you got 2 set batsmen at the crease. Gotta start attacking a little bit more. 24 of 106 deliveries. Not ideal. Did any of the high school people you verse in the GoPro video know you? Nah. I think a few of them subscribed afterwards, and one of them was actually in the chat a bit earlier on for Australia, South Africa. But yeah, like I don't really stand out per se. I thought you were like Jesus in the South Island, no place to go without getting recognised. Nah. There was twice in a week. We went to New World and someone saw us in Timaru. And then also a fella from Chile, we got a photo with him when he gave us a rugby kit, but that had kind of been pre-organised, I guess. So the only time I've been recognised is at Highfield New World in Timaru. Other than that, none at all. That's probably not a bad thing, really. For a start, anyway, because I feel like we're just as socially awkward as they are. So it works as two awkwardness almost make a slightly normal scenario. Oh, updated playing conditions. Day 1 play begins at 4:45 p.m. Hey, that's soon. And there's 30 overs left. I think we're going to see some test match cricket, ladies and gentlemen. No way. Right, we're going to have to go back to the other one. One moment. I'm going to go like this, like this, like this, like that, that, like that. We'll get rid of that. The cricket between South Africa or Pakistan, sorry. Here we go. Watch from live. Here we go. They're going to be making their way back out. Here we go. Right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to reach a bit further. Get rid of this one down the bottom. Here we go. And we're good to go. And also, we have got there, what is the country's percentage like where your subs are from? We're mainly South Africa and Pacific Island based. Overall, the stuff home. Says Nazi Williams, the Kakita, New Zealand, and Paki, says Nate. And no, Baz stays with England, says Sebastian. If you ever visit South Africa, you'll have the red carpet rolled out. Although there's a lot of people in South Africa, though, so I don't think would stick out too much in that regard. Now, Labuschagne and Khawaja making their way out. What if South Africa could bat? We would totally be in the running for the greatest team ever, especially how good our bowling is. Yeah, that's the thing. Currently, South Africa's bowling is immense, but it's the batting that really, really lets them down, unfortunately. Right. So it's going to be Labuschagne at the non-striker's end. Khawaja on strike. It's going to be exciting. And like they've said, they can still actually do 30 overs for today, which would be quite impressive. Labuschagne going to be on strike, 73 of 129. Janssen is now going to be into the bowling attack. Is that because the Aussie PM is at the SCG and keep defending sod? No one will be watching. TDS bricks, says Sebastian. Yeah, you can see how quickly we turned off Pakistan, New Zealand to come back to this test match, can't you? It was very quick. In fact, I almost ran up there to be able to switch back. Right, first ball, Labuschagne on strike against Marco Janssen. Currently, the rain is staying away. It's left alone, and it's almost like starting a brand new day for the Australians here. What we'll quickly do is we will go like this, like that, and we'll fire that back up again. There we go. So I think they actually mentioned that they were once again offered to come back out earlier for the South Africans, but they did turn it down. Dot balls for Janssen, so they can use 30 more overs in this one. They've still got thunderstorm warnings at 5 p.m. It's going to be a 50% chance that the rain starts falling. That's sad, though, because that's our Kiwis. Oh well, says Nuzzy Williams, and oh well, says Nate. And strike rate is less than 20 overs, or a strike rate of less than 20. And he's a batsman, not the second fiddle. That's just blatant ignorance, says Sebastian. Yeah, because good bowling can only be blamed. What a catch that was. Should be in the slip cordon with reflexes like that. Yeah, bad or good bowling, sorry, can only get you so much of an excuse, I guess you could say. And then eventually it's back in the batter's hands of being a professional cricketer, needing to find a way of scoring if you feel you can't. Okay, they've got a second slip here. South Africa starting to feel a little bit of confidence, perhaps. To charge in Marco Janssen. I'm glad we stuck around until we were going to be at 7, I believe. Did Marnus repair his helmet during the break? Oh, there's mate Matty Renshaw giving him a hand, says John Mills. You see, that's the thing. Renshaw's not supposed to be hanging around any of his teammates, but he's still been within a meter of a lot of them. Sometimes I reckon that would get views, but it's impossible to do is GoPro rugby. That would be quite cool. Be able to do some sort of GoPro rugby. Oh, to an extent, though, you could get away with maybe rugby refereeing. Could be quite a cool one. Nice drive from Marnus. Go straight up to the man at point. Yeah, rugby refereeing could work, having like a chest-mounted camera and maybe a head-mounted camera where you're watching. In fact, I think they actually have that for some competitions, don't they? They have the chest mount for the referees, although they don't really use that camera that much. So Harmer thought he had that catch. They're going to be showing that one a lot. I would love rugby YouTubers touch rugby game, says Xavier Brown. I guess the tricky part there, though, of course, is they're spread out pretty much in all different countries. Like you've got the ones from New Zealand, you got the South Africans, the English ones, Australia. So you've got, I'd say, a lot of countries try and find a way to do it. But if you could end up with everyone in the same spot, that would be pretty exciting, I would think. Good idea, boss, says Nate. How many overs left? They should still be able to have another 29. And have they done that in the NFL season? Or NFL in the States, Hamish? Says John. Do you know Rob Reacts? Reacts. The name rings a bell. Is he South African or not? Rob Reacts. Not sure. Only they are showing Labuschagne and Khawaja. They haven't scored many down the ground. He's English. Rob Reacts. I'll probably have to have a look and see if I know him. I feel like I've heard the channel name, but I can't think of what the guy looks like at the moment. But it is going to be Ambridge Nokia once again getting a really charging into the crease there and does some rugby commentary, says Xavier. And he's English, says Robert there as well. The run rate currently sitting at 3.15 for the Australians, so still a little bit slow for their standard, but you would think once Labuschagne and Kawaja face off against these quick bowlers for a bit longer, they'll start to get a few more runs on the board. I believe at 7 p.m. there was a 50% chance of rain. Just looking at the time, seeing how much more play we might be able to get in today. I think if they go off again tonight, that'll be them pretty much done. Unfortunately, just because if you can't get back out there due to, in fact, I'd say that rain's probably the one that would end up stopping them from getting to come back out onto the field for this one. But if it's bad light, once again, is a tricky scenario because you want to get out there and play as much as you can. But if you've got conditions that just aren't favorable for that, you're better off just calling it quits, coming back for day 2, which I believe they will be starting just a little bit earlier. Nokia charging in. Side of off stump, left alone. Rana takes it nicely, although it looks like he might have hurt himself in the process of that catch, or at least kind of maybe a bit tender for a couple tough takes. Got balls in a row here, though. Not a lot of runs being scored for Australia since returning. Just the one. Can this ever get any reverse now? Amish says, John, I think it's a bit early for the reverse to come in. But maybe Nokia later on. I'm thinking around maybe 60, 65 overs might start to see a little bit of something extra. Short ball. Labuschagne on it in a flash. It's going to be a tough one for Maharaj to chase, but he has done very nicely. A little bit of slipperiness on the surface out there in the outfield, so works nicely for him. 2 more runs for Marnus, who moves up to 76, 139. Like they've said, the surface, bit sluggish, they've called it there. I think that's Alan Border, saying that there's just not a lot in the surface for the players in terms of the bowling side of things. Nicely blocked again by Marnus, strong in behind it in defence. All pace bowlers, 9 of the balls today have been bowled, would have hit the stumps. 176 have missed the stumps. It's quite a wagon wheel spread for them as well, all around the wickets. Just only the 9 actually hit them. If you were Cummins, do you post 300 plus then declare? Or 300 then declare looking at the weather window? To be honest, I think you just get as many runs as you can. Because already they are sitting in the scenario of, like, you've already got a 2-0 in the series. Yes, it would be great to win the 3rd, but if the weather's going to be really poor, you might as well just get as many runs as you can in one go type thing. So they might go for about 400 and then consider it, but there's still a long way to go till then. They're only the 1 wicket down. They're trying to get their Usman and Marnus rhythms back for picking up the run rate. I think that's the tactic that they've got currently. And when's the 2 cents collaboration coming? We need it, says Xavier. Not too sure when it's coming. We've been trying to plan out something that would be a good video idea that isn't just your stock standard, I guess, like preview or anything like that. I feel like it's got to be something kind of special. Seems like maybe Distracted Sports, we might have him involved in it as well. But to be honest, it will probably be if I'm up in Auckland. We end up doing something in real life rather than through the internet, maybe, and then have that as the video. So do the ICC batting rankings take into account how many times you've been dropped in an innings? They do not. So that's just a little bit of luck, I guess you could say. And Marnus, he's one of those players who have been dropped many, many times over the last 12 months, but he always seems to be able to fire back after being dropped. Weekly Super Rugby tips with 2 cents would be cool, says Xavier. I think the tricky part would be trying to get like a weekly thing going, just because with the different schedules, we could try and see if it's a possibility. But yeah, it's just trying to find a time to be able to film consistently. And you want to be able to do it every week rather than just the occasional week, which makes it that slight tricky part as well. But yeah, something Like something will be coming. It's just trying to find what it will be. This way of describing it. Labuschagne currently sitting 77, 143 deliveries. I believe 2 Cents Rugby has kids, right? He does, yeah. So yeah, they've got plenty of stuff going on in that household that he will be tied in with type thing. Definitely when it comes to, like, that will be just after school starts back up. I think he's got 3 kids, 2 or 3. So, you know, he'll have school stuff to worry about for them. And also, of course, his own videos that he will be working on as Mr. 2 Cents from Auckland. He's somewhere around the Auckland region. I think either Auckland or Northland. Because I know that him and Tony do quite a few videos together. Also known as Distracted Sports for you guys who don't know his first name. Right, 3 dot balls in a row for Janssen. As Australia vs South Africa started, light improved. It has started, so they are back out there on the field at the moment. Yorker from Janssen, well blocked by Manus Labuschagne. Yeah, they have certainly slowed down in scoring, but that's just getting your eye back in. At the end of the day, you've had about maybe 2.5 to 3 hours where you haven't been batting. Let's go back out there. Just want to make sure you get in all your shots out of the middle of the bat, and then you can start progressing the innings like they did in that first session. On that second session, I should say, before the rain and play was affected by light. And behind it again, no run called. Janssen, he's been one of the better bowlers for South Africa. Currently 21 runs for him off the current 10 overs he's almost bowled. As long as this last one is a dot, of course. 113. Oh, sorry, 100. No, it's 127, I think, this partnership currently between these two. Work to the leg side from Manus Labuschagne. Got it fine enough. Almost managed to get it for the 2, but they will just get there nicely. Yep, 2 runs for Manus. Moves up to 79. The end of the over, 144 for 1. Who's the best batsman to play with specs in Test cricket? I mean, Immomal Huck's probably right up there. Daniel Vittori, another one who wore glasses, comes to mind. Jack Leach, some English people would say that he was the best because of that innings alongside Ben Stokes. But yeah, I'll probably go Vittori or Immomal Huck. We're bringing out the light meter again here for the umpire. No, he's just stuffed it into the back pocket. Just checking it. Must have said that it was all right. Getting closer to the century for Manus Labuschagne. Just Satner. So says coding is another option with glasses. Right. They've said that the light for now is sufficient. Kawaja now on strike, but he is looking like he's slightly squinting. Oh, so we have there light meter, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, it's been used quite a few times throughout this test match, unfortunately. A lot more than anyone would have liked to actually see it be used. Still a few people in attendance, which is good news. It did seem like with that rain and also with the bad light, a lot of people would have left, including our guy at the ground. Ended up going home, Kahul. Or Rahul, wasn't it? Shot from Kawaja. Misfield from Rabada. That kind of rhymes. Jason after it now. Maharaj. Just able to cut that one off. A guy called a boss for Pakistan. Graham Pollock. The Republic back in the day. Says John Mills there. A nice shot from Usman. My cable long enough to be able to stretch. Just. Yeah, Rabada just not quite able to get that one. And they did manage to get the 3 runs. How much these international umpires get a game? Roughly a game. Not too sure how much you get paid to be an umpire. You'd assume it would be a decent enough amount, though. And must be some okay points, surely. Yeah, I think that they'd have to get paid relatively well. Now gone as New Zealand pick up the 4th. Oh, Mamal Huck, that is a big wicket for the New Zealanders to be able to take. Nicely done by Marnus Labuschagne to be able to watch that one onto the bat, though. Off the top on the splice. Just checking the weather radar. Once again, it seems to think that 6 p.m., which is going to be in an hour's time, is 50% currently. It's 50% chance of rain for the Australians. Labuschagne, 21 runs of his half century. Nicely played again. Also, the TV umpires ain't getting enough, says John Mills, and they do have a lot of hard decisions to be able to make as a third umpire or a fourth umpire. Third umpire, TV umpire, best way of describing it. Also, Amla used to wear glasses. He was plenty good. I was raised on stories of Pollock's scorching cover drive, says Sylvain there as well. Labuschagne back on strike. Nicely done again. Just solid in mine at Nokia. He's getting them down at 144. And an elite international cricket umpire receives a total salary of about £72,000. They are paid somewhere in the region of $3,500 for a test match, around $2,200 for a one-day international. There you go. Something that Google was able to tell us. Yeah, about £72,000 is a pretty decent salary. But, of course, to get that, you have to do a lot of test matches and a lot of matches in general. So when a Cricket World Cup or something comes around, those umpires are definitely getting some very nice money coming in. Oh, that's going to be Labuschagne gone. Brilliant dismissal. Nokia picks him up. It was almost anticlimactic. The South Africans didn't know whether to celebrate or not. Don't think they could quite believe that they managed to get Marnus out. Geez, that's a lot of bucks, man. Says John there, and also cheers, Robert. Thought it would be more. And cheers for the update, says Nate. But that is going to be the wicket. Beautiful delivery off the outside edge of Marnus Labuschagne. Went straight to Verena, who took it beautifully. And that is Nokia's second wicket. Picking both of them at the moment for the South Africans. But that is the end of Marnus. Smith, 79 of 151 deliveries. Now Steve Smith will be making his way out to the middle. And he's probably one who will say about the bad light quite often. He'll want them to only bowl spin. But for a start, might not be the case. Yeah, Nokia, he's done pretty well to be able to pick up that one. Got him. And always there when you need him is Nokia. Done well. Hello again. Let's see. How long to a break? They've got about 25 overs to go. Unless they have rain. Possibly. All right. They've just come back out for Australia, and Labuschagne's just gone. Although the umpires are now looking at light again. And the players are going off the field again. So it's too bad for quick bowling. So now Dean Elgar said he doesn't want to bowl his spinners. He wants to keep Nokia bowling. So the players will go off the field again, ladies and gentlemen. And just like that, it might be the end of the day. Yeah, once again, bad light. Elgar's been offered the option of bowling spin. He said, no, we're all right. The pace bowling's going well. So Labuschagne, he'll feel hard done by the fact that it is going to be... Also, £72,000 is over $137 million. New Zealand, it is not. £72,000. I assume that's $137,000. Is that stumps? It's not yet, but it's got to be close because Elgar's he's being resilient. He's saying, we don't want to bowl spin. We've got a new batsman at the crease, and we don't want to have to bowl spin to him. So I said, right, well, you're going off the field again. So I believe now, ladies and gentlemen, with the fact that my tee is also now just ready, it seems like the perfect time. No thanks, all right. Now, bad light, 147 for 2. And new batsman to the crease, of course. Are you going to go quick at him? Says Sebastian. But yeah, nonetheless, I think should be sacked. I don't know whether sacked. For this, it makes sense, though. Like, at the end of the day, I think the umpires now are deciding maybe, is it time to call the day? And it might be close. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is going to be the end of this live stream. We're going to be back tomorrow, probably a bit earlier than first anticipated because of the delays that we've had today. But we do thank you all very much for tuning in. It's been very stop-start. I do apologise for that, but you can't really pick the weather, unfortunately, for these matches. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. I will see you all back for day 2, which is going to be starting at possibly around 12 p.m. tomorrow. See you all for the next one.